Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 211. Mr. Irwin burst out of the crowd of explorers and threw her hand around my arm. Thank goodness. I was so worried. I didn't expect to meet her here. Of course, that is not a bad thing. I relaxed a bit and checked my surroundings. It turns out Daria, her sister, was also nearby. I don't think they're all from the same clan. Initially, I wondered if it was that clan Irwin had joined as a mercenary. But on closer inspection, that didn't seem to be the case. Most here are wearing a clan mark, but not all. Moreover, the clan marks were all different. So, what exactly is this group made up of? Miss Irwin, who is this person? A human woman in her early 30s, lowered her weapon and asked, and Irwin finally let go of my arm and turned around. Don't worry, he has someone I know. Oh, and my sister knows him too, right, sister? Yes, that's right. His identity is verified, so there is no need to worry about him being from the Nork side. That is a relief to hear. Upon hearing Daria's words, the woman instructed the explorers to lower their weapons. Is this woman the person in charge here? Nice to meet you. I am Versalgalland, the vice captain of the Rawler clan. I am Bjorn, son of Jandel. Small Balkan? I shrugged, and the woman looked at me with something like amusement. It seems a very important person has arrived. A compliment that naturally elevated me. If I were a typical barbarian, I would have puffed up my shoulders at this point. Is this how leaders converse? That is more like what I should say. I stare at the woman as I reply briefly. What I just said was just politeness. I'm in it. If it's the Rawler clan, I know it's quite large. Not one of the top 10 clans, but definitely large enough to boast about. A peculiar fact is that 80% of the clan members are female. To be the vice captain of that clan, I had unexpectedly met a significant figure. But I had no intention of just making friends here. So, what exactly are you all doing here? Let me explain. As soon as the introductions were over, Versal, the vice captain of the Rawler clan, briefly explained the situation. It turned out they were in a similar predicament as us. They had entered the labyrinth and moved quickly to reach the second floor. And then, that incident happened. To understand the situation, Versal led the team back to the starting point. However, the place was already in complete chaos. Therefore, she began gathering forces as a temporary measure. Everyone here is someone we've met before. Their identities are certain. Certain? I don't personally know everyone, but there is mutual acquaintance within 1 degree of separation. Unfortunately, we had to strictly exclude anyone for whom this method wouldn't work, so you can rest assured. They couldn't trust identification tags, so they used this method. Just like how Irwin vouched for me. They formed a group where everyone vouched for each other, creating a base level of trust. Our goal is simple. After explaining the group, Versal then outlined the group as objective. To combine our strengths to protect ourselves. Ultimately, to break through the enemy and reach a safe zone. The safe zone? Do you mean the dark zone in the center? Yes, since you are aware, this makes things quicker. Would you join us, Mr. Jandel? Maybe it was because she was the vice chief of a prominent clan? Clearly, her every word shows she is experienced in dealing with people. She seems quite prudent too. Being the vice captain, she must be quite skilled. After a brief contemplation, I accepted Versal's offer to join. Fine, I look forward to working together. In these uncertain times, when no one knows how the day will end, at least I found a temporary nest to stay. You don't need to stand guard, so take a break. I'll let you know when we're about to leave. I gratefully accepted Versal's consideration. A rest was desperately needed in the current circumstances. Fog obscuring vision. Battles with people, not monsters. A chaotic situation where it's hard to predict what comes next. Physical fatigue was one thing, but the mental stress was tremendous. Come on, let's rest over here. Noticing my team members stiffening awkwardly among the unfamiliar explorers, I led them to an empty spot and sat down. And then we just rested. It really turned out well. To meet such people, it seems we're not meant to just die out here. Did the tension finally ease? Initially vigilant, my teammates also enjoyed a moment of relaxation, their faces showing relief. That was when it happened. Mister, you made a good decision. That vice captain, she is really strong. The others are no different. During the conversation, Irwin tactfully came and sat next to me, having been beside her sister before. By the way, it really seems like we're destined to meet. I just thought I wanted to see you, and then you actually showed up? Hee. TSK. Even Einar and Misha, who usually didn't think highly of Irwin, just frowned slightly without picking a fight. They knew it too. How foolish it would be to create discord out of personal feelings in such a situation. But how do you two know each other? I heard fairies and barbarians usually don't get along. Raven, meeting her for the first time, chimed in with curiosity. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am. I know. Mr. told me a lot about you. That a really amazing mage has joined the team. Did Mr. Jandel really say that? Well, not exactly like that. I decided to think of Irwin's embellishment as part of her social skills and just observe quietly. My name is Irwin barbarian.To. You are a liver Raven, right? Just Raven is fine. Then please just call me Irwin. In a friendly atmosphere, Irwin boasted about our encounter as if showing off. Mr. Bear, leaning against the wall, seemed curious about my relationship with Irwin as he listened intently without making it obvious. Sharing your first return drink with such a lovely fairy Jandel. You seem to have more luck with women than I thought. What is this odd juicy saying? You're a Uric fright, right? Hee. Thank you for the compliment. Just call me Admin. Okay, Mr. Admin. Irwin, who had the air of a junior, quickly bonded with the group members. Honestly, it was quite impressive. But how do you use this crossbow? It seems like ordinary people couldn't even pull it because of the tension. Oh, this? It's nothing special. Want to try pulling it? Can I? Oh, wow. It's really different from my bow. It uses troll tendons, so that is expected. Had Irwin always been this good at socializing? Like performing tricks in front of a mother-in-law? Maybe that is not far off. I had mentioned forming a clan. Naturally, Raven and Mr. Bear would be top recruitment targets. She probably figured it's wise to make a good impression now, given that they might end up in the same clan someday. Well, the other two seemed less impressed. You Raburak. Drop the grin. Is this really a time to smile? For the first time in his life, Mr. Bear was stunned by a preemptive scolding from Einar. Did he realize the situation a bit too late? Mr. Bear mumbled something indistinct, as if making excuses. I'm obviously a cat person, right? I almost doubted you. Now, come over here and check out my great sword. Talking about bows is just boring. Is it boring? Of course. Einar dragged Mr. Bear over and made him sit next to her, as if she were kidnapping him. It was during this absurd scene. Irwin, sister, Daria, who had been watching us intently from a distance, approached. Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but there is something I need to discuss. With Mr.? Yes. Since she had something to say to me, I was about to get up, but Daria stopped me. There is no need to disturb your rest for this. Is that so? Then, what do you want to talk about? Daria looked at me awkwardly, standing. Somehow, her demeanor seemed uncomfortable. Soon enough, I would understand why. You've become a rank 5 explorer, haven't you? To my knowledge, Daria was also a rank 5 explorer, and that hadn't changed. But what about me? Once just a rank 9 rookie, I had risen to lead a team as a rank 5 explorer in just 1 year. Naturally, it was a bit awkward. And? Is that all you wanted to say? I have a proposal. Let us hear it. How about our teams stick together for a while? Elaborate. Daria continued in a strictly businesslike tone. Those 7 teams had gathered for a common goal. At the end of the day, everyone were just strangers, right? If you agree, our 2 teams would stay closely aligned during travel. We could combine our strengths immediately if anything happens. Alliances are inevitable wherever people gather. Daria was proposing an alliance to me. Not a bad proposal. The offer was quite appealing. Yes, just one condition needed to be met. But did you get your leader's permission? Daria had joined the Blue Barrier Clan's 4th team as a mercenary. Naturally, the team leader was one of the Clan's officers. Had she really finished discussing this with him? That man, don't worry. I can persuade him. So, your answer? All right. Great. Then I'll come back later. Irwin, you should head back with me for now. MHM. Afterwards, Daria led her sister back to their team, and I watched them go. A strange sentiment crossed my mind. When we first met, I was just a brash barbarian in her eyes, merely hanging around her sister. But now, to receive such a proposal from her first. Let us finish personal preparations and start moving soon. A few minutes later, Versal announced that it was time to leave. She also informed us of our team formation for the move. We were to be 3rd from the front. Just behind us would be Irwin's team. It feels like I've been set up. It was like a train of teams following one another. Of course, I had no complaints. Given the nature of the Crystal Cave, it was natural to move in single file, and it made sense for Versal's team, who had the most power, to lead and clear the way. But, I've heard about you, Irwin and Daria told me. They call you the Little Balkan, right? I'm counting on you. Sure, we'll take care of the back. Why, of all places, are we ahead of them? Is this really a coincidence? Probably not. Whether 3rd or 4th from the front, it's a fact that the front is more dangerous. It might seem minor, but it's true that we are at a disadvantage. Raven seemed to think so too. I'm not happy about this. What part are you referring to? The formation. We're not going to keep going like this, right? It would be fairer to alternate between the front and back. The leader of Irwin's team, who we jokingly called Square Jaw, gave a congenial smile. Haha, our side has many long-range fighters, and you guys have more close range, right? It's just a logical arrangement. But, besides, aren't we positioned safely in the middle? Who do you think helped arrange that? Square Jaw cut off Raven sharply, drawing a clear line. Even Raven, a rationalist, found no words to counter. If we are indeed here because of him, then it might be fair for us to take the front in terms of contribution. We might even say we were lucky. However, a mere team leader from a mid-sized clan influencing a vice captain from a major clan? It sounded absurd no matter how I thought about it. This needed more observation. Let's end the discussion here and move on. It looks like the front has already started moving. What a rush. Suspicious but complying, I moved forward. Thud, thud. Thus began our real journey. The journey itself was smooth. It almost felt like luck to have stumbled upon these people, with Erwin to vouch for my identity. Vice Captain, there's a dark mage. Stall for time. I'll handle it soon. The combat capability of the team, led by the Vice Captain, was truly impressive. They usually operate around the 7th floor, right? With them clearing the path, it was very comfortable for us following behind. Is this what it feels like to ride a bus? Apart from a few ambushes on side paths, there was hardly any need to swing a mace. About an hour into our journey, it was then, there's good news and bad news. Vice Captain Versal halted our movement and addressed us. The good news is that we are almost there. It's just a 20-minute run to the Dark Zone. Yes, I was aware of that too. What's the bad news? Asked by one of the explorers, Versal recited as if devoid of personal feelings. Not everyone can continue together. A chilling silence began to envelop the cave. See you on Monday. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 212. In the stillness, a man shouted. What do you mean? We can't all go together. The anxiety in his voice was palpable, as if he was about to be abandoned at this honey-sweet party. I'll explain. Vice Captain Versal continued calmly. Our scout says that the explorers from the Nork are stationed in every passage that leads to the Dark Zone. It's impossible to go out or come in. The military presence amassed before us was incomparable to anything before. At that, another man shouted. So you're saying if we want to get through, sacrifices are inevitable. That was the true meaning behind the statement that not everyone can go together. In some ways, I felt similar to that man. The moment I heard his bittersweet and meaningful murmuring. Thump! My heart began to race uneasily. Vice Captain Versal didn't waste time and continued relentlessly. Let's skip the excuses and get straight to the conclusion. Mass teleportation magic. A high-level spatial magic only usable by mages of certain schools who are rank 4 or higher. Now it made sense. Why they said not everyone could go together. A deeper silence pressed down on the room than when I first heard those words. Bjorn? If we use teleportation magic, can't we just pass without fighting? But why does everyone look so? The reason was simple. Mass teleportation magic can only transport up to 20 people. As our current mage, Raven, said, mass teleport can only accommodate up to 20 people, but there are currently 35 of us. That meant 15 people. In simple terms, a total of 3 teams would be left behind, at a moment when the Central Dark Zone was just within reach. If you were going to abandon us at the end, why did you say we should unite? Someone cried out in anger. Versal, however, did not change her expression and merely apologized briefly. I'm sorry about that. We didn't anticipate this situation. Her voice was smooth yet unyielding. I quietly sighed. Persuasion is meaningless with this type. No matter what we say here, that woman is unlikely to change her decision. So, how are we going to select the 15 to be left behind? I asked, and Versal looked at me with a peculiar expression. It seems the calm barbarian struck her as unusual in this situation. We're going to draw lots by team. Excluding your team and everyone else? No, one more team will be excluded. Versal said this while staring in a particular direction. It was towards the team that had fought and cleared the path alongside them throughout the journey. I'm sorry about this. Deputy Leader Versal and I have a long-standing connection. The leader of that team, seemingly already aware, expressed regret to us without any sign of surprise. Yeah, it was a prearranged promise. Nothing strange there. After all, they're from a major clan. But, damn it, a headache surged suddenly. Now, only 2 teleportation tickets remain. Meanwhile, there were 3 tickets for being left behind. With a lottery, the chances of being abandoned here just got significantly higher. Perhaps because they knew this? Take us with you. The expressions of those left changed. Desperately so. 5 million no, 10 million stones per person. Someone offered money. We are under the Blue Barrier clan. If you take us, I'm sure the master will offer a great reward. Someone promised a future through their affiliations. We don't belong to any clan. We're all women, currently active on the 5th floor, but originally from the 6th. Our Roller clan is even seeking new members due to recent losses. Someone used themselves as a bargaining chip. Not one was willing to simply accept the lottery. Naturally, no one wants to leave their life to chance. Jandel, Mr. Bear called me with a heavy voice. It seemed like he was suggesting we should do something, but I decided to wait and observe. Offering something now, before seeing what decision Versal Guland would make, seemed premature. I'm sorry, but it doesn't seem right to proceed in that manner. That means, yes, the rest will be decided fairly by lottery. Please understand my decision. Versal, who had promised to exclude just one specific team, stuck to her principles as she initially said. Vice captain of the Rawler clan, Versal Guland. Yes, exactly as I heard. Raven commented, seemingly admiring her nobility. But I found it hard to agree. She just didn't receive an offer tempting enough. If she were truly fair, she wouldn't have excluded that other team in the first place, especially knowing what kind of situation the left-behind ones would face. Anyway, it's decided by lottery. I'm not sure if that's a good thing. If only I had ever won anything in such lotteries before. Let us not waste any more time and get started then. Versal then prepared the lottery with a bag containing 5 stones. The rules were simple. 2 white stones meant you're safe. Draw 3 black stones, and you're unequivocally left behind. Which team will go first? I will. The first to step forward was the team that had offered 10 million stones per person. To think my fate would depend on some damn stones. A dwarf warrior in flashy armor nervously reached into the bag. And, yes. He succeeded on his first try. Laughter erupted among the dwarf team, while the faces of the other teams darkened. Please come this way. Who's next? In the midst of fluctuating fortunes, no team was eager to step forward next. After all, there was now only one winning ticket left among 3 destined for doom. Mr. Jandel, we should wait. Statistically, our chances of drawing a black stone are higher now. A 25% chance of success. A 75% chance of failure. But as always, probability felt meaningless. All right, we'll go first. Amid hesitant glances, the team composed entirely of women stepped forward. They drew the remaining white stone. Damn it. So that's everyone. With just 2 draws, the fate of 5 teams had been sealed. The remaining 3 teams didn't even get a chance to try their luck. God, what did I do while that woman's team drew the white stone? Contemplation between Misha, Einar, and Raven. Who should draw for us? I really didn't expect it to end in just 2 draws. Is this even reasonable? Just as I pondered, Versal conspicuously turned the bag inside out, scattering the 3 black stones onto the ground. This was to prove that there was no foul play. Everyone, gather around. We'll use the magic as soon as we're ready. Those selected quickly assembled at Versal's call. That's when it happened. Just a moment. One of the teams, visibly shaken by the situation, rushed forward. Please, take us with you. We'll do anything. A groveling plea. But she wasn't the type to be swayed by such things. All spots are filled. Versal's voice was emotionless as Square Jaw turned his begging toward the others. If someone would give up their spot for me, I'll pay 10 million stones. No, 20 million. Trying to buy a spot with money. Now it seemed downright despicable. By not mentioning his teammates, it sounded like he was only interested in saving himself. Initially, his teammate Daria looked at him as if he were a bug, but Square Jaw didn't stop there. Going beyond just speaking from a distance, he approached each person, asking if they were interested in his offer, and was uniformly ignored. So, there's really no way? As if anyone would agree to that. It wasn't about the money. Selling a spot would mean abandoning their comrades. If you're done, could you step back? Versal's South brief comment made Square Jaw weakly turn back to his team. That ended the incident. Versal's mages began drawing the teleportation circle on the ground. Bjorn, let's talk later. I ignored Misha's call and addressed the vice captain. Versal Guland. Yes. What is it? Her voice was polite, but void of any other emotion. No sympathy, no curiosity. Maybe she thought I'd grovel like Jiao Jaw. I smirked and asked something specific. When moving, why were we placed in the safest central formation? Versal tilted her head, but she probably wasn't really interested in why I was asking. We drew lots. It was fair. Yeah, everything he said was a lie. I suspected it, but it wasn't Square Jaw's doing that we were placed in the center. Okay, got the measure of the guy. Like it or not, we have to stick with the 3 teams left behind. It became clearer how to deal with Square Jaw. Is that all your questions? No, one more. Go ahead. You said the enemy has set up in the corridor. I want to hear more about that. What's their arrangement? And what's their strength? You're thinking of breaking through yourselves? Did she really think we'd just die here? If necessary. We were only with these people for a short while to get here comfortably, but my goal has always been beyond this point. So nothing changes. So, what is the answer? Versal paused, staring at me intently. You really are as the rumors say. All right. Xania? Yes, Vice Captain. Go tell him everything he wants to know. Understood. Versal then sent a scout from her team to provide me with the details I sought. After about 5 minutes, Xania, come here. All preparations for the magic were complete. and Vice Captain Versal left us with just one parting word. Please try not to resent us. It meant we had to make our own way forward now. Well, that wasn't anything new. They really left. As more than half the group disappeared, their absence felt all the more significant. But despite that, I focused solely on one thing. What is it that I need to do now? Certainly, it wouldn't be to waste precious time stewing in feelings of emptiness. Mr. Jandel, what will you do now? Give me a moment to think. There are two options. Either break through the route that Versal had given up on and head towards the originally planned central area, or turn back and look for another place. The latter wasn't a bad choice either. If we stay on the outskirts, we can survive. The center was engulfed in war, and at the very outskirts, the strongest of Nork blocked the paths, whereas the outskirts had relatively fewer people. With the area being vast, we could manage to evade and hide to survive. But it becomes impossible to know how things are unfolding. That was the biggest drawback. In this chaotic time, where every minute counts differently, hiding away meant no access to information about the unfolding situation. And on the third day, a tier lord appears. A first-floor tier lord is something we cannot take down just among ourselves. If we were to be summoned during a holdout, it would surely lead to our annihilation. We need to check our strengths first. What? Could everyone gather? I postponed making a decision and brought together the other two teams in the same situation, and went straight to the point. Let's take turns stating our explorer levels, the essence we've consumed, and our specialties. You want us to lay it all out? In the midst of this, is that really what matters? Given the situation, shouldn't we join forces? You talk as if you are already the leader. Square Jaw frowned at my suggestion. He wasn't the only one. It was clear that not everyone was thrilled about me naturally taking the lead. Ugh, troublesome. Does it matter who the leader is? To worry about such nonsense even now? What a bunch of idiots. What? What on earth are you? If you insist, we can settle it with a vote. I smoothly steered the topic to a vote. After all, Erwin was here. If another team member voted for me, I couldn't lose the vote. But the situation took an unexpected turn. There's really no need for a vote. If there were a vote, our team would cast ours for you. The leader of another remaining team spoke up. With your team and ours combined, that's already 10 votes. No need to waste more time. How did it turn out like this? Honestly, it was a bit surprising. Square Jaw, seemingly as surprised as I was, fortunately asked the question for me. What are you talking about? Choosing the barbarian as the leader? Are you out of your mind? I just don't have the knack for leading. Then it should obviously be me. If I had to choose between the two, this one seems far more trustworthy. I kind of understand his reasoning. They preferred me over Square Jaw, who had tried to save himself by abandoning the team. It seems there were other reasons as well. Most importantly, when everyone was in denial, this man was the only one who asked that woman for information. This is somewhat embarrassing. Your name? I am Tesselin Arbanon. I am Bjorn, son of Jandel. After a formal exchange of names with Tesselin, I returned to the original topic. Anyway, that settles it. Now let's go around stating our explorer levels, the essence we've consumed, and our specialties. We need to decide what to do next. Hold on. Who decided that? This guy keeps on. Do you have a problem? Of course I do. Then leave. We two teams can move together without you. Not wanting to waste more time, I cut him off and spoke decisively. Damn it. Square Jaw clenched his fists in frustration, but didn't leave our side. Where would he go in these circumstances, after all? I smirked at him and said, if you interrupt me again or disobey an order, it's over. Understand? Answer me. I understand. Okay, the hierarchy is settled. Then, I swiftly completed the task at hand. Who held what position and possessed what essences? It's a bit tricky. Although I assessed the overall strengths, my concerns only deepened. Should I be more confident? So, I proceeded with additional checks. We should at least know each other's names. We need to be able to call each other in emergencies. I made up a reason and learned everyone's names one by one. Honestly, it would be difficult to remember them all. At least Hans isn't here. Luckily, there was no Hans. That was a positive indicator. It meant that whatever decision I made, the chances had slightly increased. What shall we do now? Raven asked, and all 14 eyes turned to me. It was time to make a decision. I erased any doubt about my choice and spoke. We're heading for the safe zone. How likely do you think that will be? Tesselin asked, and I responded with a wry smile. I had just seen how meaningless probabilities could be. But one thing was certain. Even if successful, not everyone would survive. About half might die. To reach that place where some had passed easily with magic, we would have to risk our lives. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 213. In the misty first floor of the crystal cave, in the midst of the corpses and the foul scent of blood, a man chuckled and chatted with his companion. The conversation was trivial. It was a cheap conversation about how pretty the woman he just killed was, and how it was a shame he wasted her. The conversation inevitably led to complaints. Ugh, it's so boring just staying here. There's no fun to be had. Think of it this way, it's less dangerous, which is good. You're unnecessarily positive. But it's not incorrect, is it? Well, that's true, but... The man chewed on some jerky from his pocket, suppressing his discontent. For him, a mere foot soldier, it had been a long time since he had eaten meat. His group, Nork, hadn't entered the labyrinth for 6 months, leading to a severe food shortage. Can we win? A sudden surge of anxiety caused the man to shake his head. It's not about whether they can win. That's the only way to live decently. Even if that means surviving in a city underground, devoid of any light. Rex, focus on the mission. The man resting with his back against the wall sighed and adjusted his posture at the leader's words. You look like you have a complaint. The man spoke honestly. Nobody has passed by for over 2 hours. So? It means nobody is going to come now. Those who are going in are already in, and those who aren't are either dead or have fled far away. Furthermore, their assigned area was quite far from the central dark zone. This meant that they were unlikely to encounter anyone coming out. Still, you never know, so keep guarding the area. Sure. The man replied nonchalantly to his dutiful leader and stood at one of the forks in the path. The fog obscured the view, but there was no anxiety. What would it matter if something did jump out from beyond? There are so many people here. He just thought there would be more spoils to take back to Nork later. That's what he was thinking. Captain, there's a noise. A companion guarding another fork shouted. The man grabbed his weapon and moved towards that direction. Really, someone came? It was unexpected, but he wasn't worried. Are they completely unaware of the situation here? Probably so. Anyone who knew anything about this area wouldn't think of trying to get through. They must have chosen this path without knowing anything. The man tilted his head. Everyone listened intently, their faces filled with confusion. Boom, boom, boom. What on earth was that sound? Footsteps? Someone muttered briefly, but it didn't quite explain the noise. How could these be human footsteps? Maybe if it were a troll or some other large monster. But there are no such monsters on the first floor, right? Confused and uneasy, the man gripped his weapon tighter. That was when it happened. Bethel, Rea. With a wild cry, something emerged from the thick fog. What is this thing? Block it. It was a barbarian. A very large one. Survival means letting go. What will you let go of in order to stay alive? This process is thoroughly based on priorities. Humans are rational beasts after all. Thump. Isn't it a common scene in movies? Throwing things away to make the helicopter fly, to keep the boat from sinking, or to escape from enemy pursuit. The more you discard, the higher your chances of survival. But, thump, reality is different from movies. It's not always so kind. What we need to let go of for life isn't just baggage, but something else. Thump. Perhaps Versal knew this. That's why she left us without hesitation, leaving behind just this phrase. Please don't hold any grudges. Of course, I don't hold any grudges. I know it was a thoroughly rational decision. She had her priorities, and for those, she boldly discarded everything else. Just as I am doing now. Behel Rea. As I shout, I gather strength at my feet. The resistance I feel in the shield I'm gripping with both hands is something I've never experienced before. It feels like I'm holding back a tidal wave with just my shield. Maybe that's not such an inaccurate description, even if it's a bit exaggerated. What is this guy? Block him. I'm at the very front, breaking through the path. To cover the distance that would take 20 minutes by running. Pushing through the swarming enemies. Like a tank on a battlefield. Bjorn! Misha is following right behind me. Her role was simple. To eliminate the enemies pushed aside by my charge. Slice dash. It didn't matter if she couldn't kill them in one blow. After all, our goal is just to reduce their numbers. Because there's a second line of force behind us. You damn bitch. If Misha is the first line of defense, the second is Einar with Raven and Mr. Bear. Kwang. Any enemy Misha didn't finish off was immediately hit by crossbow bolts and magic before they could even get up. It's no problem if it doesn't end there. There are plenty of layers of defense left behind. Erwin, be careful. Erwin and her sister Daria make up the ranged DPS duo. And right behind them is Takela's team, averaging rank 5, and the rearguard team, led by Square Jaw. We were like a medieval cavalry charge. The only objective was to charge forward. Any enemies not dealt with by the vanguard would be handled by the rearguard. Even if some enemies survived the last line of defense, it didn't matter. That was for the rearguard to handle. It's their own doing. When devising this strategy and formation, Square Jaw insisted on being in the rearguard, even if it meant handing us the ranged DPS Fairy Sisters. His thinking was clear. Since charging was risky, He figured the very front was the most dangerous. He thought he could back out if something unexpected happened. He treated Erwin and his mercenaries like expendable cards. Idiot. The biggest risk in this strategy is, of course, the rear guard. Right now, they might be leeching off the front, but this state won't last forever. I didn't expect the turning point to come this soon. Kwong. A heavy impact transmitted through the shield. Even with all my strength at my toes, I can't push forward. I slightly lower my shield to check the view ahead. What a crazy bastard. In front of me stood a warrior of the Black Bear tribe, similar to Mr. Bear. Though his build was 1.5 times smaller than mine when I was in gigantification. But, damn it, how strong is this guy really? I realized the explorers from Nork were quite formidable, but I wasn't too worried. Barbarian, you think you're some kind of hero out of a story. Ignoring the bear's ramblings, I shouted to the rear. Raven now? I'm not a hero, but neither is my opponent. Everyone, back off. As Raven's warning rang out, an explosive force surged from behind me. Arrow Raven has cast a rank 6 support spell, Oxygen Explosion. A high-rank wind attribute support spell. The reason it's detonated behind me is simple. Though the damage was low, it had a powerful knockback effect. Ugh, what is this? Ending the tense power struggle, I used the wind as propulsion to push the enemy back. And then, oh no! Crack! I dashed forward, trampling over the face of the fallen bear with a leap in place. Well, he might not die from this being a tank, but thump! Soon after, I heard a popping sound from behind. That's like a tofu stab. High strength, but low physical resistance. Bethel Reawa. With the bear temporarily stalling my movement and enemies gathering behind me, I doped up my physical stats with Wild Burst and charged again. But we need to move faster. The speed wasn't the same as before. This was a serious problem. One weakness of cavalry charges is being surrounded when the breakthrough is halted. These crazy bastards. Kill them. The enemies we knocked down were getting up like zombies, rushing at my comrades. If it had been a one-sided breakthrough until now, it was now a chaotic melee. Scrape, thunk, crack, dash. Kwong. Intense battle sounds overlapped from behind. Obviously, I couldn't know the exact situation. But, despite that, I focused only on the path ahead. Bjorn, don't worry about the back. Of course, I was worried. This was a battlefield where lives were as cheap as flies. I feared that someone might get seriously injured by a stray blade. Slash dash. I didn't know whose body made that slicing sound. Could it be Misha? Could it be Einar? Could it be Raven? Or Mr. Bear? Negative scenarios continuously painted themselves in my mind. But what can I do about it? Behel Reaawea? Stopping here would only worsen the situation. I embraced the fear and focused entirely on my given role. What strength? Just to clear the path. Trusting my comrades to handle the rear and advancing straightforwardly. It's what I have to do right now, and something only I can do. The good news is we're almost there. If we run for 20 minutes, we'll enter the dark zone. It felt like an eternity, in a cave filled with sweat, blood, and screams. About 3 minutes have passed. It felt like at least an hour, but in reality, it was only that much. Now, on the first floor, I could tell our location just by looking at the walls. Damn it. It felt like being trapped in a cave where time was twisted. I kept checking my location in real time, estimating how much time had passed. 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and then 7 minutes. The first casualty occurred. Cayenne is hurt. Help. We need to carry him. Let him be, Lena. What? But he's already dead. We leave him here. Cayenne was an archer from Taculon's team. That's about all I knew, but he had seemed like a decent sort during the roll call. 8 minutes. Our path was blocked by a barrier summoned by someone. I immediately took an alternate path along a nearby fork. A quick decision I wouldn't have been able to make if Rotten Miller hadn't trained me as a scout. It'll take 3 more minutes to arrive. The setbacks didn't end there. 9 minutes. Another one died. This time, it was a member of the Square Jaws team from our rear guard. And one more thing. Bjorn, Misha's injured. Misha was wounded. What's the extent and location? Below the left chest. The organs aren't damaged. Administer a potion while running. Einar, you carry Misha. Fortunately, it wasn't life-threatening, but Einar, who had been supporting Raven with one hand while fighting, was now reduced to merely a bearer. 10 minutes. Inevitably, more bad news came from behind. Mr. Jandel, the people at the back are gone. The Square Jaws team assigned to our rear guard had fled. Seeing others dying ahead, they must have decided they couldn't handle it. It was my misjudgment. I didn't expect them to be such headless fools. I never thought they'd believe escaping alone in a surrounded situation was possible. Damn it, if they were going to die, they should have done it for us. With those bastards gone, Tasselin's team had to bear much more burden. Maybe that's why? 13 minutes. 2 more deaths. a mage from Desellin's team, and the warrior carrying him. Damn it, all because of a goblin. The first cause of death was a respawn goblin. In the chaos, a goblin had leapt onto the mage's face, blocking his view, and in that moment, he was hit by an ice spell, turning him into an ice statue. 15 minutes. A dark mage emerged from a side path, casting an area-wide spell. No one died, but Sister Daria, who had leapt to protect Erwin in the center, was rendered combat ineffective. Luckily, she wasn't dead. But, stop dawdling and move. I'll carry your sister. Admin carried Daria, reducing our combat strength further. 17 minutes. Overuse of leap for boosted stats and continuous gigantification had drained my MP. The character's sole power is insufficient. Gigantification is deactivated. The gap left by deactivating the skill was filled by Mr. Bear's tank summon, Iron Bear. 18 minutes. Iron Bear was unsummoned. But Misha, who had taken a potion, regained consciousness and returned to the battle. 19 minutes. Hope was in sight. We were almost there. Though nearly half had died, none of those I vowed to save had perished. 20 minutes. A top-tier explorer, estimated to be at least rank 4, blocked my path. A swordsman. He wielded a great sword of adamantium, a tier 5 metal, and you'll be a satisfying cut. He used aura. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 214. Discarded pawn 3. A rank 4 explorer using aura. I would have considered him a truly despairing foe. Yes, if it were the old me. Wish dash. Of course, he hasn't finished setting up his aura yet. A combination of tier 5 adamantium greatsword and aura, my moonstone shield would surely turn to scrap in an instant. But you'll be worth cutting. Dungeons and Stones isn't just a game of HP/MP or item levels. Rank 4 swordsman, rank 3 tank, none of it matters. One misjudgment leads to a character's death in this hardcore game. Cutting my ass. No matter how strong he is, if he takes a critical hit, he will die. In that sense, come at me. He's not an opponent I can't defeat. The penalty is that I have to fight in a short period of time because enemies are coming from behind. But this can also be solved by discarding something. These barbarian bastards never know their place. I just hope that bastard isn't prepared. There's no time to safely figure out his skills and equipment through a probing battle. Life and death will be decided in an instant. As it always has been. Bethel Rhea. I discard fear. Thud. At that moment, I heard the sound of feet pounding on the ground. Whyish dash. Through the mist filling the passageway, a figure over 190 centimeters tall charged. Whoosh! A great sword swung. Ta-ta. Instead of blocking with my shield, I quickly dodged to the side. Not because I was reluctant to damage the expensive shield, but because it was meaningless. If I discard something, I must gain something. Like this. Slash dash. The greatsword slashed down on my left elbow. Hey, Jandel? In an instant, I became one-armed. The second time since the battle with the Chaos Lord Liakis. I wasn't particularly depressed. I discarded the complacency of winning with all limbs intact the moment I faced him. SSSSSS. I aimed the fountain of acidic blood gushing from my severed arm at him. AR. Luckily, it hit his eyes. Lucky me. I sacrificed my arm to blind him. Of course, the effect wouldn't last long. Raven, use lava eruption. I immediately ordered, sticking close to him. Since he uses a great sword, at this range, he can't harm me with aura. If I hadn't blocked his sight, I might have had to sacrifice something bigger to get this close. But if I do, Jandel, just do it. Got it. I breathed hastily and tensed my muscles. It felt similar to when I wrestled with a troll on the 4th floor. You fucking bastard. Fierce resistance. Scales sprouted on his body. One of the effects of experiment, a skill that temporarily increases physical stats. I expected it since he used aura. He's definitely a brute force type. Ironically, I'm a similar type. Stay still. I used gigantification again. I figured that since I hadn't used it in a few minutes, I should have enough MP for about 30 seconds. Ugh! He groaned under the sudden increase in weight, bending his back. Whoosh whoosh. He swung his greatsword around wildly as he held me up, slicing through the corridor walls with aura. Is it scary not being able to see? I'll kill you. Everyone, back off. Because of his wild swinging, Misha and the others couldn't get close to land additional hits. But it was better for me. His thrashing made it hard for the other enemies to come to his aid. Asshole. AR. He leaned forward trying to throw me off. But so what? Sticking to the enemy, like a leech, is a basic tank skill. Thud dash. Our bodies fell, tangled together. Not a romantic movie scene at all. More like the final brawl in a thriller movie. Thud, thud, thud. Finally, he dropped his great sword and started pounding my ear with his fists. Of course, it didn't matter. He can't use aura with his hands. Thud, thud, thud. Physical attacks can be endured with physical resistance. Sure, his punches shook my brain because of his strength, but compared to losing an arm, this was minor. Sir, when his mindless sword dance ended, the enemies who couldn't approach now rushed at me. But, are you really going to cast it? They were a step too late. What are you asking for? The spell was completed. Eherno Watcher Tunbar. Level 4 Fire Elemental Attack Magic. Lava Eruption. Fwoosh! The black-red lava from Raven's staff rushed towards us. I immediately shifted my position. From choking him from above, I moved so I was on the ground and he was on top. Let go, you barbarian! He shouted, regaining his sight. He must have seen the lava approaching us. What's the matter? Don't like the heat? Then you should have boosted your fire resistance, you bastard. No. I tightly closed my eyes. At that moment, fwoosh dash, I felt a heat that seemed to melt everything. At the same time, something poured over my skin. The flowing substance quickly cooled and hardened. Your character's HP is below 50%. Due to the passive skill, Hero's Path, all resistance and endurance stats have increased. Fire resistance from the 3rd stage of the Immortal Engraving. The magic resistance of the Manticore. The Fire Orb. Even with all that, it's still this bad. My whole body felt hot and itchy. It's like drinking a potion. Pain seeping through pain resistance. So what? You think I want to avoid pain? I discard such thoughts like a passive skill. Once again, this isn't a kind world. Should I have asked for cold blood from Raven? I discarded the sudden surge of weakness. Especially since Raven's mana was already running low. Resources must be conserved. Cool. I pushed aside the charcoal-like enemy and stood up. It felt like my insides were cooked like sausage. Meanwhile, something crispy flaked off my body as I moved. Is this what they call crispy on the outside, tender on the inside? Hey, Mr. Jandel, are you okay? Just a bit singed. Jay, just a bit singed. I managed to take down an aura user in a short time, so this much is tolerable. Besides, the bleeding from my elbow has stopped. The flame magic had cauterized the wound. A win-win in more ways than one. Grr. How the fuck is this guy alive? Did he also have fire resistance? Watching him stand up like me, I quickly turned and reached out with my remaining hand for the shield I had thrown earlier. At that moment, your character lacks soul power. Gigantification has ended. As gigantification wore off, I lost my balance and staggered. Simultaneously, my hand, which was close to the shield, moved away. Thump dash. Despite the heat radiating from my body, a chill ran down my spine. If he draws his greatsword now, no, even a dagger to my neck would be game over. The worst-case scenario played in my mind. But, cool. Twisting my falling body, I urgently checked behind me. The guy was moving away, showing his back. Staggering away, but at a fast pace. My body stiffened at the unexpected sight. Then I let out a sigh of relief. Lucky me. He was arrogant. That's why he faced me alone despite having comrades. Huff, huff, huff. He held out hope that he would get another chance. So, even when he had the chance to kill me, he chose to flee to save himself. I can understand his mindset. Fucking barbarian bastard. For him, the fight with me wasn't about survival. There was no reason to fight to the death. And that's why. Our positions were reversed now. Where are you going? Instead of the shield, I grabbed the greatsword he had left behind. The strength I had gained from the ogre was enough to handle the adamantium greatsword with one hand. Stop that barbarian! I quickly pursued him. The distance closed in an instant. His steps were unsteady, likely from the severe damage he had taken. Soon, I was within striking distance. You should leave your neck behind. Being a swordsman isn't bad. Slash dash. Feeling the satisfying sensation at the tip of the sword, I shouted with a smile. Bethel Reaha! I survived. For now, at least. The time it took to encounter and decapitate the rank 4 aura user was about 2 minutes. That's the nature of battles. It doesn't take long to determine the winner and the loser. A knight trained for a lifetime. An elite explorer who has ventured into countless labyrinths. Anyone can lose their life in an instant in this world. Einar! Without a moment to enjoy the afterglow of victory, I threw the great sword I was holding to Einar. Huh? Why is she so flustered? We need to take what we can. I thought of her the moment I saw it. What a waste. With my now empty hand, I picked up the shield and turned my gaze away from the corpse. Sigh. I bet there's more useful loot on him. But there's no time for that. I discarded my greed and looked ahead. Sir Keshiel has been taken down. Kill him. The enemies who had paused because of the lava eruption were now regaining their composure and charging at us. Dragging my battered body, I moved forward. Because that's my role. Shield charge. With my remaining arm holding the shield, I ran forward, putting my weight on my shoulder. As we near our destination, the explorers are much stronger than those on the outer edges. Like the aura-using bastard from earlier. This must be the front line. Clang. A potion flew towards me and shattered. A soft pain, more like fire burning through flesh than an awl stabbing into a wound. Mr. Jandel's favorite high-grade potion. Well, no wonder. I do feel a bit more energized. Let's muster some strength and push through once more. There's not much left now, right? The end is in sight. From now on, I'll help too. Einar stood beside me. What about Raven? I left him with world.Back. A good decision. Raven probably suggested it. Bethel, Raya. I stopped trying to check how far we'd come using the terrain. I focused solely on this moment. Misha, stick right behind me. Just a little further. Erwin, now. Use it. Yes, just a little further. Keck, no, not now. Jandel, Raven's mana is depleted. At that moment, the magic support from Raven, who was on Mr. Bear's back, ended. It meant that breaking through obstacles with oxygen explosion, when the path was blocked or slowed, was no longer possible. And no, Lena. As our pace slowed, another one died. It was the sorcerer from Deselin's team. A support-type sorcerer specializing in defense and support. She had been guarding our rear. We're almost there? It will be tougher from now on. I grit my teeth and push my conscience away. Damn it. There was no time to cover my ears. Even if I could, I shouldn't. It was my decision. Selection and concentration. What to discard, and what cannot be discarded. What I wanted to protect. Misha, don't worry. I can still fight. In the midst of a fierce battle, where it wouldn't be surprising if one more person died, everyone fought their way through together. How long had it been? This way. Finally, a dark passageway appeared. As soon as it was visible, we turned and entered the passage beyond. Erwin, provide visibility. Why, yes. Instead of Raven, who was out of mana, Erwin summoned a fire spirit to illuminate the surroundings. The passage was dotted with monochrome crystals. There were no city explorers coming out to greet us. But, Bjorn, they're not following us. It seemed the pursuit stopped here, marking a boundary. So, this was the dividing line between the zones. Don't let your guard down and keep moving. It was still too early to relax. I continued forward without slowing down. Resting, drinking potions, and re-equipping could wait until safety was secured. About 3 minutes later, we finally met the group we'd been longing to see. Stop. A group of 10 knights, surrounded by striped corpses. The corpses were probably from the Nork side. Coming here at the risk of our lives was definitely the right choice. Thinking these guys were on our side was already reassuring. One knight, meeting my gaze, slowly drew his sword and started walking towards us. Aura shimmered on the blade. I hurriedly shouted, "We're not enemies. Here's our identification tags." "Oh, my arm. I left it back there. I don't have mine, but the others all do." I quickly added, but their reaction was cold. Now, they're even trying lame tricks. This path is occupied by the Nork scum, and you appear from their claiming to have identification tags? It's no wonder they don't believe us. Looking like this, they probably thought we were spies disguised to infiltrate. So, what should I do? Would they believe me if I mentioned my alias, Little Balkan? As I pondered for a moment, I realized there was a better way. Misha, show them the ring. Coincidentally, we had something given for situations like this. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 215. The knight who gave me this ring said, "Show this and tell your story, and you'll be identified immediately." It's a communication ring, and it's from Sir Garfizzle, who went out searching through the second-floor portal. Before I could even say who gave me the ring, a knight recognized it. Then he chuckled as he saw my reaction. A communication ring? It seems you didn't even know what it was. Wait a moment. We'll soon find out if what you're saying is true. The knight turned the gemstone on the ring to the side, releasing a blue light that flowed into his body. The knight closed his eyes, continuing the silence as if savoring the moment. About 3 minutes later, he finally spoke. "The corpse collector is near the portal." With that single phrase, everything made sense in my head. Damn, so that's why it's called a communication ring. No wonder he handed it to me without asking for anything first. Now I get why he gave it to me. Sir Garfizzle wanted to convey information. He used me, whom he met by chance. That is probably why he provided information about this place as well. If it's the dark zone in the center, are you talking about where the monument is? Yes, go there. If you can reach that place, you'll be safe. Whether the message was delivered or not, it was no loss to him. But he could have just been straightforward with me. Now I really feel like I've been played. Why are there so many people in this world who like to mess with others? It left a bitter taste in my mouth, but at least the ring properly vouched for my identity. Little Balkan, Bjorn, son of Jandel. A knight, with whom I hadn't even exchanged names, called out to me. Is the doubt cleared now? It's clear you're not from the Nork side. Although, how you managed to get through that path is still a mystery. Come inside, that we'll discuss the details at the temporary headquarters. Good to hear. By the way, is there a priest available? Though it was unlikely there wouldn't be, I phrased it that way just in case. Fortunately, the knight seemed to catch the meaning behind my words. Yes, you should receive treatment first. The knight nodded, seemingly agreeing after seeing our condition. It was a bit surprising. I expected him to be rigid and insist on an investigation first. Your companions will be taken to the temporary infirmary. And me? The investigation comes first. Well, at least that has something. I'm fine, so go ahead and rest. But, Misha protested my decision, but I silently directed my gaze to one spot. A more critical patient than me, missing an arm? Is Daria okay? I don't know. Raven did use a curse-breaking spell, but she is still unconscious. She'll get better if you show her to the priest. So go quickly. I'm sorry. What is there to be sorry about? I smiled wryly and patted Erwin's shoulder as if comforting her guilt. Then I approached Raven for a brief conversation. When I'm not here, you're in charge. I know it's hard because of the mana exhaustion, but I'm counting on you. Don't worry about the team. I'll take good care of them. No matter how hard it is, it's not as tough as what Mr. Jandel is facing, right? If everything is settled, follow me. My men will escort your companions to the infirmary. Understood. After that, I parted from my companions and followed the knight inside. It was an unusual sight. The originally pitch-black dark zone was illuminated by installed torches, lighting up all the pathways. It's like a temporary refuge. While the outer areas were guarded by knights and explorers, the inside was different. The explorers were crammed into narrow corridors, sitting or lying down to rest. By the way, there's no mist here? Because we have set up a protective magic circle. A protective magic circle? If you came from outside, you might not know yet. The mist is a type of dark curse spell. It's not very dangerous due to its wide area of effect. A dark spell in the form of mist, could it be Feast of Malice? I had no trouble breathing, and the range was enough to cover the entire first floor, so I naturally assumed it was a fog spell to obscure vision. How many dark mages were sacrificed to create this? A chill ran down my spine. What if we had decided to stick to the sparsely populated outskirts? We would have been screwed. No matter how low the potency, exposure for several days would show symptoms. I would have realized the nature of this fog by then and tried to find a solution. The options would have been fewer by then. You there, it's fine to rest, but don't block the path. Stick to the wall. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. After pushing through the narrow corridor for about 20 minutes, we finally reached the central chamber. Or should I call it a plaza? How did you manage this? We used mages to collapse all the nearby outer walls to expand the space. We couldn't accommodate everyone in such a narrow place. Wow, is this a military-style construction project? With enough people, there's nothing you can't do. The chamber, initially around 30 meters in radius, had been expanded to hundreds of times its original size. The expanded area was filled with tents marked with various clan emblems. Come in. The knight led me to a large tent at the very center. A flag of the Kingdom of Rafdonia was flown at the entrance, and inside, people were gathered around a round table in a meeting. A strategic meeting? Even though it was the royal tent, it wasn't just knights. Explorers with well-known clan marks were also present, actively discussing something. Incidentally, there was a familiar face among them. Oh, it's you, the woman exclaimed in surprise as if she had seen a ghost. I greeted her with a bitter smile. We meet again, Versal Galland. I didn't expect to meet her again so soon. How did you get here? Did you find a mage capable of teleportation? As if, instead of answering, I waved my arm that was now only an elbow. Judging by her expression, she seemed to understand what it meant. You really came through that path? Versal murmured in disbelief. She hadn't expected us to break through the route they had abandoned and succeed. How did you do it? Well, it's nothing to brag about. I used a method similar to hers, prioritizing and discarding what needed to be discarded. That's enough chit-chat. As Versal and I were exchanging pleasantries, a man interrupted, bringing silence. So, this guy is the leader here, huh? Why is Sir Urgos, who should be on the front lines, here? And who is this barbarian next to you? I had something urgent to report, so I briefly left. Go on. I acquired Sir Garfizzle's communication ring. Sir Garfizzle's? Yes. And this man, an explorer named Bjorn Jandel, is the one who brought me the ring. The knight handed over the communication ring, and the man activated it. How much time passed? I am Marco Elbin, currently the captain of the 3rd Royal Knights. The man looked at me and spoke. Finally, he seemed interested in me as well. I have a few questions for you. Can you answer them honestly? Sure. First of all, according to the contents of this ring, it implies that the corpse collector is stationed north of Goblin Forest. Some explorers exclaimed, Corpse collector? but it wasn't enough to disrupt the conversation. It wasn't something I needed to worry about right now. So, what do you want to know? Is this information reliable? It is. Although we fled, we did engage in a brief fight. Fought, you say? Can you tell me your team's rank? 5th rank. Upon revealing our rank, the Knight Commander wore a peculiar expression and stroked his chin. If what you say is true, then it's safe to say that he let you go. Probably. I nodded in agreement. In fact, the corpse collector seemed to be concentrating solely on blocking the portal to the 2nd floor. If that hadn't been the case, escape would have been extremely difficult. Is that all the questions? No, there's one more. From what I've just heard, it seems you entered through the path Sir Urgos was guarding. Is that correct? Yes, it is. I'd like to hear the details. Is there a way to move while avoiding the enemies? If there were, do you think I'd be in this state? That makes sense. Can you tell us in detail how you got here? It might be useful for our strategy. Although my identity as a non-Nork explorer was already proven, there was no need to create a conflict by refusing. I summarized the 20-minute bloodbath briefly. Would they understand how desperate our journey was from just that? That was an impressive story. The Knight Commander's gaze turned more favorable. The explorers from the clans listening to my story also looked at me with curiosity. You show qualities of a leader. If I had real qualities, half wouldn't have died. That is why I said you show qualities. All your companions are alive, aren't they? A good leader isn't someone who makes perfect decisions, but someone who makes necessary ones. It seemed like a genuine comment rather than sarcasm, but it wasn't a topic I wanted to discuss. Even if it was praise, it didn't make me particularly happy. I changed the subject. If you have no more questions, I'd like to go now. Actually, I have one last thing to ask. The person you met at the end, did he have a scar on his chin? A scar. He did. When I nodded, the Knight Commander smiled with interest. I thought so when you mentioned the adamantium greatsword. He was a Serpent Knight. Serpent Knight? He stabbed his liege's child with a sword and ran away. Quite a famous figure, though it was a long time ago, so you might not know. No wonder he could use aura. He was a knight. Judging by the murmuring explorers, it seemed he was indeed well known. Anyway, congratulations. Killing such a person will increase your fame. Fame, huh? Don't barbarians like that sort of thing? It wasn't wrong, but I'm different from most barbarians. Though gaining fame isn't a bad thing. I do need access rights to the imperial city of Karnon. But that's only if I return alive. I'll worry about that later. It's only been less than a day since the labyrinth opened. Oh, I've kept an injured man for too long. Go and rest. Sir Urgos will inform you of the rules here. With that, I left the tent. Following the knight's guidance, I moved to the temporary treatment center to reunite with my comrades. Mr. How is Daria? The priest healed her completely. She's sleeping now, probably tired anyway. It's all thanks to you. Erwin, who seemed more relaxed after her sister's treatment, was back to her usual lively self. Hey, stop bothering him and get away. Huh? What else with huh? Can't you see Bjorn's injured? Oh, let me see. Are you okay? No other pain? You went through a lot. Let us show your arm to the priest first. As all my injuries needed to be treated, I followed Misha to the priest for treatment. Oh, by the way, there was no charge. It's a wartime situation. All explorers must comply with the royal family's orders. The treatment center here was probably staffed by conscripted priests from various teams. For about a day, you might feel weak and strange. Now, I must attend to other patients. May the light of the sun be with you. Within minutes of receiving a healing spell, my arm grew back. It reminded me of the importance of priests. Top-grade potions would have taken at least 2 or 3 bottles. And reattaching a severed arm was out of the question. As physical abilities increase, the effectiveness of potions decreases. When I form a clan, I must secure a priest first. After receiving treatment, I rejoined my companions and had a conversation. Raven, did you learn about the situation here? Yeah, roughly while getting our area assignment. Area assignment? Where we'll be sleeping from now on. According to the map we received, we're assigned to an outer passage. I guess we arrived too late. The safe inner areas are already full. I laughed silently at Raven's words. The central area was filled with the tents of large clans. Did they really get those spots by arriving early? Anyway, let's head over there. Starting tomorrow, we'll also have to take turns on guard duty according to a rotation schedule. It feels like we've joined the military. As I looked around at the tense surroundings, a question popped into my mind. By the way, where's Tesselin? Tesselin Arbanon, the only 5th rank explorer who survived this plan. As soon as I mentioned Tesselin's name, my companion stiffened. Oh, him. Raven forced a smile and spoke. As soon as we got our area assignments, he went there. They said that solo explorers or those in pairs would be assigned to teams with vacancies. Really? But why didn't he just join our team? Clans seem to stick together. And I've seen groups of more than 6 members forming along the way. When I expressed this doubt, Raven gave an awkward smile and said, "You wanted it that way? So, don't worry about it, Mr. Jandel." "All right then." I nodded casually, thinking to myself, something must have happened while I was away. There was an incident. Why they're hiding it from me, I don't know. I can always ask Einar or Misha later. "Erwin, you said you're joining the Blue Barrier clan, right?" "Yeah, I don't want to, but my sister insists. She says it could cause problems with our contract later." "Well, beyond the contract, it's probably much safer. Blue Barrier operates 6 teams. Though one of them disappeared on the way here. Then we'll get going. Take good care of your sister when she wakes up. Always stay vigilant." "Yes." After parting ways with Erwin, we headed to our assigned area. It was a passage located on the outskirts, less than 2 meters away from the next team. It's been a while since I've slept on the first floor. Still, being true explorers, we laid our sleeping bags on the ground and settled in without complaint. Everyone knew how lucky we were just to have a place to sleep. Drea wore. As soon as Einar lay down, she started snoring. For some reason, hearing that reminded me of all the tasks I had to do. I needed to check today's loot, inspect the equipment that had been covered in lava, and clean my body, soaked in blood and sweat. Oh, and I needed to find out what happened with Tasselin. There's a mountain of tasks ahead, despite having done so much already. I'll forget it, I'll do it tomorrow. As soon as I closed my eyes, I felt the strength drain from my body. It felt like sinking into water. As my consciousness slowly faded into sleep, I heard Misha's voice beside me. "Bjorn, you did well." From the other side, I heard Raven's voice too. "Yes, you really did a great job." Even admin spoke awkwardly. "Rest, Jandel." Only then did it hit me. Snore. The exceptionally long first day had finally ended. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 216. Orcules, a notorious criminal group that rebelled against the royal family. Only a few decades old, this group has committed numerous acts of terror and crime, spreading its notorious reputation far and wide. The royal family placed a substantial bounty on their heads and began the hunt. But due to their secretive movements, only 7 have been taken down so far. 7 of those bastards have come. Marco Elbin, the captain of the 3rd Royal Knights, could not hide his anxiety after hearing his subordinates report. As soon as the situation erupted, he swiftly formed a safe zone in the center and declared a state of emergency, taking command. His first action was gathering information. He sent a reconnaissance team towards the 2nd floor portal, which could potentially be a breakthrough, and has not slept a wink, continuously verifying every piece of information from the front lines. As a result, 7 Orcules members were identified. The Screaming Witch, the Black Claw, and the Lighthouse Keeper. These 3 wreaked havoc around the safe zone, while the remaining 4 blocked the portal to the 2nd floor. This was their plan from the beginning. Elbin clenched his fist tightly, showing his frustration. While the 3 mentioned earlier are formidable, the other 4 are the real obstacles. The Corpse Collector, infamous for his gruesome and cruel acts. The Ruined Scholar, once the head of a great school, turned criminal after dabbling in forbidden magic. The Blood Knight, who gained fame by killing the former captain of the 1st Royal Knights. And lastly, the traitor, the one who gathered these madmen and formed Orcules, creating countless notorious and bloody histories with his own hands. The 4 who represent the group are all here. However, Orcules is not the only threat. Numerous prominent criminals who fled to Nork are also here, making it impossible to assure victory even with full force. Eventually, Elbin broke the long silence. "I'm withdrawing the plan to break through to the 2nd floor." His words brought a heavy silence upon the hall. A knight struggled to speak. "The 3rd day is about to begin." "I know, but now that the Ruined Scholar is confirmed to be here, the portal is likely useless anyway." "In that case," Elbin closed and reopened his eyes, shaking off any distractions. "A commander must make decisions. Gather the mages who can use dimensional magic as discreetly as possible. He must make the necessary decisions, no matter the sacrifice." I opened my eyes and checked the clock. 0:17. Another day had passed, and it was now the 3rd day. Nothing significant happened yesterday. I checked the loot we obtained on the way. Found an explorer with repair abilities to fix our broken equipment. Took turns standing guard as a team. After finishing the guard duty, I roamed around to gather information. I also heard about Tasselin. "Oh, you mean that guy?" I worked hard to get Misha to talk, but when she finally did, it wasn't anything special. She said he got a little carried away and lost his cool. He looked at all of us who were still alive and unleashed a barrage of offensive words. But it didn't last long. At that time, Aruru was really something. She saw you in that condition, unable to get treatment, and still dragged out by the knights. She yelled back at him, asking how he could say such things. I was getting cold sweats just listening to it. Raven can be scary when angry. It's still a mystery how such fierce energy comes from that small body. Anyway, that's all. Even Einar was so angry that she drew her sword, but Selin just disappeared. I appreciated my comrade's defense, but the more I heard, the grimmer my expression became. They don't know that I deliberately placed them behind to increase our survival chances, even if just a little. Why that face? It's nothing. I am just hungry. Selin's anger is justified. If I had arranged the formation purely for efficiency, more could have survived. But I didn't do that. Even though my teammates were more suitable for the rear, I placed everyone behind me where it was relatively safe. Selin probably realized this later, which is why he acted that way. Better keep to myself. After taking some time to wake up, I slowly got up and organized my sleeping bag. Although busy, the second day was peaceful compared to the intense first day. But that ends today. Mr. Jandel? Raven rubbed her eyes and poked her head out, awakened by the noise. Did I wake you? Sorry. No, I just couldn't sleep. Are you going back to sleep? Raven fully sat up from her sleeping bag at my question. What about you, Mr. Jandel? Aren't you going back to sleep? I couldn't sleep either. So you were planning to stand guard by yourself? I chuckled and admitted it. It was funny to deny when we were in the same situation. It's already the third day. From the third day onward, a layer lord can be summoned. The condition is simply having 5 or more people gathered. Of course, it's a random chance, and with over 10,000 explorers on the first floor, the likelihood of one appearing in front of us is low, but just in case, I am this team's tank. Even if a layer lord appears, I must buy time for my comrades to escape. Home dash. Suddenly, the ground shook slightly, and the colorless crystals embedded in the cave walls emitted a brilliant light. The light was blood red. Mr. Jandel, It meant a layer lord had appeared somewhere. What's going on? My teammates, including Einar, woke up one after another. The same went for the other explorers camping nearby. I calmly reassured my comrades. Don't panic. Luckily, it seems it didn't spawn nearby. A layer lord on the first floor inevitably causes a commotion. Since there's no such noise, it's safe to assume it's quite far away. Everyone, go back to sleep. But I'll wake you if anything happens. You just finished your guard duty, right? You're just as tired as we are. I dozed off a bit earlier, so I'm fine. Even though I wasn't sure if I could sleep myself, I forced my teammates back into their sleeping bags, making them close their eyes. It's crucial to recover our strength. About 20 minutes passed. Home. The crystals that had been illuminating the area went dark, as if their batteries had died. It meant that the layer lord had been defeated. Of course, it was too early to be completely relieved. Unlike the upper-level lords, which have long respawn times ranging from months to years, this one can be respawned multiple times. Do you think we'll be okay? Don't worry. It takes just 30 decent explorers to take down a first-floor tier lord. In our current situation, it'll be dealt with quickly no matter where it appears. This is actually the main reason why I fought so hard to join the royal forces after that grueling journey. Staying here meant safety from the layer lords. Even if one appeared right in front of us, I could hold out for a bit and help it arrive soon. Then I'll leave this place to you. Where are you going? Just to gather some information. If that's the case, I'll come with you. That would be a waste of manpower. If you can't sleep, stand watch for me. I firmly rejected Raven's offer to join. As soon as the first layer lord was defeated, I left my assigned area and moved toward the center. The layer lord's respawn time is 6 hours. I planned to walk around during that time, checking for any peculiarities. There wasn't much else to do. North 172 to 21. I navigated using the markings the royal forces had painted on the walls to distinguish the terrain, all the while listening to the conversations of the explorers around me. Did you hear? It happened in the southern passage. Are you talking about where the layer lord appeared? Yes, they say around 20 people died before reinforcements arrived. Damn, why couldn't it appear where those underground city bastards are? Conversations with explorers in similar situations to mine weren't always reliable, but they couldn't be completely ignored either. It was excellent for gauging public opinion. I don't know how long we'll be stuck here. Indeed, in the last speech they said they would open the way to the second floor portal soon, but it's already the third day. The fact that things are so quiet makes me more anxious. As expected, the explorers were suspicious of the leadership for not providing any updates since the first day. I shared the same sentiment. It's about time they made a decision. If a layer lord is dealt with every 6 hours, that means a total of 8 tier lords will be defeated in 2 days. In other words, by the 5th day, that thing will inevitably appear. With large clans, and even the royal knight captains here, they must know this too. So, why haven't they taken any action yet? I was dying to know what was discussed in the tent where the meeting was held when we arrived. They must realize this is what Nork is aiming for. Why are they just holding out here? I thought they would definitely open the path and move to the second floor. Thud, thud. The more I pondered, the faster my steps became. As I walked, I encountered a familiar face. The guy who first discovered the backpack duplication bug and spread it within the tribe. Karen, great warrior, Bjorn, son of Jandel. Karen, recognizing me first, got up and ran toward me excitedly. Meeting you here must be fate. You are destined to lead us. Though a bit taken aback, I was glad to see him, so I returned his enthusiastic greeting in the barbarian way. And then I asked what I was curious about. But who are these people with you? Warriors I met here. You met them here? I was puzzled. The barbarian backpack duplication bug was already patched long ago. While it became known among explorers, the biggest factor was the introduction of identification tags, causing the number of lower-rank explorers to dwindle. It cost 70,000 stones to get an identification tag. So I knew Karen had joined a third-floor team not long ago. Where's your team? Oh, they died on the way here. The soldiers introduced me to other lone warriors. Fucking soldiers. Forming a party of 5 barbarian warriors. They must have just grouped them together out of convenience. Is it really you? The little Balkan. It's an honor to meet you. I am Draven, the second son of Verox. Oh yeah, nice to meet you too. After briefly greeting the excited barbarians who recognized my name, I continued my conversation with Karen. Since I had seen them, I couldn't just leave them behind. Instead of staying here, how about joining our side? I gave an offer to Karen. Can we really do that? Just from their tags and gear, I could tell they were warriors from at least the 3rd floor. Having them with us would definitely be beneficial. Most importantly, they were trustworthy. Of course. I told the grateful Karen where our team was stationed. I will inform the administrators on my way. Go there first. If you see a mage, politely mention that I sent you. Understood. Oh, if you're not sure of the way, ask the nearby explorers. If you keep them from sleeping by yelling, they'll answer just to shut you up. Got it? Truly wise. Just as I was about to leave, having sent Karen and his party on their way, a deep male voice stopped me. Bjorn Jandel. Turning my head, I saw someone I didn't want to encounter. Tesselin Arbanon. He was with some unfamiliar explorers. Of course he had lost all his comrades on his way here. In the silence, Tesselin stared at me. The slight tremor in his jaw showed he was struggling to hold something back. I spoke first. I heard what happened while I was gone. Do you resent me? I asked him. Tesselin neither nodded nor shook his head. He just stood there enduring as he looked at me. It took a while before he finally answered. No, I don't resent you. Unexpected words. Tesselin slowly opened his mouth, pouring out his emotions. I kept thinking, because that was all I could do. Why did this happen to me? Why could you all laugh and say it was fortunate while Lena died? If those bastards hadn't run away, would Lena still be alive? More importantly, I wondered if you really didn't see this coming. So, did you reach a conclusion? I don't know. You were the one most injured. You did the hardest job. There was no guarantee your comrades would be safe either. Is there ever truly a guaranteed safe situation? I just did my best to increase our chances of survival, even a little. So, I shouldn't have followed you. It felt like a sharp blade scraping something out of me. But, Tesselin continued, it was my decision to follow you. I was the one who voted for you to be the leader. When that woman said she could use multi-teleportation magic, it was me who did nothing but watch. Self-loathing. Seeing him place all the blame on himself, I was overwhelmed with indescribable emotions. So, I don't resent you. I see. What should I say in a situation like this? I couldn't even offer clumsy words of comfort. But did he sense my hesitation? Don't pity me. Tesselin ended the conversation and sat back down. One day, you'll feel the same as I do. His gaze no longer met mine. He just stared at the ground. I realized our conversation was over. Thud, thud. So I resumed my journey. Tesselin didn't call out to me again. How much time had passed? The passage widened, leading to the central area. I first sought out the administrative officer to inform him that Karen's group would be joining us. Team Apple Narek the Northern District's outer passage, correct? Confirmed. With that, my business was concluded. Just as I was about to turn around, I heard a metallic clink. A knight emerged from the barracks and glanced at me while heading towards the administrative officer who had helped me earlier. He then mentioned 6 different schools. Ah yes, you mean the mages from those schools? I'll check the roster. Not only recruiting priests, but also mages? That thought crossed my mind at first. Delta, Sparus, Jackard. As I pondered over the schools the knight had mentioned, I noticed a common thread. Dimensional magic. Mages of rank 4 or higher from those schools could open a dimension gate for up to 30 people. The moment I realized this, my heart pounded with a sense of foreboding. The conversation I had recently replayed in my mind, denying it was pointless. A great commander does not make perfect choices. He makes the choices he has to. If it were him, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon it. Those he deemed low priority. All of them. Enjoy your weekends. See you on Monday. Surviving the Game as a Barbarian, Episode 217. A unique type of magic handled by only a few schools. In this game, filled with countless annihilation flags, there's no need to explain just how overpowered this magic is. The ability to return to the city without having to wait for the labyrinth to close? Isn't this the ultimate survival skill? Well, it's not without its limitations. For one, its countermeasures in PvP combat are well known, making it difficult to use as an escape tactic during battles. Additionally, it can only be used by up to 30 people. This is why upper-level explorations are almost always composed of groups of 30. More importantly, once used, the mage can never use that spell again. For reference, this is different from the game. In the original game, only archmages who have reached the highest rank could use the Dimensional Gate spell. If they did use it, that mage was guaranteed to die. However, this world is 150 years in the future from the game's timeline. The 6 schools possessing the knowledge of the Dimensional Gate spell jointly researched and developed a method allowing lower-ranked mages to use it. I'm not a mage, so I don't know the details, but I do know that it's a method that allows a mage to use it only once in their lifetime. Given the current situation, there wouldn't be any mages refusing to use the Dimensional Gate spell. So, how many people have entered the labyrinth? Quite a few, I would say. Large clans prioritize recruiting mages who can use the Dimensional Gate, and those schools also encourage mages with remaining uses of the spell to join explorations. But even if they scrape together every last one, it won't be more than 150 people. Realistically, fewer than 4,500 people will escape this hell using the Dimensional Gate. Excluding the Royal Knights and the elite of large clans who have their own mages, it's safe to say the rest are all abandoned. The more I fleshed out the numbers, the more I realized how ridiculous this was. This is different from the incident with the 3rd floor just in terms of numbers. At least 10,000 explorers will die. Knowing this, they made such a decision. Pushing aside the overwhelming feeling, I tried to continue my reasoning calmly. This might be the most important thing right now. Why did the Knight Commander make this decision? They must have judged that the path to the 2nd floor is blocked, or at least in a state no different from being blocked. Leaving the 1st floor is impossible. No, it might be possible, but it would result in more sacrifices than simply having a few escape via the Dimensional Gate. So the Knight Commander made this decision, believing that preserving as much strength as possible and returning to the city was the strategically correct choice. We meet again. Startled by the sudden sound behind me, I quickly turned and froze. Phew, what a surprise. You said your name was Bjorn Jandel, right? I wasn't too sure when he appeared, but the Knight Commander was standing behind me. His name was Marco Elbin. Quite a memory for a barbarian. Normally, I would have retorted sharply, but this time I responded smoothly. Thank you for the compliment. After all, he's the highest authority here. Just having a brief opportunity to speak with him one-on-one was an incredible stroke of luck. After much deliberation, I decided to ask him directly, like a true barbarian. I heard you're looking for mages who can use the Dimensional Gate. Are you planning to escape? This question was crucial to confirm the facts. As soon as he heard my question, his eyes turned cold. In this respect, you are very much a barbarian. Others might have noticed but wouldn't have dared to ask me directly. As you can see, being a barbarian has its perks. As I stared into his eyes, he asked back, "Where did you hear that?" That was enough for me. So it's true after all. I wondered if there might be another strategy. I overheard a knight giving orders to an administrative officer. Careless. Or maybe they let their guard down thinking you're just a barbarian. From the look in his eyes, it seemed that Knight wouldn't get away unscathed, but that wasn't my concern. I was about to continue with my main point. Maybe you're smarter than I thought. He continued with a peculiar look in his eyes. Since it's come to this, I'll tell you. I've heard about the composition of your team through the administrative officers. You've been investigating me? I found you interesting, that's all. Interest, huh? Is this a positive variable or the opposite? In the end, it was both. I can take you and a mage with me. Just promise to serve the Royal Army for a year. He offered me a ticket for the Dimensional Gate. The problem was, it was only for 2 people. What about the others? You know what needs to be done? Shit, my teammates don't meet the standards. I thought I had trained them well over the past few months. So, what will you do? I stood at a crossroads. I'd like an answer now. We don't have much time. My life and one teammate's life. Or a gamble with everyone's lives on the line. Can you win? Don't worry. I'll make sure we all get out alive. A fleeting conversation from the past flashed through my mind. I answered without hesitation. Primedon tabandun malasia cumbradas. Maybe I really have become a barbarian to the core. The 2nd-tier lord has been defeated. The 3rd-tier lord has been defeated. The 4th-tier lord has been defeated. The 5th-tier lord has been defeated. Time passed. I kept my conversation with the Knight Commander strictly confidential. Keep the talk about the Dimensional Gate to yourself if you value your comrades. His threat was a threat, but I didn't feel the need to share it. The news would spread soon enough without my help. And indeed it did. Mr. Jandel, you heard the rumors, right? It's impossible to silence thousands of mouths, especially when they're not a tightly knit group. The Knight Commander's plan to escape via the dimensional gate spread quickly, reaching Raven's ears in no time. Yeah, I know. What are you going to do? Do you think it's just a rumor too? Raven's question drew the attention of Mr. Bear and Misha. They had clearly discussed this before coming to me. Well, they might be the only ones who hadn't noticed the ominous tension in the air. Karen, you can't even lift that great sword. Can you still call yourself a man? I can lift it. Look. Oh, then you're half a man. The barbarians had been passing around an adamantium greatsword for nearly an hour, having a good time. Sometimes I envy their carefreeness. They can move forward without a shred of doubt. Jandel? Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought for a moment. I forced a bright smile and patted Raven on the shoulder. Don't worry about the rumors. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. I'll make sure of it. So I just want them to move forward without doubt. It's enough for me to constantly question and worry about the traps and enemies ahead. Why are you so unnecessarily positive? That's what being a leader means. All right. Just stop patting my shoulder. I wrapped up the conversation and closed my eyes, lost in thought again. Recently, my mind had been consumed by one thing. How can we all return alive? I've agonized over this thousands of times, crafted countless plans and discarded many, and meticulously examined each plan for potential variables and errors. It has to be perfect. If plan A fails, then plan B. If that doesn't work, then plan C. Whenever I had a moment, I ran simulations from start to finish, preparing for the worst possible scenarios. How much time had passed? A faint tremor emerged from the ground, signaling we were nearing the critical point. That's the 8th one already. This marked the summoning of the 8th Lord. This had been going on for several days, so neither Raven nor anyone else showed much reaction. They didn't know, after all, what happens when the 9th Lord is defeated. Even though such rumors are circulating, there are no signs of protest because most people think it's nonsense. From an average person's perspective, there is no reason for the leaders to escape using the dimensional gate. They don't have the information about that. Judging by the screams, it seems close by. Stay alert, everyone. It might come this way. We prepared for any eventuality, waiting for the tier lord to be defeated. Just then, we heard movement from the rear corridor. Make way, everyone. Stick to the walls. A group pushed through the narrow passage like an ambulance on an emergency run, moving swiftly. As we hugged the walls, they brushed past like the wind. They're the Aramel Star clan, a well-known large clan. Seeing them move in the direction of the screams, it seemed they were heading to deal with the tier lord. With the reinforcements gone, it should be dark again soon. The first floor tier lords could be defeated by a team of 30 explorers from the 7th floor. With the right strategy, even fewer could suffice. I smiled bitterly. Why do they bother taking down the tier lords if they're just going to abandon everyone anyway? The first floor tier lords don't drop any significant loot. No essence, and the byproducts obtained through distortion magic aren't particularly valuable. The only reward for defeating them is the promotion to a proper 4th grade clan, which comes with benefits. Thus, it was mostly used as a test. When a group reached a certain level, they would defeat a tier lord as a rite of passage. Could it be guilt? Like, we did our best until the end? I wondered briefly, but concluded that there must be more practical reasons. By acting as if they were doing their duty until the end, those left behind wouldn't suspect anything. Kaya. After about 20 more minutes, a distant roar echoed, and the glowing red crystal dimmed. It signified the tier lord's defeat. Starting tomorrow, it's the 5th day. Just 2 more days to hold on. I checked the time occasionally, continually reviewing my plans. How much time had passed? 22:07. It had been about 2 hours since the 8th Lord was defeated. Or rather, damn it, only 4 hours remained until the hellish scenario would unfold. Everyone run inside. The rumors were true. The royals are abandoning us and escaping. Stop them. A commotion erupted from deep inside the cave. At that moment, in the center were the camps of the large clans and the royal knights were situated. You bastards, move. Get out of the way. Step back, explorer, or I will cut you down. We're going to die either way. /dash. Thud roll. An explorer's head fell to the ground. Anyone else want to try? The knight's threatening words made them hesitate for a moment. What are you doing? Push through. I'm getting out. I'm getting out of here. Af. My arm. My arm. Desperate explorers, blinded by survival, rushed in like moths to a flame. This scene unfolded simultaneously in every passage connected to the center. The real enemy is out there, but they choose to shed meaningless blood. Marco Elbin clicked his tongue and turned to his lieutenant. How's the progress? Just over half have escaped. Half is taking much longer than planned. If they had all used the dimensional gate magic at once to escape to the city, there would have been no such commotion. However, due to the nature of the dimensional gate magic, which absorbs surrounding mana, they had to use the spell sequentially. It's almost our turn. Let's leave this to the remaining knights and go, Captain. Marco Elbin followed his lieutenant to the center. A new dimensional gate was opening, emitting a brilliant light. Home dash! Marco Elbin erased all lingering feelings and slowly walked towards the portal. Please, take me with you. Af. With each step, the sounds of desperate screams and clashing weapons filled the air. Clink, clink. Marco Elbin paused before the portal. A conversation from 2 days ago suddenly came to mind. Idonte abandun Malasia cumbradas. He was quite an impressive fellow. Barbarian, yet not barbarian. Slightly disappointing, too. I misjudged you. I didn't think you would make such a wrong choice. He lost interest in the barbarian. He had made the offer out of sheer whim. Yet he didn't take the chance. Keep the talk about the dimensional gate to yourself, if you value your comrades. He intended to leave with just that threat. But at that moment, you feel guilty. The barbarian had said something strange. Guilty? That's why you were disappointed when I refused your offer. At first, he didn't understand. But then the cold voice cut through his thoughts. You wanted to be reassured that your choice wasn't wrong through me. Marco Elbin couldn't refute it. He hadn't realized it, but he thought it might be true. Knight, I am different from you. Don't use me to absolve your feelings. That was the end of their conversation. They would never see each other or talk again. Captain, we must go. Marco Elbin looked ahead. Unlike the dark labyrinth, the city beyond the portal was brightly lit. The only city in this cursed world. The place they must protect at all costs. The last bastion. For Rafdonia. He stepped into the portal. It was the choice he had to make. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Then I reminded myself, the moment of execution has come. So, do what must be done. I opened my eyes. Everyone follow me. We're moving to the center. Huh, what are we going to do there? What else? By the time we arrive, various abandoned talents from different groups will be in despair. First, I need to match the size. I need to gather strength. That's the first step to survival. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 218. I'm sorry. The battle ended the moment an explorer closed his eyes tightly and stepped through the dimensional gate. The reason was simple. There were knights still dotting the passageways, keeping the explorers at bay. Surrender. The knight's captain ordered. What? But we haven't prepared the dimensional gate magic to escape yet. The dimensional gate just now was the last one. I'm sorry to all of you. See, Captain, what are you saying? Aya! As one of the knights lowered his sword, the explorers rushed in, trampling the knight and pummeling him with their fists. Speak! What did you mean by that? The last dimensional gate. The knight endured all the violence. Even as his teeth were knocked out and blood vessels burst in his eyes, he answered their question. It's exactly as I said. You crazy bastard. So you knew you'd be abandoned. And yet, someone had to stay behind. Your anger is justified. So please, vent it on me. I still have enough worth left for that. For Rafdonia's Eseka, some knights surrendered, while others resisted to the end, swinging their swords. But the result was the same. The explorers, with their sheer numbers, broke through the knights' lines and mercilessly unleashed their despair and rage. Of course, the explorers knew. They knew that these knights were in the same situation and could become valuable allies. But they needed someone to vent their immediate emotions on. This scene was happening all over the central area. Af! What's wrong with you? Don't push. In one passageway, a barbarian easily pushed through the dense crowd and appeared. And then, hey knight. Grabbing the wrist of an explorer who was beating a knight, he spoke. Killing is not allowed. I'll let go of me. This is a problem. What? These bastards abandoned us. Are you in league with him? At that moment, the barbarian's fist slammed into the face of the fiercely resisting explorer. Thud dash! The explorer's body collapsed powerlessly. I told you this is a problem, the barbarian said, exhaling roughly. Silence fell instantly. No explorer approached the knight anymore. At least not in that vicinity. The situation in the central area was not much different from what I had expected. Except for one thing, I never imagined there would be so many knights left. It was a fortunate miscalculation. Though they wouldn't take orders from me, they were still valuable assets. Just having them breathing and wandering around in this cave would serve as good bait from my perspective. Mr. Jandel, my companions appeared, following the path I had cleared. Oh, since you're here, could you take care of this? What? I mean, keep them alive. After entrusting the half-dead knights to my companions, I left the passage and headed towards the central area of the cave. Af! Stop! With each step, screams echoed from all directions. Most were from the knights. Yes, they're human too. It hurts like hell to get hit. Shittle. Raging anger erupted. Meanwhile, some had retreated from the scene of violence, sitting in a daze, overwhelmed by despair. They were the ones who found even their anger meaningless. We're all going to die. Cecilia, I'm sorry, They had accepted their deaths as inevitable. Among them were those wearing the marks of major clans. They were in teams or gathered in groups of 1 or 2. Well, even a large clan couldn't make sure everyone got out safely. Even the knights were abandoned. They must have been the ones with the lowest priority. Tickets were limited. Stop it. No matter what, it doesn't change anything. They are in the same situation as us. Occasionally, there were voices trying to quell the anger. These voices fell into 2 categories. Those who raised their voices in defense of morality and humanity, relying strictly on emotion. And, are you all crazy? If this continues, we're all going to die. Those who hadn't yet given up hope. They set aside their anger, trying rationally to halt the atrocities being committed. In a way, I belonged to this latter group. They were the ones who could be most helpful to me in the current situation. Step. I finally stopped walking. In front of me was a monument I had seen many times before. The one and only structure in the labyrinth, erected to honor the achievements of the last great sage, Diflun Grondel Gavrilius. In commemoration of that great first step, this monument held a hidden piece. It allowed access to the first-floor rift. However, escaping through the rift was not an option. Not only did I lack the required level 8 mana stone, even if we had one, it would be useless. The last time the rift opened was a month ago. I had thought it more beneficial to continue exploring the 5th floor, so I avoided opening it. And, of course, it naturally opened. Well, there is no point regretting it now. Ahem. I cleared my throat with a cough. But I wasn't particularly worried. Besides their exceptional physical abilities, barbarians have a distinct characteristic. Their unique, booming voice. Stop! A shout amplified by gigantification. Even in the chaotic situation, my voice was loud enough to reach everyone's ears. For a moment, everyone stopped and turned their attention to me. Of course, it didn't last long. The explorers looked at me with expressions that said, "Who is this guy?" before losing interest. So, this much isn't enough. Honestly, I didn't have high expectations. This isn't some comic book where things work out perfectly. Bjorn, son of Jandel, the Little Balkan. Whether they ignored me or not, I continued to shout. Barbarian rule number 1. If your voice doesn't reach them, it's because it wasn't loud enough. Therefore, if there are any of my kin here, repeat my words. I call for support. I wasn't the only barbarian here. Little Balkan, son of Jandel, Bjorn, great warrior. This is the directive of the acting tribe chief. Follow it. Bethel Ra. Starting with Karen and Einar's cries, barbarians scattered throughout the cave roared in unison. The barbarians had been watching me ever since I shouted. They didn't know what I was planning, but as fellow tribesmen, they felt compelled to help. I repeat, everyone stop. When I shouted, they echoed. I repeat, everyone stop. I repeat, everyone stop. I repeat, everyone stop. Once again, the crowd halted and focused on me. If I had shouted alone until my throat gave out, it might have been different. But with the same shout echoing from all directions like a public announcement, curiosity was inevitable. Who are you to tell us to stop? This is all because of these bastards, and you want us to stop? Still, the negative sentiment prevailed. Many were still engulfed in anger, beating up the knights. So I kept shouting, I repeat, everyone stop, like a simple-minded barbarian, saying the same thing repeatedly, steadfastly, endlessly repeating it until my demand was met. After about 10 shouts, I repeat, everyone stop. Someone shut that guy up. The never-ending arrows of anger eventually targeted me. If you side with the royals, you die too. An explorer charged at me. Protect the acting tribe chief. The barbarian warriors rushed to defend me. But I stopped them. Stop. We must not fight among ourselves. The straightforward barbarians halted at my shout. But the explorer charging at me didn't. Whoosh. The explorer swung his sword at me, as if facing a mortal enemy. Clang. Judging by his equipment, I had roughly expected it, but my body didn't get a single scratch. Of course, an ordinary iron sword couldn't penetrate. Oh! I didn't block or dodge. I just stood still and took it with my body. The difference in skill was apparent from that alone. Perhaps realizing this too late? The excitement faded, and his head cooled as he looked at me with fear, stepping back. Where do you think you're going? I grabbed his shoulder and pulled him close. Then I asked, do you want to live? I asked if you want to live. If you're going to die anyway, why are you running away? I shouted at him, and the explorer, pale with fear, replied, Who wouldn't want to live? It was exactly what I wanted to hear. especially since everyone was already looking this way due to his outburst. I let go of his shoulder. Then run away, if you think you can survive that way. The explorer, now free, didn't turn and run. Or rather, he couldn't. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. But he still had some strength left, shouting in frustration. Then what should we do? What should you do? How many times have I said it already? I took my eyes off him, and once again I looked around and shouted. I repeat, everyone stop. My life as a barbarian taught me. Persistence becomes resilience. As long as you don't give up first. For a very brief moment, there was silence. It was truly a miraculous thing. All the barbarian did was shout. He didn't use violence, he just kept shouting. At first, it seemed like a foolish act. No matter how many times he shouted, the current chaos wouldn't subside. So he had decided to step back with his clan members, thinking they would regain their senses and come up with a plan after all the knights were dead. But, astonishing, the one-sided violence against the knights had nearly stopped. This was the result of one barbarian. How was such a thing possible? The exact reason was still unclear. One could only speculate. As the saying goes, words have power. Perhaps the barbarian's words carried even greater power. Just as one action can leave a deeper impression than 100 words. Perhaps people found hope in that seemingly foolish persistence. He chuckled. Or maybe, watching that foolishness repeatedly restored their reason. Like how a serious conversation can be disrupted by a silly joke. Of course, this was just speculation. The true reason remained unknown. Maybe they were just curious about what the barbarian wanted to say. But one thing was clear. That barbarian achieved what he could not. A rank 5 explorer, the Little Balkan, despite his lesser power and influence compared to himself. He did it. Vice leader. Yes, sir. Standing by and watching is over. If anyone near you attacks a knight, stop them. The man ordered the vice commander. Then he started walking. Captain, where are you going? I want to hear what that barbarian has to say. Whether he's just a fool, or... The vice commander tilted his head, but the man said nothing more. He found it amusing himself. But, everyone stop. That man is right. Let's calm down and put our heads together. Just as he had done, people who had been standing by began to raise their voices and show themselves from various passages. Thump. For some reason, his heart pounded. The man looked at the monument. I repeat, everyone stop. The barbarian was still shouting. His tribesmen echoed his call. Everyone stop. Even those unrelated to him were now shouting. Seeing this, the man couldn't help but think. From now on, anyone causing trouble will be considered an enemy. It was like a scene from a heroic tale he had read as a child. A person approached. I am Melterpend, the leader of the Nartel clan. If you have a solution to this situation, I want to hear it. Next was a woman. I'm Racy Nered of the Handel Church. I came to thank you for stopping this tragedy. The third was a mage. I am a battle mage of Rafdonia. For the record, I wasn't abandoned. I stayed by choice. That commander didn't sit well with me. More people continued to gather. Priests, mages, clan leaders, vice commanders, team leaders, or individuals. Those who were abandoned or chose to stay. Isn't it time to stop shouting? Everyone is waiting to hear what you have to say. Tell us, do you really have a solution? Or were you just saying not to kill the knights out of pity? Is the barbarian-esque method of just keep doing it unbeatable? Having achieved what I wanted, I stopped my mindless, repetitive shouting. It's nice to meet you all. I am Bjorn, son of Jandel. Finally, the conditions were right for dialogue. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 219. The central area, now as wide as a plaza. Before ending gigantfication, I take one more look around. This kind of looks like Gwangwaman Square. Thousands of explorers crowded together, all staring at the same place. But how many are there, exactly? I couldn't even begin to estimate. Add in the crowds in the center and those still beyond the passage. The number is staggering. It is me again. There is such a difference between the numbers we hear about or read about and the numbers we see with our own eyes. Would that bastard have made a different decision if he saw this? The thought crosses my mind, but I quickly dismiss it. It's a pointless assumption, and not something to worry about now. Bethel, Rhea, I asked to talk. So why are you suddenly yelling? Just felt like it. To be precise, gathering this many people had made me nervous. But shouting made me feel better. I am a barbarian. There is nothing in this world I can't do. Everyone listen up. In the silence, which was hard to believe given the size of the crowd, all eyes turned to me. It's a bit embarrassing. Let's put our heads together. With this many people, there must be someone smart among us. I say, putting on my poker face. I already have plans from 1 to 10, but it would look suspicious to reveal everything in front of so many people. Huh, that's it. The people who had been listening to me with bated breath looked dumbfounded. Disappointment was evident on some faces. What was I expecting from a barbarian? The only downside of being a barbarian unable to lead situations with intelligence and strategy. Then again, stopping a fight like I just did would have been impossible without being a barbarian. Well, then why were you yelling so hard earlier? A wise warrior vents anger in the right place. This is not where we should be shedding blood. Well, I understand what you're trying to say, but the explorers seemed unsure of what to say. I stubbornly stick to my guns. I've achieved the goal of saving the night. And more than that, creating an environment for everyone to talk and leaving a deep impression on them. The first goal is fully achieved. He's not wrong. We all have a role to play, and he has done more than anyone else by stopping the senseless bloodshed and allowing us to gather here. The middle-aged man who had introduced himself as a battle mage looked at me in agreement. He must have taken a liking to me. A role? That reminds me of a line in the theory of monarchy. The role of a monarch is not to fight, but to create the will to fight. Ah, I didn't expect to meet someone here who has read that book. Nice to meet you. I'm darkened of the Nartel clan. Lord Kyle. Oh, you know about me? You're quite famous. The two exchange a brief, friendly conversation. This isn't good. We didn't have time for bonding, and these were explorers who had already been abandoned once by the leaders. Seeing the two form their own bonds would surely make them anxious. Enough, let's get talking. Does anyone have unknown information? I deliberately interrupt, guiding the conversation back on track. For my plan, they need to discuss, and they need to move towards the conclusion I've already reached, even if it's a bit of a hassle for me. First, we need to understand why the royal side abandoned us, Melterpin said, breaking the silence as no one else spoke. Right? We had no problems holding out until now, so why did they? The biggest contradiction of the current situation. Those angry at being abandoned were now regaining their composure and expressing doubts. With so many people gathered, the answer came quickly. It's probably because of the tier lords. It was the battle mage Kal who spoke. Tier lords? But we've been managing the tier lords well so far. We have. But the commander likely feared what would appear after the 9th tier lord is defeated. What? The Abyss Lord Berserk. That's another tier lord, known by that name. Most of them were confused, having never heard the name before, so Kyle gave them a brief description of the Abyss Lord. This monster is the reason why we must report to the guild and get approval before dealing with the first floor tier lord. That is how much of a disaster this creature is. So, it's something that even hundreds of knights and large clans together couldn't handle? No, not to that extent. But, Kyle trails off, gazing into the distance. We're not alone in this cave. Nork and Rafdonia, and the Abyss Lord Berserk. The commander must have calculated that if we engage Verzak, Nork will surely interfere. Now that you mention it, there haven't been any significant attacks since the first day. Damn, so this was their plan from the start. It's a kind of elimination game. Using Berserk to inflict massive damage on each other, a mutual destruction tactic. That's why the commander chose to retreat. Elite explorers and knights are invaluable and hard to replace quickly. He aimed to protect at least them, for the damned royal family. Wait, then it's strange. If they knew something that dangerous would appear, why didn't they try to move to the 2nd floor earlier? An explorer points out the contradiction. This was something I, too, had pondered deeply, but the answer was surprisingly simple. I think I can answer that. This time, it was the priestess from the Handel Church who spoke up. On the first day in the labyrinth, a scouting party was sent to the portal on the 2nd floor, and I heard this information while treating a knight who returned alive. Tell us quickly. The portal connected to the Western Rock Desert is unfortunately no longer usable. No longer usable? What do you mean? The Ruined Scholar. That cursed mage destroyed the portal. The mention of Orcule's most notorious criminal, the Ruined Mage, caused a stir among the crowd. In the midst of the commotion, I quietly gathered my thoughts. The West. So now the odds are 1 in 3? Valuable information indeed. If the West is blocked, can't we use another portal? Someone in the crowd shouted, but few echoed the sentiment. It's only logical. Although we haven't confirmed the other portals, the knight mentioned that it's highly likely the Ruined Scholar has already been there. So, yes, it means we are completely trapped here. After the priestess finished speaking, a heavy silence followed. But the discussion continued nonetheless. Those Nork bastards really thought this one through, huh? So what do we do now? Even without that Berserk monster, once they find out our key forces are gone, they'll surely attack. Explorers now participated more actively than before. However, no solutions emerged. They didn't have enough clues to devise a countermeasure. Aren't we thinking too narrowly? A seasoned warrior always anticipates the enemy's next move. I interjected occasionally, providing hints. They've been preparing for months for this day. Surely they have planned for the possibility of escaping through the portal. Frankly, it would be strange if they expected such a thing. That's true. It's certainly an insane strategy no ordinary person would think of. Some, including Battle Mage Kyle, didn't dismiss my words. That makes sense. Maybe their goal was to corner us and force us to use the portal. Yes, then the real war may not be this one, but the next. From now on, there will be few mages left in the city who can use dimensional gate magic. It could also be a strategy to exploit the internal conflict between the royal family and the explorers. If this spreads to the city, the simmering distrust towards the royal family will explode. But that only matters if we return alive. These were all questions I had pondered. Every scenario seemed plausible. I can't figure out their true aim. In this situation where no clear answer emerged, Battle Mage Kyle turned to me. What do you think? I believe your insight is crucial. What do you mean? You just pointed out the key issue. I'm curious about your warrior's intuition. I contemplated briefly. After much pondering and guessing, I had reached a conclusion. I couldn't be sure if it was right, but I think we were the target from the start. Oh, not the knights and large clans? Kyle responded with interest, but not everyone did. That's nonsense. If they knew that the cream of the crop, the knights, would use the gate, why use this strategy? They'd only lose out with a mutual destruction strategy by engaging with us. It was the guy who had been particularly hostile towards me throughout the discussion. I don't know why he's like that. Is it because he has no hair? I chuckled and spoke. Why assume they plan to die with us? They can just retreat to the upper floors. As I said before, they can leave one portal intact and escape through it. This was a conclusion I reached. In a world full of efficiency enthusiasts, this made the most sense if I were the enemy leader. It benefits them the most. They deplete the city's dimensional gate resources, weaken the royal family's influence, and, most importantly, even without key forces, they could wipe out thousands of explorers without spilling a drop of their blood. With the core forces gone, we can't defeat Berserk even if we try. Perhaps it was hard for them to accept. It can't be that simple. The guy, who was briefly at a loss for words, started to mindlessly refute. Or rather, he was about to. I see, you thought the same. Battle Mage Kyle nodded. What? He had an idea and still asked me? Somehow I felt uneasy, but I kept quiet. TCH, this is why I didn't want to stand out too much. Still, he seemed to be testing my abilities rather than doubting me, which was somewhat reassuring. Just then, a commotion began outside. I couldn't hear the noise clearly due to the distance, but it didn't take long for the news to reach us. Captain, what is it? The Nork forces blocking the passage have disappeared. Kyle looked at me and smiled wryly. It seems our thoughts were correct. We need to hurry now. Knowing Nork's plan, it wasn't hard to devise a countermeasure. Even if it wasn't a perfect one, at least we knew what needed to be done. We need to move to the second floor. But do you know where it is? At least we've confirmed it's not in the west. Let's split into 3 groups and search. We split into 3 groups and ran towards the second floor portals. Of course, that wasn't the end. Even if we get up there, there will be enemies waiting for us. One challenge after another. But what else can we do? Isn't it better than dying here? From now on, it's everyone's own choice. Kyle spoke coldly, and no one voiced any objections. At least not around us. So how will we divide our forces? An explorer asked for a detailed strategy. Before Kyle, who had naturally taken the lead, could speak, I interrupted. Splitting into groups of about 300 seems best. With our already limited strength, splitting into 300? That makes no. Ugh, here he goes again. The terrain doesn't allow for effective fighting with too many people. This way is better. In technical terms, it means we'll engage in guerrilla warfare. I didn't spell it out, but everyone understood the underlying strategy. That makes sense. Not only will it help in combat, but splitting up increases the chances of survival. The monster's attention will be divided. Most of us will die if we encounter it anyway, so we'll serve as each other's bait to survive. A truly ruthless strategy, but everyone accepted it without objection. That's the good thing about being an explorer. No time wasted on sentimental talks. So, how do we organize the groups? Do it however you want. I'm not planning to be under anyone. Fine, we don't have much time anyway. As soon as the rough plan was laid out, one explorer concluded the conversation and left. He was the leader of some unknown mid-sized clan. This sparked a frenzy. The Red Light clan is here. Anyone who wants to escape this damn place, join me. Anyone of rank 6 or higher. Any number. Someone was recruiting allies. One of our team members is rank 7. Can we join any group? Someone was looking for a place to join. Amidst the commotion. Kyle, you're alone, right? Would you join our clan? Nartel clan's leader, Melter Pend, immediately tried to recruit the battle mage. TCH, I was going to approach him first. Seeing how well they chatted earlier, it seemed the mage wouldn't refuse. Before everyone's taken, I better start moving. Well, I'm off. See you alive. I made a brief farewell and turned away. I planned to go back to my comrades in the crowd and quickly recruit some capable members. As a lowly barbarian, gathering 300 people would be quite a task. With that in mind, I hurriedly walked away. Wait, what are your plans? Battle Mage Cal stopped me. You plan to lead a group, right? Of course. Then take me with you. Huh? Why? Just a hunch. I feel people will gather around you. You're trusting a hunch in a life or death situation? I glanced at Melter Pend, who had earlier offered to recruit him, and Kyle smiled. Would any sane mage willingly stay in this mess? Well, that's true. All right, looking forward to working with you. Gaining a high-ranking mage was a huge positive. It would help attract better members. Please take us with you. Before I could take a step, a group of knights approached me. The face of the leading knight was familiar. He was the one being beaten when we first arrived. 4 regular knights and 6 apprentice knights. We won't be a burden. Are they repaying a debt? Works for me. All right, follow me. The knights fell in line behind me. But before I could move another step, someone called out. Wait, it was Melter Pend, the leader of the Nartel clan. Is it because I took the mage right in front of him? He didn't seem like a petty person. Which direction are you heading? East. With the west blocked, east was the next best choice. Even if the first attempt fails, we can adjust and move north or south as needed. Coincidentally, we're heading the same way. How about we go together? I'm not planning to be under you. Don't worry. I'll follow your orders. What? This was unexpected. He didn't seem like the type to follow someone. What is this? A hidden camera prank? So, what's your answer? As long as you follow my orders. Then it's settled. Melter Pend and his clan members fell in line behind me. Honestly, I was stunned. I hadn't even started recruiting, and I already had several members. Bethel Rhea, follow the tribe chief. A few steps later, more barbarians rushed to join me. Well, that was expected. Mr. Irwin, where's your clan? My sister thinks it's safer with you. You'll take us, right? Of course. The elf sisters joined us, having been watching nearby. And that wasn't all. If you don't mind, we'd like to join you. A rank 4 team active on the 6th floor. We believe you can save the most people. The priestess who stayed to save lives. In times like these, a loyal guy is the most reliable. Take us with you. Even a famous dwarf clan from the city. Just walking, people kept coming up, asking to join me. See, didn't I tell you? People would gather around you. A mage's hunch is usually accurate. Kyle looked at me with a meaningful smile. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 220. Team Apple Narek S Mage, Raven. She was near the passage with her remaining comrades. The reason was simple. When the attack on the knights stopped, she tried to move to where her team leader was, but the dense crowd of thousands made it impossible to pass through. Einar, can you help? I can't see well from here. Just over 5 feet tall, well below the average height of a human woman. She perched on Einar's shoulder and watched the events unfold in the central area. The sound was too far away to reach her, but that didn't matter. She could resolve it with magic. What are they saying? It's almost over. They seem to be splitting into groups of 300 and clearing paths. Raven updated her companions in real time on what was happening in the center. She wasn't the only one doing so. Many other teams present were doing the same. Everyone had someone with abilities like magic or enhanced hearing. What about Bjorn? What is Bjorn saying? Well, it looks like he is trying to come this way. Oh, and the mage talked to him. It seems Mr. Jandel is trying to gather a team. Niang, I see. Misha nodded slowly, looking somewhat worried. It was understandable. We're heading north. Who will join me? Countless clans and teams were already shouting for their comrades. Among them were famous explorers and renowned clan leaders. 3 such clans had already formed an alliance. But Raven tried to stay optimistic. What are you all worried about? You know Mr. Jandel has a reputation too. Even if it takes some time, we can gather 300 people. This was clearly not her usual behavior. Normally, she analyzes the situation and tells it like it is. But if it were Mr. Jandel, he would probably do this. Following that barbarian, she learned something. A leader must not act solely on their whims. What? Raven froze without realizing it. What is wrong? Did something happen again? The mage said ELL followed Jandel. Really? That amazing mage? Yes, but Raven was bewildered. It was good news, but she couldn't understand why, leaving her uneasy. Someone like that could have gone to a much better place. Why would such a mage choose to join them? Unable to fathom the reason, she candidly shared her thoughts with her teammates. That mage said people would gather around Jandel, didn't he? I think I know what he meant. Mr. Bear spoke up. You do? Bjorn is special. You know that, don't you, Raven? Do I? Just as Raven asked in confusion, Einar shouted loudly. Bjorn Jandel is a great warrior. A great warrior. Hearing that, memories of the blood-tinted castle surfaced. In history, less than 10 barbarians officially received that title from the king. But at that time, she thought, watching the 2-month-old barbarian collapse as if falling asleep after finishing all his hard work. He might really inherit that title someday. Isn't that why you joined this team? That's right. Raven nodded obediently. Urukfright's words weren't wrong. If she hadn't sensed something special in that barbarian, she wouldn't have joined this team. He has a peculiar charisma that draws people in. After finishing the conversation with her teammates, Raven looked back at where Jandel was. Not much time had passed. If you don't mind, I'd like to join you. I think you can save the most people. Haha, in times like this, a loyal person is the most reliable. Take us with you. Before long, many explorers were following him. But after hearing Urukfright's words, it no longer seemed strange, nor did she doubt the battle mage's intentions to follow him. So I wasn't the only one. There are people in the world who make you want to follow them. And, see, didn't I say that people would gather around you? A mage's intuition is usually right. Such people often leave behind a great legacy. An hour or two. I had expected it to take at least that long. Even if all the core members fled through the dimensional gate, there were many explorers better than me. I thought I would have to hurry and work hard to build the kind of force I wanted, competing with them, but it's probably because of this guy. The situation changed when the battle mage Kyle, who possessed knowledge, strength, and natural leadership, joined me. The rank 3 explorer Melter Pin brought his entire clan under my command, sparking a crowd psychology. It's like panic buying due to a false rumor. Even if you don't think it's necessary, you feel compelled to do it because everyone else is. Bethelrea, the hope of the barbarians. Follow the great warrior. Ignoring the excited cheers of the barbarians, I moved forward. It was a feeling I'd never experienced before. Take me with you. I promise I won't be a burden. Is this what a superstar arriving at an airport feels like? With each step, new teams, clans, or confident individuals approached, eager to join. So I raised the standards. Simple reason. According to the basic market principle of supply and demand, right now, I'm in a position of power. State your role and rank. 5th rank, currently solo, but I was a guardian in my previous team. A guardian is a warrior who takes the front line. If he's 5th rank, his skills should be decent. Name? Fel Akabard. Accepted. Nice to meet you. I'm Bjorn, son of Jandel. Follow me. As I moved, I carefully selected only the people we needed to strengthen our group. Most of the priests have fled through the dimensional gate, so they're hard to find. It's unfortunate, but it can't be helped. I'll have to fill the ranks with as many warriors and mages as possible. Knights would be even better. Karsaramor, do you have space for me and my comrades? 3 apprentice knights and 1 regular knight. Sometimes familiar faces showed up. To think you were abandoned too. Apparently, apprentice knights from the Explorer Corps aren't that important. A knight from Baron Martoin's house, whom I met at the Count's estate. His character wasn't bad, and being an explorer, he should be reliable. Plus, there's 1 knight who can use aura. Follow me. Thank you. Step by step. With each step, the number of followers increased. We had long surpassed the 300 limit with just the barbarians who decided to follow me, but I kept recruiting people. We can always split into groups of 300 later. If we travel the same route, we can help each other in emergencies. I didn't expect to gather so many people. Good, everything is going well. How much further did I go? Even among this massive crowd, 1 face stood out. Tesselin. He stood alone. He didn't try to find a team or form one himself. Maybe he had just given up on everything. When our eyes met, he looked away. It was clear he hoped I would ignore him and pass by. But I'm a barbarian who has to do what I want. I approached him and spoke. Follow me. I didn't know why I said it. The words just came out. Hurry if you want to live. Do I look like I want to live? He mumbled as if he had heard something strange. Lena was my wife. Right, that's true. So why should I live? I answered. Someone has to tell the news. It wasn't my true intention. Even in their final moments, everyone longs for life deep in their hearts. Tesselin, despite losing all his comrades, ran and followed us to the end. Was there really a reason for it back then? Well, I don't think so. But, right, that was it. If there's a reason, people can stand up more easily. Once you're ready, come to the back. Why are you being so kind to me? You don't need me right now. I answered honestly, perhaps selfishly. If you survive, I'll feel a bit better. Using others to ease my guilt. In some ways, it's similar to what the Knight Commander did. The only difference is I know how cowardly I am. I didn't know what he thought of my words. But Tesselin joined the group and followed behind me. We've unintentionally spent a lot of time. I continued leading the group. Soon, I saw my comrades near the passage. Bjorn, Misha, and Einar ran to greet me enthusiastically as soon as they saw me. Pushing them aside, I talked to Raven. Raven, any issues? No. Good. Did you hear what was discussed inside? Yes, I did. Okay, no need to explain again. But why do you keep avoiding my eyes? No. I wasn't avoiding them? See, I'm looking. Really? She seemed oddly uneasy around me. Ah, is it because of the people gathered behind me? Well, even I find my barbarian commander mode quite impressive. When I teased her, Raven snapped back to her usual self and spoke. Anyway, with this many people we can just figure out the numbers and leave immediately. This is great considering we're short on time. Short on time. Not wrong. But there was one more thing to do. Something that might be crucial for overcoming this crisis. Kyle Febrosk, a rank 3 battle mage with the nickname Iron Mage. He let out a hearty laugh. What is he trying to do now? The more he watched, the more fascinating the guy became. Gathering all these people, and the first thing he does is just introduce himself. What's your name? He approached each person and asked for their name. Then, after hearing their name, he gave a short handshake. Nice to meet you. I'm Bjorn, son of Jandel. Some people questioned the barbarian, wondering why he was wasting time with introductions when time was short. His answer was quite surprising. There are many here whose names I do not know. So, what does that matter? It matters to me. So, do not interfere. The barbarian continued the introductions as if performing a sacred ritual. Most people thought his actions were meaningless. Melter Pend, the leader of the Nartel clan, with his experience and insight, felt the same. Do you think there's any significance to this? Kyle laughed at his sly question. Melter Pend, why did you decide to follow him? Well, Melter Pend hesitated before speaking. To be honest, I believe there must be a reason why Lord Kyle chose him. Yes, that could be a reason, but it's not the only one. You have people you need to take care of. Do you know my situation? I heard by chance. You received an offer from the commander, but you refused because you couldn't abandon your remaining clan members? This is somewhat embarrassing. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It was a loyal choice. But to follow someone just because of another's choice. Even I find it hard to justify. Melter Pend laughed awkwardly and spoke cautiously. It may sound strange, but I had a feeling. That being behind him would be the safest. You followed your intuition. In this line of work, it's quite common. We're in a place where you die if you're unlucky. I'm not criticizing you. In fact, everyone here is probably not much different from you. Really? Melter Pend tilted his head, but Kyle just uttered cryptic words. Just watch. Whether it was a meaningless act or not, we will soon find out. So they watched the barbarian without further conversation. He was still asking each person for their name. Hans, right? No, it's Hanberth. All right. Nice to meet you. Looking forward to working with you. Likewise. The process of asking for names and exchanging brief greetings. That was all. Yet things had changed significantly from the beginning. Tetarudra. Nice to meet you. Your axe looks impressive. Ah, that is the best compliment for a dwarf. I'll count on you to cover the rear. Don't worry about it. The atmosphere became increasingly relaxed. Even as they faced a battle where their lives were uncertain, the tension eased and smiles began to appear on their faces. Wait, why am I being passed by? Didn't I ask your name when we first met? It was Dabris, right? Huh, you remember all that? You're a comrade I will fight alongside. Melter Pend finally understood the reason for this change. That barbarian was naturally gaining the trust of all these people, just by asking for their names. Jandel's son Bjorn. Do you really intend to ask everyone's name? Is there a problem with that? No, I just think you're remarkably sincere. I'm Humble Elberden. If we get out of here, let's have a drink. Humble Elberden, got it. And I can't be left out of that. Count me in too. Trust wasn't just building between those who shared their names. The brief conversations were heard by others as well. We're no longer strangers. Melter Pend was genuinely astonished. They had been forced into one group, but remained strangers until today. But now, they knew each other's names and faces. Through the brief conversations, they learned a little about each person. The relationships between the barbarian and individuals became common ground. They wove a web of connections, forming a bond. Bjorn Jandel, could he really have calculated this outcome? Well, I doubt it. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. What doesn't he? Usually, people don't do such things without a reason. Kyle chuckled. Indeed, normally that is true. Even when the same actions are taken, the results can be entirely different. But, don't try to understand it. If you've studied history, you should know. Every era has such people. Actions and outcomes that are incomprehensible to ordinary people. They're what make them great. After the lengthy introductions were over, with Kyle's advice, we split the group of nearly 1,000 into 3 smaller ones. Bethelrea! I shouted with all my might, paying respect to the ancestral spirits. Why did you shout this time? When you do that, the other barbarians start shouting too. Sorry about that. But I can't help it. Of all these people, there's no one named Hans. This must be some sort of sign from the ancestors, right? Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 221. These are the key members for this plan. But given the imminent crisis, it's still uncertain if this number will suffice. Still, it is almost a miracle to gather so many. The core personnel have already escaped through the dimensional gate, so there is bound to be a shortage of top-level personnel. How many people would voluntarily stay behind and refuse a survival ticket like these people? Realistically, this is all of them. Not bad. I think to myself and glance to the side. A middle-aged man with black hair, dressed in a robe, stands there. He was the person I found most intriguing. Kyle Febrosk, a rank military mage affiliated with the royal family. I was genuinely surprised when I learned his rank. In this industry, mages' ranks are customarily considered one level higher. Of course, this isn't out of respect for mages. For example, Raven is only rank 6, but in the team she is second only to me in terms of completing the most tasks. It's more accurate to say that the criteria for measuring ranks differ. But a rank 3 mage? A rank 2 explorer is practically a near top tier. Honestly, I don't understand why the Knight's commander left this guy here alone. For a rank 3 mage, even if he screamed he didn't want to go, you'd still drag them along by force. Or perhaps, the commander couldn't forcefully take him because he is that valuable? This could be it. From the royal family's point of view, losing this guy would be a bigger blow than losing thousands of explorers. The commander probably tried to take him with him, but failed. Must be a grudge, right? Just before leaving, I asked Kyle why he stayed behind, and he answered coldly with a sharp tone. I can't run away leaving that bastard behind. It's a rare opportunity. Unfortunately, he didn't say who that bastard was. I couldn't pry further, and regardless of his motive, it was good for me, so I set off immediately. And now, we are running. Among hundreds of people, I am at the forefront. Clank, clank. The 1,000 explorers are divided into 3 groups, following at a certain distance. Though the forces are appropriately divided, most of the key personnel mentioned earlier are in the forefront group. There was no backlash from the rear group. They understood it too. When the enemy appears, it's this group that will clear the path through all sorts of dangers. Apart from the sound of running, only a tense silence prevails. Normally, I chat with comrades to ease the tension, but it's impossible now. My team is elsewhere. Clank, clank. Only warriors and knights, armored like me, follow behind. Our mission is singular. When things go down, we must clear the path. It's naturally the most dangerous position. That is why I sent my teammates to the back. Given the larger number of people, the back is much safer. Is there anything unusual up ahead? A voice comes from the message stone at my waist. It's Kyle's, about 70 meters behind. For reference, I positioned all of my teammates near him. Nothing, I reply, but it feels awkward. This kind of communication is necessary when people are spread out like this, but it's new to me. Maybe I'll get used to it when I form a clan someday. Understood. Inform the rear as well. Let me know immediately if anything happens. It will start soon. Got it. I cut the communication and focus ahead. The thick fog from days ago has completely vanished, and there's no sign of the Nork Side-S explorers. But, any moment now, as time passes, my heart beats more ominously. It's natural. The 9th tier lord is about to appear, and the crystals in the cave walls have been glowing red for over 30 minutes. This way. At a sudden fork, I turn right. At the same time, a warrior following me marks the wall. This is why I'm at the forefront. A vanguard with navigation abilities is crucial. Stop. I clear my thoughts and halt everyone. The crystals emitting red light are dimming and turning black. After about 3 seconds, the entire passage is shrouded in darkness. Whoosh. I light a torch and speak. Brace yourselves. For some reason, Einstein's words come to mind. I know not with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Of course, this isn't a perfect analogy for my current situation. But one thing is clear. Special Condition 9 terrors fulfilled. The Abyss Lord Brzak begins to roam the floor. It's time to return to basics. Field effect. Abyssal fog is applied. All usage effects are deactivated. Mana efficiency decreases to 1/4. Monsters exposed to the abyssal fog evolve into superior beings. Click. I place the torch in the groove on my helmet. It's been a while since I used this mode, but I don't feel embarrassed. Other warriors are doing the same. It's been ages since I used a torch. Agreed. Everyone attaches torches to their helmets, and visibility is restored. The black mist surrounding us becomes clearer. It's like the darkness in the labyrinth starting from the 2nd floor. Darkness that devours light. Visibility is about 2 meters. Well, in the game, I always had a few archmages with me when I hunted Berserk. I've never been in this situation before because I've built up the environment and summoned them. I've heard about the creature, but it seems more dangerous than I thought. Tension rises among the seasoned warriors. Visibility is crucial in combat. For instance, in the United States, 21 feet, 6.4 meters, is recommended as the ideal confrontation distance with a suspect. Anything less, and it becomes difficult to respond properly if the suspect charges with a knife. This also applies to guns. It takes this much distance to aim at and shoot a charging person. But 2 meters? We need to move quickly. Just as I finish readying myself, Kale's voice urges from the message stone. We were mounting the torches. We're moving now. I inform the warriors and move forward, shielding my upper body with my shield. And then, clank, clank, I gradually pick up the pace. This is one of the reasons why the current situation is so tricky and why I compose the vanguard of sturdy warriors and knights. Running with a 2-meter visibility. Bethel Rhea! I shout to cast away the fear and kick off. Walking slowly won't get us to our destination in time. Yeah, we already knew it was dangerous. Let's go. As I charge into the darkness, the warriors muster their courage and follow. After all, I'm lighting the way ahead, so it's a bit easier for them. Kaya! A beast's roar comes from the darkness, charging at us. It's too large to have come from the first floor. Perhaps also it's because I'm not using gigantification as usual. Wham! I strike the beast's jaw with my shield. Immediately, the warrior to my right brings down a double-edged axe on its neck. Clang! The blade bites into the flesh, but gets caught in the bone. I feel a bitter taste in my mouth. The dwarf who just swung the axe is a rank 4 warrior. Not a guardian, but a melee warrior. Yet he couldn't kill it in one shot. Kaya! Despite the deep wound on its neck, the beast charges at us again. I strike its head with my mace. Wham dash! It's probably not dead yet. I hadn't used my only attack skill, swing, after all. Well, I couldn't use it. All usage effects are deactivated. Active skills are sealed in the abyssal fog. Think of a flesh golem retaining its acidic fluid, but unable to use flesh explosion. That's also why I can't use giantization now. I feel like I'm back in the old days. A strange sense of loss envelopes my body. It reminds me of the early days when I had nothing. Perhaps that is a big part of why the other warriors were so afraid of the darkness. One of their greatest weapons is gone. But, what are you all doing? Why aren't you following me? We still have our raw stats. We can still use passive skills. And we have gear we worked so hard to buy. Even though equipment effects and scrolls can't be used. The constant options, like the 50% shock reduction from the Guardian Core's emblem, still apply. Leave the ones you can't kill to the back. Ignoring the beast, we plunge into the darkness again. We judged that trying to kill each one would delay us too much. Kaya! Growl! Growl! Every few steps, beasts appear in groups. They're about 1.5 times the size of a lion. But their form is similar to the blade wolves commonly found in the eastern district of the first floor. The difference in strength is vast, though. You have slain an abyssal blade wolf plus EXP 5. They're 5th level monsters, on par with trolls in difficulty. We have to carve our way through them without active skills. This is why I recruited warrior-type members. Spellcasters, summoners, and necromancers who rely heavily on skills are useless in this event. Warriors typically have high raw stats. On my arm, priest heal quickly. Even so, the deeper we go, the more injuries we sustain. Just as my combat ability plummeted without gigantification, the explorers struggle with their current selves. The Abyssal Blade Wolf skill also plays a role. The Abyssal Blade Wolf has cast Inner Madness. This active skill, gained through evolution in the Abyssal Fog, nullifies all of the caster's defense stats and converts them into bonuses to slicing, destructive, and penetrating power. Kaya! I shake off my thoughts and block my face with my shield. Scritch, scratch. Something grinds against the shield from the other side. More than the repair cost, I worry about my body. If Moonstone, a tier 4 metal, is like this, I can't withstand this with just my body. No wonder there's so many injuries. Their claws can tear through tier 2 metal like paper. Phew, if I get an essence, I'll consume it right away. Originally, when I did this event, I was in the latter stages of the game, and their essence was not appealing. But for me now, they're different. Not only are their stats high for a rank 5, but their skills are pretty good. With this skill, I can temporarily change my position from tank to dealer. Though it's unusable now, their raw stats are exceptionally high. A slight increase in stats will be a big help. I can always erase the essence later at the temple. 100,000 stones don't seem too expensive now. Bethel Rhea! I shout to raise morale. It's not just me. Everyone calls out their beliefs to dispel their fear. For Rafdonia, loyal knights still cry out for the royal family that abandoned them. Ailey! Someone calls their wife's name. The star that rises at twilight shall guide us. Someone else prays to their god. How much time has passed like this? Time to switch. Kale's voice comes through the message stone, signaling a change of guards. Warriors and knights who had been conserving their strength at the rear moves up to the front. Are you all right? The dwarf warrior who had fought valiantly beside me asks with concern. To be honest, I want to rest too. But there needs to be someone to find the path up front. Can't you call another scout to do it? Another scout? I chuckle. Most scouts lack combat prowess, and he is suggesting calling one of them into a place where even heavily armed warriors and knights risk getting torn apart and having their guts spill out? Don't worry. I'm fine. I'll be back soon. He's loyal, having fought beside me for only a short time. I'll be waiting. After the dwarf warrior falls back, new individuals take positions beside and behind me. They're not unfamiliar. We already introduced ourselves before setting off. Elberdin, Davers, Karkin, good to see you. Watch my sides. It's been a while, and you're already a mess. Why don't you rest in the back? We'll clear the path from here. The warriors show concern, seeing my tattered equipment and the blood still flowing. I can still hold on. I'll let you know when I can. Stubborn as always. ISNT, that why so many people followed him? Damn, these guys don't even give us time to greet each other. Before we could finish our brief chat, we had to move again due to the beasts appearing ahead. They're different from ordinary blade wolves, so be careful. We know without you saying. They always pop out from side paths. It's been brutal over there too. Many have already died. What? Dead? There's no priests on that side, right? Yeah, that's right. We positioned all the priests at the forefront. Still, it doesn't make this place any safer. Even here, the battles have resulted in casualties. And, sooner or later, the divine power will run out. To conserve divine power, we've been sending the injured to the back to use potions whenever possible. But that's just a matter of time. Then this place will become an even worse hell. Misha, I shook my head. I was worried about my comrades in the rear, but if anything had happened, I would have been contacted through the message stone. Focus on what I need to do. Clearing my mind, I pressed my shield to my shoulder and pushed forward with my weight. If necessary, I swung my mace. Sometimes I shouted, sometimes I lost my balance and fell to the ground, but I'd quickly roll and get back up. Wham! Wham! SSSHH. Boom! Blunt weapons, swords, or the aura of knights slicing through the black-blooded beasts. Their fluids covered me again. Time passed like that. Huff, huff. Warriors who had invested heavily in physical stats breathed heavily and groaned. Such was the battle. Even I, who prided myself on having gone through all sorts of hell, struggled to stay sane. Maybe that's why, when I came to my senses, there was another warrior standing to my left. Since when? When did Davers and Elberton go to the back? Did they die? Yeah, I see. We were supposed to drink together later. Tee-hurrah! As if pouring fuel into a fire. I burned even the slightest emotions and pushed on. Also, I ordered the priest to prioritize healing others over me. I have pain resistance, so potions are enough. Honestly, even I don't know anymore. Have I fought so much that my judgment is blurred? Or is it because I'm surrounded by warriors that the barbarian instinct etched into my body has awakened? Is it because I became familiar with their names? Perhaps it's because I've seen too much death lately. To someone, I was a sacrificial pawn, and to me, someone else was disposable. This was an undeniable fact until just a few days ago. I didn't feel frustrated or think it was unfair. That's how the world was, and I chose to adapt. But, thump, what is this feeling? This isn't like me. Yet, thump, a heart heated to boiling. My head throbbing, the warmth of the blood flowing down. The stickiness. Thump. Yeah, maybe it's natural to be out of my mind. Art. I stopped trying to find a reason. Though I don't know why. Every time someone following me died, something stirred in my chest. It was a desire I felt for the first time in my life. Thump. For myself. For my comrades. For the many who follow me. Thump. I want to bring them back alive. Character's health is below 20%. Due to the passive skill, Hero-S Path. All resistance and endurance stats have reached their maximum increased. Even if I have to burn everything. See you on Monday. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 222. Then what was I like? Little Lee Han-soo, who spent most of his childhood in hospitals, was an ordinary boy. He idolized heroes. He believed that someday he would become someone special. However, as he lived, that boy learned. Emotions are just emotions. Ultimately, it is those who think and act rationally can live with a smile on their face. Therefore, Misha, Einar Raven, Mr. Bear. I etch my priorities into my mind once more. No matter what happens, I will make sure these people return alive. But even with that resolve, clang, I raise my shield to block the beast's claws targeting my comrade. Thank you. I don't want to let go of this burning desire that heats my heart and mind. The desire to save as many people as possible. My head is hot. As hot as the breath I'm exhaling now. Was I always such a passionate person? Davers, if it's too hard, go to the back and rest. That won't happen. Not until you go to rest first. Why are all warriors so stubborn? Even as I think I shouldn't have asked for his name, I find myself glad that we exchanged names. Thus, I abandon my doubts. I let go of regret too. As if I were really a game character. I focus on one thing only. Shield Baba, created to protect my comrades. Following the exact training method of Bjorn Jandel. What is the thing he can do best? No, what is the thing he must do? I know the answer. Due to the high-level recovery effect, your body regenerates quickly. I'm still in rags, walking a tightrope with only potions to keep me going. I know that I could be much safer with the priest's care. Yet I don't ask for healing instead of potions. Orc Hero as passive skill. Path of the Hero increases defense stats as health decreases. Bethel Ray, the more I burn my life force, the tougher I become. Then I can save more people, and those who survive will help overcome the challenges ahead. Yes, so we're almost there. This is a rational choice. Trust and move forward. It's been about 9 hours since we left the central area. The first 2 hours were spent sprinting with all our might, and the remaining 7 hours were spent clearing a path through the mist of the abyss. There were many losses. There were horrific events that are difficult to summarize in just a few sentences. But we've arrived. In the end, we reached our first destination. Yes, the first destination. How is it? Is the portal open? I swallowed hard and answered as calmly as I could. No, the portal is destroyed. What greeted us, after traversing over countless bodies and blood, was a scene of destruction. Nothing existed where there should have been a monument and an open portal. Crack. For the first time in a long while, anger surged within me at the absurdity of it all. So many warriors had died. Each one of them had families and held precious things that couldn't be discarded. It was a wasted trip. Get a grip. There are still 2 portals left. We need to choose where to go next. I forcibly suppressed my overflowing emotions and cooled my head as much as possible. Then I thought, north or south? Make a decision quickly. There's no time to think leisurely. The battle is still ongoing. Jandel, don't feel pressured. How could you choose? It's just luck. Haha, a warrior judges with their heart, not their head. No matter which choice you make, we will follow. Even if it's the wrong choice, no one can blame you. And if anyone does, I'll split their head with my axe. The warriors, who had crossed the line of life and death with me several times in a short period, offered words of comfort. They are truly fascinating people. Despite their battered and worn-out appearances, they can still smile. I let out a small laugh. I closed my eyes. We only have one more chance. Realistically, it's impossible to check all 3 portals. We judged that we only had the time and strength for 2 attempts, and chose the east as our first destination. There were several reasons. Choosing the east allows us to still choose between the north and south if the first attempt fails. Additionally, if we gain new information during the exploration, we can change our route. 2. The abyssal blade wolves are less troublesome compared to other monsters. It's also the path with the least damage. And 3. In the beast den, the Norg bastards cannot easily form a siege formation. We considered it better for battle. With walls on 3 sides, we could hold out and hold on until the end of the 7th day, then descend to the first floor. Shit. After organizing my thoughts, I realized one thing belatedly. It was a flawed judgment from the beginning. From my perspective, choosing the east was reasonable. But what about from the enemy's perspective? I was short-sighted. I made plans only in a direction favorable to me. If it succeeded, it would be the best for me. I acted with the best-case scenario in mind, even though it's clear that everyone would think the same way. Where would they choose? I asked myself again, where is the most advantageous portal for the Nork? The answer came quickly. North. The Goblin Forest. No place is a better choice for them. There are 3 reasons. Abyssal goblins are the most troublesome among the 4 monsters on the first floor. Overcoming this path would inevitably require many sacrifices. 2. That the terrain lacks natural barriers, making it possible to surround us and engage in battle advantageously. Most importantly, 3. That the Goblin Forest is the shortest distance to the 3rd floor. This is the most crucial part. The bastards who halted their labyrinth exploration for 6 months would be struggling with food shortages. After this operation, they would plan to go up to the upper floors to mine magic stones. After all, everyone in this world is efficiency-minded. Foolish idiot. I already knew about their food shortage, so I thought there wouldn't be many people waiting in front of the 2nd floor. That's why I trusted this plan. However, I didn't connect it to the Goblin Forest. Despite running simulations over and over again, it wasn't 1 out of 3. I just wanted the easy way. I cursed my own stupidity, but rather than self-reproach, I took out the message stone and held it in my hand. Tightly. This is no time to collapse alone. The die is cast. What matters now is the next move. We're going north. When I conveyed the decision through the message stone, Kyle's voice came through. The Goblin Forest? Do you have something to say? No, actually, if you hadn't chosen, I was planning to recommend that place first. Now that I think about it, it seems suspicious. Yeah, the old man had the same thought as me. If only we had realized it a bit sooner. Both me and this old man. Enough whining. I resumed leading the group that had come this far. Prepare. We're moving out again. Our destination is the Goblin Forest in the north. So much for rest. Let's go. We can rest enough once we're out of here. Instead of retracing our steps and breaking formation, we moved by veering off slightly to the side. Gaia. The beasts inevitably appeared again as we moved away from the portal. We fought fiercely, opening a path through them. And how much time had passed? Abyssal goblins began to appear gradually. It meant we had traveled a significant distance from the east sector where the blade wolves appear. Gruk, a small figure, no different from usual, but its skin was ominously dark as it stared at me. It was laughing, just like when I first fell into this cave. Prepare for battle. From now on, we would be walking a difficult path. Level 9 monsters, goblins. These guys are nothing special. Just be careful of traps, and even those can be neutralized with good boots. But you have defeated an Abyssal Goblin plus EXP 5. An Abyssal rank 5 Goblin is different. These damn creatures transform into beings more troublesome than trolls. The Abyssal Goblin has cast Random Trap. The active skill, Random Trap. Its effect is simple. Click. When stepped on, a random skill below level 5 is cast on the target. And buffs are excluded. Only attack and curse-type skills are activated. Fwoosh dash. The moment I heard the trap activate, one of the warriors was engulfed in flames. I recognized it immediately. Annihilation. One of the highest single-target damage skills among level 5. Damn it, priest. The priest was already casting a heal as soon as the flames appeared, but it was useless. Thud. The warrior who had been breaking through the front lines for over 2 hours collapsed, charred black. A truly pointless death. This is the irritating thing about Abyssal Goblins. No matter what training method you use, there is always a counter, but a random attack? If you're unlucky, you could die in one hit. And in such a situation, damn it, this is driving me crazy. Abyssal Goblin traps cannot be detected visually or magically. You just have to step on them. I can't go any further. I'm sorry. The warrior who had returned laughing even after having his arm torn off by a blade wolf was now retreating. I don't blame him. If he had been injured because he was weak and couldn't avoid the enemy's attack, that would be one thing. But to die just because of bad luck? Even a warrior who has overcome countless hardships would find it difficult to overcome psychological fear. So, I'll go first. I step forward. It's not that I'm without fear, nor do I have a noble heart willing to sacrifice myself with a smile for everyone. Follow me. If everyone is scared, there is no solution. In the end, that choice would lead to the death of everyone, including me. Therefore, in such a situation, it's necessary. Click. To have someone who can overcome fear and take the first step. Yes, there must be at least one person. Bethel Ra. I overcome my fear and pick up speed. Click. The trap activated at 20 step intervals. The character's stamina greatly decreases. A curse-type debuff. Character's body burns hotly, temporarily sealing regeneration abilities. A continuous fire attack, Leech Fire. The character takes significantly increased frost damage temporarily. A dousing of water and boom, a real lightning strike. All sorts of skills stack on me. But I kept moving, trusting in the plus 200 magic resistance from my Manticore gear, believing that the first step I took would never be in vain. Click. I kept taking steps. At some point, I heard the voices of people from far away. But that time wasn't long. I stop the nonsense and step back. I'll go next. Damn it, why am I? Those who stopped and fell were bypassed by those following behind me. We follow the great warrior. Bethel Ra. It started with the barbarian. Didn't you say you have a family? Someone like me, who is alone, should go. A leader who lost his team. This too is a duty of the royal family. I'll go next. An abandoned knight. This is driving me mad. I've never faced an enemy like this. How are we supposed to get out of here? I've been feeling it for a while, but you're really crazy. The murmuring grew louder. I felt the presence of comrades behind me, but I didn't look back. The one needed here today is not someone who doubts and hesitates, but someone who silently moves forward. Are you all crazy? Do you think someone will acknowledge you for this? As a hero? Without blaming the one who sat down. Damn it, but I will go, because someone has to do it, together with those who rose again. Click. We moved forward, to avoid losing anything more. When I came to my senses, I was being carried by Einar. I didn't ask what had happened. This was the third time. The third time I'd stepped into a trap, over and over, until I couldn't bear it anymore and passed out. How long has it been? Please rest a little longer, Bjorn, okay? Ignoring Misha's concern, I got down from Einar's back. I saw Kyle. If anyone would tell me, it would be him. How long has it been? We'll arrive in 2 hours. I see. I must have passed out for about 30 minutes. The priest's divine power had long been exhausted. I wonder how many more died in the front while I was out. Mister. Just as I was about to move, Erwin grabbed my wrist. Can't you not go? Others are clearing the path now, anyway. Right? A terribly selfish, yet captivating argument. It was also something my former self would have considered rational. But I have to go. Why do you go to such lengths? Because I'm sick of people dying. I have a high level of anti-magic resistance. That's why, even after stepping on hundreds of traps, I only passed out. They're just rank 5 skills after all. Even without gigantfication, my body was extremely durable. I realized that at least in this mad endeavor, I wouldn't die. So, step aside. I pushed Erwin aside and moved forward. My comrades no longer tried to stop me. As I increased my speed, I quickly rejoined the front line. You're back again, relentless as ever. The passage was blocked by nearly 200 warriors. We had gathered warriors indiscriminately, without dividing them into groups of 3. This isn't like the Blade Wolf sector. As long as someone disarms the traps ahead, the enemies from the side paths aren't too dangerous. The requirement is rank 5 or higher. Among them, those with high defense stats. Oh, we did accept close combat warriors, but strictly excluded non-warrior professions. The Abyssal Goblin's traps are not their only threat. They use thrown weapons. The name is Monster Pouch. When thrown, it bursts, summoning a random monster of rank 5 or lower. Right in front of you. It's an environment that fragile spellcasters and archers can't withstand. Is that a priest over there? Ah, I told him to stay put. He keeps passing out from using his holy power. By the way, it's not just the priest being carried. Warriors who suffered severe injuries and retreated to gulp down potions were also carried on the shoulders of other warriors. When they regain consciousness, they'll likely get up and carry another wounded warrior. I see. Stop him if he wakes up. We need to save him for when he's really needed. But this priestess is so stubborn. She never listens to us. Then knock her out beforehand. Oh, that makes sense. Despite suggesting blasphemy against the priest, the warrior nodded as if it made sense. They understood that this wasn't a situation where we could afford to be picky. Well, I'll go first. I nod and start to move forward, but the warriors shove me with their shoulders. Wait, did I just get shoulder-butted? It was the first time I experienced this since I woke up in this body. What's the meaning of this? I asked, and the warriors shrugged nonchalantly. Can't you see the line here? No matter if you're the leader, you have to follow the rules. Bjorn Jandel, do you think you're some kind of hero? What? What kind of nonsense is this? It was absurd, but the warriors' expressions were sincere. Rest a bit more, Jandel. You deserve it. I couldn't decide whether to feel grateful or frustrated with the situation. I decided to watch for a moment. Stop, hurry. A commotion came from the front. Stopping in this situation? Something must have happened. Move aside. I urgently pushed through the warriors to the front. This time, they didn't stop me, surprised by my urgency. Oh, wait a minute, Jandel. Why are you here? We said you should rest. Familiar explorers greeted me at the front line, but I had more pressing matters to address than their questions. What was the commotion about? I didn't need to ask. The answer was right in front of me. Anyway, good to see you, Jandel. Is that what the mage mentioned? Beyond the passage. A massive eye blinked at me from within the darkness that swallowed light. Yes, it looks like it. I sighed and nodded. There was no point in denying it. Meaning that I meant we were bound to encounter the abyssal Lord Barzak. Well, it was a miracle we hadn't met it until now. So, what's the plan? What else? We proceed as planned. Everyone, fall back. I stepped forward, gripping my mace. Even as I approached with my weapon, the giant eye blinked but didn't retreat. Its gaze was intensely unsettling. So, haven't you seen a barbarian before? I swung my mace with all my might into the eye. Crunch dash. The eye, a level 9 token monster, vanished into light with a single hit. You have defeated the Abyssal Watcher plus EXP1. The Abyssal Lord Barzak has taken a keen interest in you. Sigh. How long has it been since I woke up, and now I have to go through this again? I took out the message stone and reported to Kyle. I just killed the Abyssal Watcher. Hurry and get over here. Time to switch to Plan B. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 223. The Lord of the Abyss, Barzak. Although its actual combat power is less than that of Chaos Lord Liaki's on the 3rd floor, but the difficulty of defeating him is several times greater. That is because the creature's Abyssal Mist is a cheat. It seals active skills and various usage effects. Mana efficiency is reduced to a quarter. Throughout the battle, level 5 abyssal monsters appear as nuisances. Due to these harsh conditions, attempting to defeat it is almost impossible until the later stages. Too many prerequisites are needed just to challenge him. Upper numbered items with passive effects, not active. Top-tier tanks that can hold their ground alone. Dealers capable of using aura or something equivalent. Priests, the more the merrier. Several mages, who are powerful even at a quarter of the efficiency. All participants must be equipped with at least level 5 equipment, and even then, special consumables are required to minimize damage. But even with all this preparation, on the 7th day it's practically a failure. At that point, additional patterns are unlocked regardless of the phase. Simply put, it means that with our current abilities, it's impossible to defeat him. However, looks like we've caught his eye. He'll be here soon. We can at least buy some time. I checked the time while waiting for Kyle to join us. 1934. Day 5, 7 p.m. After fiercely breaking through, we verified the existence of the Eastern Portal, and now only about 2 hours remained until we reached the Goblin Forest. A precious outcome achieved through the sacrifices of warriors. Though, it would be a lie to say that luck didn't play a part. Jandel, are you alright? What's there to not be alright about? I figured we'd run into him eventually. In fact, it's a stroke of luck that we met him only now. Other exploration teams that chose a different path likely suffered severe casualties. How many more lives were lost in vain? Suddenly I felt a chill, but I wasn't sorry. The situation is the same for both sides. We're each other's bait. If we had encountered him earlier, the other explorations might have had an easier time. You've kept us waiting. About 5 minutes later, Kyle arrived with forces for Plan B. 6 rank, 5 mages. 3 knights, 3 warriors. As I quickly scanned the forces, I couldn't hide my confusion. Why are there so few? The number of mages was unchanged, but the rest had significantly decreased. Why? The rest are all dead. Yes, they weren't just idling at the back. 6 people are missing for the plan. Then, who should fill those spots? Oh, by the way, your comrades wanted to come along, but I stopped them. You'll have to hear some complaints later. Complaints, huh? But even so, aren't we still short 6? Maybe the fairy sisters also wanted to come along. Thank you. After thanking Kyle, I glanced at the surrounding warriors. Then I spoke as brightly as I could. As you've heard, we're short 6. I'm sorry, but does anyone want to come with us? Before I could finish speaking, someone answered. I'll go. I'll follow you. Rank 5 warrior, Alessandro Bell. Once a member of a major clan, he was abandoned here after being pushed down the priority list. I was getting tired of stepping on traps. This is perfect. Karkin, the 3rd son of Tyan. A barbarian warrior in his 30s, active in a 10-member clan. It was fascinating to see a rank 4 fellow for the first time. Make sure to buy me that drink when we get out. Milton Teterud, leader of an all-dwarf clan. Though his clan don't usually join explorations, they often lend clan members as mercenaries. It felt more like a guild than a clan. It was the right time to say thank you, but I found myself speechless. Honestly, I didn't expect this situation. After all, this is different from before. Only 2 hours to the portal. Even a glimmer of hope at the brink of despair is still hope. These people might have wanted to survive despite fighting through hordes of monsters. But volunteering to be bait for a boss? Almost no one would do that. But in reality, oh, can I join that drinking party too? Something else interests me. If I follow you just once, I'll have a legendary feat to brag about for life. Bethaliah, take me. I was curious about what Brzak looks like. Countless explorers voiced their willingness to volunteer. Because they believe in the plan Kyle and I devised? Or perhaps their brains are releasing endorphins in this heated atmosphere. Well, that's likely part of it. But even if that's the case, one thing is certain. You all have something wrong with your heads. It's not a choice anyone sane would make. But did my words sound strange? A brief silence fell. You're not wrong. People outside would probably say the same thing. Some accepted it. But really, coming from you? Some laughed in disbelief. I had nothing more to say. I did what had to be done. But that means it's the same for them. My heart was racing, like something was really wrong with my head. However, I needed to keep my head cool. I chose 6 from the many volunteers. There was only one criterion. Who would best fit with the rest? Since we had fought together all day, it wasn't difficult to choose. I already knew their combat styles well enough. Why leave me behind? When I finished my selection, Teterud, the leader of the dwarf clan, protested. Do you think I'll hold you back? Not at all. Then why? I won't let you go until you explain. Man, this little guy is stubborn. Seeing that the magic circle was almost ready on Kyle's side, I gave a brief explanation. I need someone to lead here in my absence. Teterud is a rank 4 explorer. He's skilled and, as a clan leader, he knows how to handle people. If anyone should hold the front line, it's him. I heard he took charge every time I was unconscious. TCH. Though dissatisfied, he seemed to understand and didn't bother further. Jandel, we're ready. It's about time he shows up. Right. As soon as I heard Kyle say the magic circle was ready, I sent the rest of them away. All right, you guys move out. The scouts Kyle brought will guide you. I've heard they're quite reliable, but make sure they don't die. You talk like a father sending off his kids. Fine, we're going. See you later. Make sure of it. You sound like a father yourself. There's a kid waiting for me back in the city. Let's go. Sticking to the wall to clear the path, Tedderud led the way, stepping on traps, and the warriors followed. Each one had a word as they passed by. Don't die. Strangely, I don't think you will. See you later. Most were words of encouragement and support. These words continued even after the warrior group had passed. Some expressed gratitude, others apologized. It wasn't just once or twice, it kept going. Why is everyone acting like this? Kyle chuckled at my question. Well, isn't your message stone still on? Everyone's aware of the situation up front. Right, that makes sense. Bjorn. The team members of Apple Narek also appeared in the procession. Seeing my state, Misha looked like she was about to cry. Raven and Mr. Bear had similar complicated expressions. Stop looking so pitiful and move on. You're blocking the path for those behind. If you come back hurt, I won't let it slide. Telling a tanker not to get hurt is practically saying she 1T let me off, ISNT it? I kept that thought to myself. Not bad. What is the harm in getting scolded a bit? After all this effort is to gain that everyday life. Take care. Don't worry. Even without you, Mr. Jandel, I'll protect our team. Let us go, Einar? Ugh, all right. Don't pull my hair. Then Raven dragged Einar, who had been whining to join. And still, the procession continued. Like refugees escaping through tunnels during a war. A flickering torch, the groans of an injured comrade on someone's back. Broken equipment. Bloodstains. Sadness in their eyes. Sweat dripping from limping steps. I didn't need to ask Kyle to know. Just as I had a tough day, so did they. Well, everyone's gone. Not only the first group I led, but also the second and third groups following the markers we left all past us. It didn't take long. They were moving at a jog, after all. They were running at a fast pace, after all. It's gotten gloomy. When everyone left, it suddenly became much darker. Was it because the flickering torches lit up everywhere as the procession passed? The contrast was now strikingly clear. It felt like we were left alone in an isolated world. By the way, the guy should be here soon. I raised my shield and stared beyond the corridor. It's here. Visibility of 2 meters. In the darkness beyond, hundreds of eyes watched us. The Lord of the Abyss, Berzak. He had arrived. When we first made the plan, the biggest concern was Berzak. No matter how I thought about it, escaping from this guy with hundreds of people was impossible. If we encounter him, it's practically game over. Sure, scattering might help some survive since the aggro would spread out. But what could we accomplish scattered? We'd never make it to the portal through the mobs, let alone fight on the second floor. Therefore, is the magic circle ready to use? We devised Plan B. But we can only use this strategy once with the resources we have. Don't worry, we've checked the magic circle multiple times. If Plan B fails, we all die. Even if we succeed, if we encounter the Abyss Watcher again, we 1T survive. That's why I set the maximum number of portal searches we could check to 2. By that time, many exploration will have disappeared. Even if we manage to get through once, the chances of encountering Berzak again are too high. Prepare for battle. As soon as the eyes appeared in the darkness, everyone drew their weapons, ready to fight. Kyle explained it. Everyone knew what those eyes signified. These incorporeal eyes are an effect that appears around Berzak. In the game, their radius is about 2 kilometers. But they're not just a background effect. All these eyes share Berzak's vision. In other words, Berzak is already watching us. As you all know, our goal is to hold out as long as possible, until the other explorers can escape beyond his sight. Kyle, clearly nervous, repeated the explanation once more. But the warriors retorted back. Do you think we're fools? We remember everything. You predicted we'd need to hold out for about 10 minutes, right? Yes, sorry, but I need to add something. I forgot to mention it earlier. No matter what happens, protect Jandel here. Huh? Jandel? Of course. Aren't you going to ask why? No need to explain. We all know that if he survives, we have a chance of making it back alive. At the warrior's words, everyone nodded. I was going to say that if Jandel, who defeated the Abyss Watcher, dies, Berzak might target the main group. Kyle laughed awkwardly and trailed off. Well, it doesn't really matter. The result is the same. Haha, right? As long as the result is the same, who cares about the reason? Indeed, warriors and mages aren't so different in this regard. The lighthearted conversation eased the tense atmosphere slightly. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. Whoosh! A shadow shot out like a sharp needle. Bang! The moment I blocked it with my shield, Pain shot through my hand. It wasn't deep, just a minor puncture on my skin. Damn, I've never faced him so unprepared. I can't gauge his attack power. I didn't expect my Moonlight Stone shield to be pierced by a basic attack. Was it because I wasn't in Gigantfication? The warriors' expressions hardened as they saw my damaged shield. Kyle spoke, trying to boost morale. Just hold out for 10 minutes. It already seemed daunting. Yet for some reason I laughed. Why are you laughing? Warriors laugh when things get tough. I looked ahead. A shadow flickered in the darkness. The Lord of the Abyss, Berserk. A boss only conquerable in the later stages. For now, he's a monstrous beast we can only endure against. But so what? Bethel Rhea, this is just another hurdle. To end this exceptionally long day. And to greet tomorrow. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 224. Like fireworks 4, just a few steps away lies the darkness. We form a tight formation, relying on the flickering torches. Unpleasant gazes surround us. Stop staring. Hundreds of eyes bloom in the darkness. It felt like stepping into a grim fairy tale filled with a sinister and eerie atmosphere. Of course, it's just the atmosphere. The outcome depends on us. If we overcome this adversity, it will be a story of hope. If we crumble, it will remain a mere tale of cruelty. Whoosh! The needle-like shadow that had been lodged in the shield was pulled out and retrieved into the darkness. This had happened several times already. This bastard, unfamiliar with us, was keeping his distance, attacking with basic moves. Is it a good idea to stall for time? With that thought, I checked my equipment. The shield was riddled with holes. A warrior beside me muttered, "You'll need a new shield when we get out of here." Assuming we make it out alive, I replied with a smirk. "Yeah, I'll get a new one. We will survive. As many of us as possible. SSSSS." After a series of 4 basic attacks, we heard a noise from the darkness. So the testing is over, huh? SSSS. With an eerie wind, he appeared, standing about 2 meters tall, wearing a tattered robe like something the dead might wear, with no visible weapons. His outline resembled that of a basic human, but like a spirit monster. Only dark blue smoke flickered where skin should be. Also, shining dash. Where the head should be, a bright red eye glowed. It was clearly different from human anatomy. There was only one eye, not on the right or left, but in the center of the face, disproportionate in size. It was huge, as if the entire head was one large eyeball. Avoid eye contact with him. As soon as I saw him, I fixed my gaze on his shoulders. For a simple reason. Do not fear. Meeting his gaze can inflict the status effect fear with a certain probability. And, look at me. If fear accumulates 9 times, the character permanently becomes a subordinate of the Abyssal Lord. Just like many of the monsters in the labyrinth. They turn into enemies and attack us. What an absurd pattern. It's practically a conditional instant death. The monstrous transformation doesn't even revert after defeating the boss. Well, our goal isn't to defeat him, just to hold out for 10 minutes. I don't think we'll transform into monsters within those 10 minutes. But we can't be complacent. We didn't come here fully prepared. We have no countermeasures against fear. In simple terms, the status effect fear alone is a significant threat. Ugh! A warrior beside me groaned, holding his head. Looks like he made eye contact. If he's hit with fear, he'll either throw down his weapon and flee or attack us. Bjorn, be careful. While I was checking on my comrade, a shadow shot out from Berserk's chest. The same needle-like shadow that had struck my shield several times. But this time, the pattern was different. Whoosh! The swiftly flying needle split into dozens of smaller ones, covering me like a net. Slap! Shadows stuck to me like an octopus's suckers. I felt a force pulling at my entire body. The intention was clear. Instead of taking forever with basic attacks, it wanted to drag me into the darkness. Huh, we're not that weak. Eco beer, I hear an ape out. Kyle cast the spell he had prepared. A level 7 support spell, attribute enhancement. The attribute was the sun, which opposes dark-type monsters. Fwish dash. White flames, a combination of fire and holy attributes, enveloped the weapons of everyone except the knights. The reason it wasn't used on the knights was simple. Slash dash. With aura, they could inflict damage without needing attribute enhancement. Save Bjorn. As soon as my body was bound by the net, the warriors rushed in, slashing or smashing the net with their flame-covered weapons. Freed instantly. But without time to catch my breath, dozens of shadows shot out from Berserk's body again. Whoosh! This time, it was a different pattern. The bastard was targeting everyone, not just me. I hurriedly readjusted my grip on my shield. Now it begins. It was time to truly start the battle. The eyeball monster I killed earlier. The Watcher of the Abyss is a summoning skill Berserk uses to select the next sacrifice after a battle. Upon casting, It summons watchers throughout the cave to find offerings. Once it spots someone, it's over. That's why I didn't hesitate to crush the eyeball. Without someone to draw the main aggro, it's impossible to lure him out. For example, just like now, until my comrades attacked to save me, he recognized only me as the enemy. But wouldn't it be better for someone to step up and sacrifice themselves? When planning, someone suggested this, but it wasn't practical. Setting aside who would take on that role, Berserk's field of vision was about 2 kilometers. If we couldn't endure until the exploration team was completely out of its sight, it was meaningless. 10 minutes. Kyle estimated it would take about 10 minutes. If we fell before that, he would chase the exploration and slaughter indiscriminately. Therefore, boom dash. We endure. Not alone, but with the mages and warriors who followed me. Bethleia, swinging a burning weapon, resisting the darkness. It wasn't easy. Whoosh dash. Needle-like basic attacks with high penetration power. Normally, it would be easy to react. As long as I could block with my shield, I wouldn't be severely injured. But, damn game. Not being able to see properly was the problem. Lowering my gaze to avoid eye contact meant I couldn't react in time. This happened often in the game too. Do not look directly at Berserk's eyes. When this command was applied to the character, evasion and defense success rates plummeted, no matter how high the agility stats were. Just like now. Stab dash. A shadow pierced deep into my shoulder. Due to the healing advanced effect, the character's body regenerates rapidly. No matter how many potions I consumed, it wasn't enough. Even though the aggro was somewhat dispersed, the main aggro was still on me. And in the midst of it all, not just piercing, but net-like shadows flew in, dragging comrades into the darkness. We had been diligently cutting down the shadows, but, damn it, we couldn't stop it forever. Finally, the first casualty occurred. Cillian Nerf. He joined us, thinking it would make a great story over drinks later. Terrifying screams echoed from the darkness where he was dragged. It felt surreal. In the game, it was just an atmospheric effect. Rage simmered within me. But the angrier I got, the more I needed to stay focused. Someone had to keep their head cool. Stop. But if you go, you'll die too. Once someone was sucked in, rescuing them was impossible. Not at our current rank. Damn it. A warrior spat out his anger. I couldn't blame him. Watching a comrade who fought beside us all day die without being able to do anything was hard to bear. We only heard the sounds beyond the darkness. Helplessness. It was a feeling I had experienced countless times today. But whether we felt helpless or not, the battle continued. Due to the healing advanced effect, the character's body regenerates rapidly. Berserk used a skill too. Abyssal Call. A skill that gathers all mobs within his sight radius. GRRK. An abyss goblin, summoned by the call, unleashed a pack of monsters and set traps from afar. This caused another death. Fwoosh. A trap activated, and monsters from the pack ran rampant. Needle-like shadows pierced comrades' bodies. Even the mages, who had been using mana shields to prevent fatal injuries, couldn't react. Thud. Another one fell. Kyle, how much time left? 4 minutes. What? 3 minutes? It's been 4 minutes. I almost got my hopes up. Crunch dash. Then the first major variable appeared. A troll. Push it back. Another one died. The cause? A troll summoned right in front of us. The problem wasn't the troll, but the fact that the victim was a mage. Damn it. I had expected the death of a warrior, but not a mage. I had positioned them in the center to protect them at all costs. Now we'll run out of mana quickly. This is the worst. Even with these thoughts, I kept moving. Time continued to pass. 5 minutes left. 4 minutes. Kyle announced the time every minute, perhaps to boost our morale. Just 3 more minutes. Since the mage died, there were no more casualties. True to their veteran status, the explorers were becoming more adept at the battle. However, at the 8-minute mark, we can no longer use magic. Just maintaining the enchantments is all we can manage. Kyle announced as if giving notice. Holding out for 2 more minutes without the mage's support. It was sooner than expected, but it couldn't be helped. One mage had already died. To save enough mana to activate the magic circle, we had no other choice. Screech. As the mage's area spell stopped, the monsters from the pack began to pile up. Reduced numbers. The absence of magic. With the increased burden, Berserk continued shooting shadow arrows from a distance. Fwack dash. Another one died. I couldn't keep my promise. In such intense battles, there's no time for last words. Whether the enemy is a monster or a human, they aren't kind enough to give you time for that. So, we discussed it in advance. If you can, take their gear and pass it on to their comrades. It was the last will of the fallen. But, as I thought back then, we wouldn't have the luxury to do so. Ah! Help me! The one beside me was dragged into the darkness by a shadow. Ah! Ah! Hearing the continuous screams, I bit my lip. Inform my son if you can. You'll probably be famous when you get out. He'll be happy to hear from you. That I could keep if I manage to survive. I'm activating the magic circle now. With 1 minute left to our 10-minute goal, the mages activated the pre-drawn magic circle. I swung my mace frantically. My shield was nowhere to be seen. Oh, I threw it away earlier, thinking it was useless. It wasn't a waste since it couldn't be repaired anyway. Jandel, get over here. Oh, is it done already? A brilliant light burst forth from the ground. Berserk, sensing danger, stopped his attack and looked at us. The same went for the other monsters. For a moment, the battle paused. I quickly scanned the area. Not all the bodies were visible. Naturally, some had been dragged into the darkness. They should be nearby. Ah! I found the body at the edge of the light. I swiftly approached and retrieved the sword and shield. I had to use a bit of force. Even in death, the comrade had held onto his weapon with his eyes open. Bjorn! Someone shouted, and I rolled into the magic circle. The warriors didn't ask why I retrieved the weapons. That's right. We had such a promise. The comrades will be grateful. As I stood up quickly, I saw the monsters approaching us. Momentarily disoriented by the light, they judged it wasn't a real threat. Still a nuisance until the end. Hey mage, we need to go now. Just a bit more. I looked straight ahead. I saw Berserk. I have seen you. See me my ass. I fixed my gaze on him and recalled the names of the dead. Cillian Nerf, Neil Fames, Paul Agmas, Garfin Gulen, Matt Elbins, Referee Cyavris. 6 in total. Yes, one day I'll see you again. The Lord of Chaos Liakis, Dragon Slayer Legal Vagos, and Berserk. Kyle Fevrosk has cast level 4 spatial magic, multi-teleportation. I hope these bastards understand. I won't be running away forever. When I opened my eyes, I was surrounded by people. Yes, we made it. How much distance have we put between us and him? Well, about 3 kilometers, I'd say. We're completely out of his sight, so he won't be able to follow us. Unless we encounter another abyssal overseer, of course. I instinctively checked behind me. In the darkness, there wasn't a single one of those damn eyeballs. We really had managed to teleport that far. Amazing. It's not that impressive. If I hadn't left the coordinate setting medium here, even I wouldn't have been able to teleport such a long distance. Plus, I shared mana with the other mages. Kyle spoke modestly, but it wasn't something just anyone could do. No matter how much help he received, using such magic in a place where mana efficiency is reduced to a quarter isn't easy. Well, let's get moving. Without resting, we'll rest while we move. I opened a potion and poured it over my head. And while the other warriors received treatment, I moved forward. Soon, I saw the people I was looking for. Garpen Gullen's comrades. They had such a good relationship that they'd come to the front lines to take him back, even if it meant extra effort. They recognized me too, and they stiffened. Their eyes were on the sword and shield I was holding. Take this. Is he dead? A female explorer asked, her voice trembling, and I just remained silent. Her mouth opened again after a moment. I'll take it, but you should keep this. After picking up the sword, she handed me the shield. You might need it. I'll gratefully accept. I decided not to refuse the shield. I had lost my shield earlier. After all, rejecting it here would only hurt them more. Then I'll be on my way. I continued forward. As I moved on, I eventually reached my comrades. Did anyone get hurt while I was gone? No one answered my question. They just stared at me blankly. Misha was trembling. Oh, are they angry because I got hurt? I should run away quickly. If no one's hurt, I'll go ahead. Stop right there. Please, stop and rest. Isn't this enough? Yes, Mr. Jandel. Listen to Karlstein. Going ahead now won't help. We might face a big fight later. I finally let go of my stubbornness. Raven was right. Despite everything we've been through, we still have mountains to climb. It would be wise to conserve my strength. Step by step. While the other warriors cleared the way at the front, I followed the procession and recovered my strength alongside my comrades. Time passed as we moved forward. Stop! A command came through the message stone, instructing us to halt. I instinctively felt it. We had arrived at our destination. Is the portal to the Goblin Forest open? Kyle's voice came through, followed by the dwarf clan leader, Teterud. It's open. Yes, we found it. My legs almost gave out. If this portal had been destroyed too, I might have lost it. Raven, take care of things here. Yes, go ahead. You'd go even if I tried to stop you, right? I made my way to the front, pushing past the explorers. As soon as I arrived, Teterud greeted me. So, what now? Are you going in right away? Once everyone's ready, you're leading the way again? Does it matter? You're all coming right behind me anyway. Ah, true enough. I stood before the portal. About 10 minutes later, Kyle contacted me through the message stone. We're ready. You can go in now. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Even I could feel how rough my breathing had become, but I focused on the positives. There might be no one there. Nort probably thought that even if someone survived, it would only be a few. They'd rather have us return to the city and cause trouble by testifying against the royal family. Of course, it's just a possibility. They might have stationed troops to thoroughly finish off any survivors. However, they likely didn't leave many behind. No matter how much equipment they had collected on the first floor, it wouldn't be enough. Their core forces would be mining mana stones up above. Damn it. Even thinking this, I wasn't sure. But I stepped forward. It's not the first time. How often have I been certain? We have no other choice. If we wait, we'll just lose strength fighting abyssal goblins. So, step. I took another step and entered the portal. You have entered the goblin forest on the second floor. For a moment, my vision went black. Soon, I felt the sensation of floating. When I opened my eyes, I saw a green forest. Damn it. There was one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. The good news was that there weren't many troops nearby. The bad news was, damn, these bastards stayed behind. My prediction that the core forces would be mining mana stones above was wrong. Thud. I landed and observed the 3 figures in the forest. I could identify at least 2 of them just by their appearance. The first survivor. The one who had destroyed all the portals. The ruined scholar. Haha, didn't I say that if we waited, at least one would come? Hey, barbarian, congratulations. You had a tough time getting here, didn't you? An unknown beast man. And, oh, we meet again here. The man still wearing that white mask from before. It seems we're destined to cross paths, aren't we? The corpse collector. He smiled at me. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 225. Reversal 1. The Goblin Forest is one of the brighter areas on the second floor. Though it's dark, the starlight decorating the sky provides some illumination. Well, it's not usually this bright though. Whoosh! Dozens of glowing spheres float in the air, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as daylight. It's like watching a stadium at night with the lights on. How much mana does he have to spare? This alone is enough to make my heart sink when I realize the stark difference in levels, but this isn't the time to be thinking about that. Jandel, those guys. The ruined scholar and the corpse collector. I don't recognize the other one. Sharing brief information with the warriors who followed through the portal, I keep my eyes fixed ahead. Oh, so you didn't come alone after all? The beast man, whose identity is still unclear, chuckled. He seemed to be in a good mood. Splitting the loot among the 3 of us should still be quite profitable. His greedy gaze swept over us. I felt as if we were just some random mobs in a hunting ground. I had hoped they might congratulate us and let us go, but that seems unlikely. So lowly. The white-haired, middle-aged mage, the ruined scholar, clicked his tongue in disdain. Why? You insisted on staying because of this, didn't you? The beast man asked, but the ruined scholar didn't bother to reply, looking irritated. At that moment, the corpse collector laughed and interjected. Pfft, don't you know that old man yet? He doesn't care about the loot. He just wants to get this over with and go back. Is that so? Then it's just the 2 of us who are lowly. What are you talking about? Do you think I stayed just to get some equipment? The corpse collector retorted in a sharp voice. Then what is it? The corpse collector. No. The clown-esque words made the beast man tilt his head. I too listened intently, pretending not to, knowing the individual motives and goals of those who stayed here might expand our options. Yeah, that's what I thought, but of course, it looked like fun. The clown shouted exaggeratedly, just like at the round table. To be able to kill explorers who managed to get here with just a speck of hope. Isn't that the best? The ruined scholar frowned again. Why are you speaking like that? Like you're suddenly acting. Oh, that? I thought maybe someone here might recognize me if I'm lucky. Sit. Someone you know? Yeah, there is. I wanted to kill them for a long time, but just killing them wouldn't be fun, right? It's more interesting if at least they know who I am before they die. You're making no sense. Do as you please. I'll go back and rest. The ruined scholar looked perplexed, but I understood. This crazy psycho bastard. He hoped that one of us at the round table would recognize him. That's why he wore a mask and revealed himself. In a way, it was a gesture showing his resolve. That he wouldn't let anyone leave here alive. But there are more of you than I expected. Despite the ongoing arrival of comrades through the portal, the beast man, chatting nonchalantly, looked at us. However, there was not a hint of tension in him. The leftover forces abandoned by the royal family. He must believe he can handle as many of us as he wants. I rather like it. I decided to think positively. If these guys had targeted us immediately upon arriving on the second floor, the situation would have been far more dire. It's good that they underestimate us. So it looks like no more are coming, huh? Whether it's arrogance or not. We just need to exploit it. It's good. Anymore. And it might have been troublesome. Troublesome my foot. The high-ranking necromancer, known as the one-man army. The corpse collector snapped his fingers with a loud sound. Whoosh! A giant subspace opened in the air. And, grah! Hundreds of undead soldiers poured out. Bethelrea! The final battle we've longed for is about to begin. The army of corpses surged toward us from the front. These corpses, meticulously collected and fully equipped, exuded a formidable presence. But, hey, if we win this battle, we can go back, right? No one was retreating. At least not around me. Phew, I can finally fight properly. The warriors, exhausted to their limits, draw their weapons with smiles. I'll finally get some recognition. I outrank you after all. It was different in many ways from when we were clearing the path on the first floor. Swords, hammers, axes, maces, and flails glowed brightly. Alessandro Bell has cast Wrath of Fire. Ralph Kell has cast Windblade. Milton Tedderud has cast Banner of Struggle. Stamina consumption during battle has been significantly reduced. Skills that couldn't be used due to the field effects were now being unleashed. Yah! Let us go. Like people who had been waiting for this moment, the warriors ran toward the army of corpses without holding back. I also used Giganification and joined the ranks. Yeah, we may be low on health, but we're not out of MP. Boom! As the vanguard clashed with the army of corpses, an explosion resounded. A sound that should have accompanied every Explorer's battle. Groan! The charge of the army of corpses is immediately met with support from the rear. Arrows fly in, various elemental attack spells, and long-range abilities. Of course, the other side didn't just watch idly either. Abet Necrophyto has cast Curse of Stone. During the battle, bodies turn to stone. Abet Necrophyto has cast Corpse Explosion. Corpse modified for self-destruction bursts in, scattering flesh. Boom! The explosion is about the power of a level 6 fire spell. It wasn't enough to instantly kill the warriors who had become sturdier and more agile using active skills. But still, sizzle. As expected of the corpses handled by a necromancer, the bodies of those covered in the blood quickly dissolve. Arg! In the midst of this chaos. Hey, barbarian, are you the leader here? One of the trio, a beast man, leaps and lands in front of me. He looked completely different from before, protruding fierce fangs, fur and a blue mane covering his entire body, a height and build comparable to mine in my Giganification state. He had transformed into a beast resembling a lycanthrope. No wonder he had no equipment. I quickly analyzed him as I scanned him. An enhancement type, the Beastman's unique ability, Spirit Beast. It seems he has an enhancement type like Misha. He probably acquired the transformation ability after leveling up his Spirit Beast. Then what essence did he consume? Putting aside my natural curiosity, I raised my shield to cover my face. He swung his massive forepaw. Bang! A bone-rattling impact. His strength surpasses mine. This is not going to be an easy fight. Whoosh! As I evaded and retreated from the power struggle, a sword was swung. Not at me, but at that wolf-like guy. I'll handle this one, you step back. It was Melter Pend, the leader of the Nartel clan. You'll handle him? Orders from Lord Kyle. Well then. I obediently yielded my opponent and stepped back. There's a saying about the right person for the right job. Melter Pend is our exploration's only rank 3 explorer. He has been reserving his strength for the battle on the second floor. I heard he used to be an apprentice knight. He is much better at dueling than I am. Jandel, do you hear me? As I handed over the wolf guy to Melter and turned around, Kyle's voice came through the message stone. I hear you. Sorry. It took some time to split the forces, so I'm late in contacting you. Skip the apologies, get to the point. You focus on leading the people against the corpse collector. Melter Pend and his companions will handle the Blue Mane. Blue Mane? Oh, you didn't know? He made a name for himself in the Nork subjugation. He was the heir of the Blue Wolf tribe but committed a crime and hid in Nork. So he isn't a member of the Orcules, No wonder I didn't recognize him at first glance. Understood. I'll take care of this side. Excellent. Then I'll put everything into stopping that old man. By old man, he must mean the Ruin Scholar, right? Perhaps the target of Kyle's revenge was that old man all along. All right, I'll trust you with that side. I swung my mace towards the mass of corpses, signaling the end of our conversation. Then, I heard another voice. Oh, and one more thing. Your comrades will arrive soon. What? No response came back. Crack dash. Just as I crushed the head of a corpse with my shield. Slash dash. An adamantium greatsword was embedded in the temple of a corpse aiming at my flank. We'll help from here on out. Einar. And Bjorn. Misha. The melee sisters naturally positioned themselves on either side of my rear, ready for battle. It was the formation team Apple Narek often used when fighting. You're not going to insist on fighting alone this time, are you? When I looked back, I saw a raven riding on Mr. Bear's summon, Iron Guardian. Wait, if Iron Guardian is here then? Sure enough, I saw Mr. Bear nearby as well. Why are you guys here instead of staying in the rear? It made sense for the melee sisters, but why were these two here? It would be much safer for them to stay behind. Mr. Bear answered while loading an arrow into his massive crossbow. Indirect fire ISN.T really my specialty. That makes sense. Although I had a feeling that wasn't the whole reason. I'll have to feed him leap time once we get to the 6th floor. Thinking about what essence to feed Mr. Bear later, I swung my mace. But the corpse fell before I even hit it. Whoosh! An arrow of fire pierced its forehead. Mister, so, you came too, huh? I noticed Daria, her older sister, standing next to her. She seemed to have had a change of heart about keeping her safe. I didn't know why, but it wasn't a bad thing. Protect the commander. Melterpend and his team had carved out their own space on the battlefield, focusing on taking down the Wolfman. These pests, given the praise coming from their direction, it seemed they were making good progress. The ruined scholar's silence was a bit concerning, but trust. If something happens, Ka will handle it. I just need to do my part. So, I scanned the front widely. Being in gigantfication state, it wasn't too difficult to spot the clown far away. He was sitting on top of a giant corpse monster, watching the battlefield, as if he were enjoying a great show. There is a limit to how much you can underestimate people. I felt a laugh coming on. Now that I think about it, the Dragon Slayer had that same look in his eyes when I first met him. Misha, Einar, let us break through. I charged forward, smashing through the army of corpses. My target, the corpse collector. My goal, to crush his skull and see if there is anything wrong with his brain. Jandel is up to something again. Is he aiming for the corpse collector? Follow the great warrior. Let us go. Explorers began to gather around me. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 226. We avoided the worst. Though a few legendary figures remained, it wasn't the massive army we feared. We only had 3 enemies to face. Surprisingly, they didn't attack us as we stepped through the portal and formed our ranks, perhaps due to their overconfidence. However, I bet Necrofito has cast Puppet. This doesn't mean the situation is positive. Even if we manage to hold our ground now, the longer this battle drags on, the worse it will be for us. That's the nature of necromancers. It's a massive battle with casualties mounting in real time. The corpses of our comrades, their flesh torn and their necks cut, rise up again to attack us. Crack dash. Even now, we're doing our best to smash the heads of these undead, but if this continues, we will eventually be outnumbered. Ugh, what kind of combination is this? I couldn't help but groan. There are only 3 of them, but their balance is impeccable. The corpse collector hordes, the one-on-one combat prowess of Blue Mane, and the ultimate mage with wide area skills and an overwhelming ability to create variables, the ruined scholar. If it were just 3 combat-skilled veterans, our chances would be much higher. No, they left only 3 behind because of this combination. I brush off the fleeting regret. No one is without flaws. Not every aspect of this fight is against us. In fact, since the opponent is corpse collector, there's a slight advantage for me. The character has used Outlaw of the Wasteland. I didn't expect to use this here after acquiring it in the Doppelganger Forest. Bethel Ra, once again, I repeat what I've done countless times today at the forefront of the battlefield. Clearing the path. Cracks his dash. Boom. With each swing of my mace, the armored corpses fall like autumn leaves. The reason is simple. The Outlaw of the Wasteland is a perfect counter to necromancers. Physical damage temporarily increases proportionally to the number of humanoid monsters. The increase in physical damage is proportional to their numbers. It's safe to assume that the increase has already reached its maximum. So the maximum is current increase rate, 1000%. Tenfold? Crack dash. Was this how Lu Bu of the 3 Kingdoms felt? With corpses bursting with each casual swing of the mace, there's no need to even use swing. Sure, it would help more if I did, but it's wiser to save my limited MP for gigantification. What kind of rank 5 explorer? A great warrior. Follow him. The explorers naturally form a breakthrough formation behind my mindless charge. Okay, now I won't get stabbed in the back. It's a suicide bomber. Even the corpse explosion, which initially caused us significant damage, is now being countered effectively. After all, aren't these veteran explorers accustomed to such tactics? Even without my direction, they instinctively learned how to counter it. Mage! Dirtu Tiran, the level 8 support magic gale. Boom! As the suicide bomber's body swelled menacingly, it was blown away by spells or skills with knockback effects. Still, occasional explosions within our formation caused damage, and I was often the one who bore the brunt of it. SSSSSS-. The corrosive liquid from the suicide bombers clung to my body. It doesn't sting too much, though, even though I didn't invest much in poison resistance. Isn't Dungeon and Stone a team game? Alova Raven has cast level 7 support spell, Neutralized, a buff spell that has poison damage. Rebecca Eisel has cast Shared Eye, an active skill that takes 1/3 of the damage meant for a designated target. Con Algan has cast Group Immunity, an aura skill that shares half of his resistance stats with everyone within a 15-meter radius, friend or foe. Fulton Castle has cast Fountain of Blood. When the character takes damage, orbs of regeneration are created. Even when I took damage, healing tokens burst from my body, replenishing the health of my allies who picked them up. With hundreds of rank 5 explorers gathered, it was as if we had every possible skill. Whoosh dash! At that moment, the dozens of light orbs that filled the sky over Goblin Forest vanished, darkening the surroundings. I knew instinctively. Be cautious, the enemy is about to move. The Ruined Scholar. Yes, he wouldn't just stand by forever. Flare dash. The sky darkened as if an eclipse had occurred, and a blood-red orb formed above, rapidly growing in size. It's the Sphere of Annihilation. The Sphere of Annihilation. An attack spell I'd never seen in the game before. Well, of course I wouldn't have. That summoning spell is the Ruined Scholar's signature spell, created from scratch. A level 2 spell. My heart tightened. I know how unrealistically powerful top-tier offensive magic can be. Of course, it hardly matters. Even if I didn't know, I would have guessed how dangerous that spell is. This crazy old man? Are you trying to kill me too? The wolf guy shuddered and tried to leave as soon as he saw the thing in the sky. The clown in the distance was no different. He was shouting something with a panicked face. Although I couldn't hear him, it wasn't hard to guess the content. The undead legion positioned on the outskirts was retreating. Damn it. The Ruined Scholar's companions had made a judgment. Once that spell drops, everything, friend or foe, will vanish without a trace. But so what? I will block it. You all advance. Kyle spoke in the message stone. I overcome my anxiety and focus on breaking through the path. Keep moving. Don't freeze up. But if that thing falls, where will you run? Fight. The explorers, now encouraging each other, firmed up their resolve without needing my intervention. It's coming. At someone's murmur, I looked up. The ominous orb, now massive enough to fill the entire sky, began its descent toward the ground. And then, Kyle Febrosk has cast level 3 attack spell, Piercing Steel. At that moment, Kyle's spell, aimed at the Ruined Scholar, was completed. Shah. He must have prepared a magic circle in advance for this moment, as an intense gray light bloomed from the rear. Flash dash. In the instant the light flickered, a giant arrow pierced through the massive meteor. Boom! The ear-splitting sound of impact. Shah! A fierce wind blew, whipping across the ground. And then, take cover. Hundreds of large and small fragments, engulfed in crimson flames, rained down like a shower. The explorers scattered in panic, but most fragments never reached the ground. This too was thanks to Kyle. Boom! 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 Hundreds of fragments were intercepted mid-air by a semi-transparent barrier, exploding and dissipating harmlessly. Even for a rank 3 mage, it's impossible to cover such a wide area with a shield. Did he control all of them? He must have read the trajectory of each fragment and blocked them one by one with minimal magic. That's the reasonable assumption. Indeed, Raven watched the scene with her mouth agape. Is that even possible? Being a mage, she could feel more acutely just how high-level that maneuver was. However, the opposing mage was no ordinary human either. In fact, the Ruined Scholar, considered to be a grand mage from Orcules, was likely ranked even higher than Kyle. Damn, old man. The remaining meteors veered off course like curveballs, avoiding the barrier and striking the ground. Boom! The meteor didn't distinguish between friend and foe. They fell amidst the center of the undead legion released by the clown, crushing comrades beside and behind me. And then they transformed into golems, rising up. A level 5 summoning spell, Fire Giant. Raven exclaimed in disbelief. Mr. Febrosk, how is this possible? There were no summoning rituals. He used the residual magic to quickly inscribe new spells onto the remaining fragments. In that brief moment, a level 5 spell, and dozens of them, Raven murmured in a mix of shock and admiration. But it seemed Kyle had no time to respond kindly. Jandel, I need to prepare for the next attack, so cover me. The hurried communication was cut off. Phew, he said he'd handle it himself. In the end, cleaning up falls to me. Well, even for this guy, handling such a monster alone would be impossible. Moreover, Kyle's mana was already low after using mass teleportation on the first floor. It hits me again how disadvantaged we still are. Melterpend is dealing with a blue-maned warrior. Kyle is focused on the ruined scholar. And I'm leading hundreds of explorers to take down the corpse collector. If any one of us fails, it's game over. The precarious balance would collapse, sweeping us all away in an instant. But, conversely, the same goes for our enemies. That's why, SSSHHH, I charged toward the fire giant, which had risen completely and was now looming over me. Gripping my giant mace tightly. Thud. I leap high. Swing. Using up my MP, I bring the mace crashing down. One hit was all it took to shatter the core of the 5th grade summoned fire giant. Boom! The fire giant disintegrates into magical particles, scattering into the air. I look beyond, focusing on the front. The clown is visible in the distance, still laughing like an idiot. If I can just kill him, the advantage will be ours. Step by step, I advance slowly, breaking through, trampling, sometimes using corpses as shields to push through. Crack dash. I am carving a path to survival. Sha! Above us, the ruined scholar's fiery rain pours down incessantly. Boom! Boom! Kyle is fiercely defending with his magic, but it's not enough to block everything. AR. Screams erupt from all around. Those who desperately fought their way here are now collapsing, burnt black, onto the wet ground. And then, a bet Necrophyto has cast, Puppet. Rising again in such a state, they wield their weapons against us. Seeing this, I can't help but think, if there's a hell on earth, it's right here. Boom! In the distance, a pile of corpses flies like a cannonball, disrupting our formation. It's been happening for a few minutes now. The corpse collector is summoning more minions from his pocket dimension. Damn it, we were so close. Just how much has he stockpiled? A curse escapes my lips. But even so, I don't stop moving. Surrounded by the corpse legion, far from the main force, I keep pushing forward. I don't know how many of us are left. Many must have died. But still, Bethelrea, Einar shouts as she slashes at a corpse, followed by a chant from behind and beside her. Yeah, Bethelrea, not just the barbarians. Humans, dwarves, or beastmen. Yes, it's quite infectious. Thud! A heap of corpses lands in front of me and rises. A grotesque form made up of 5 merged bodies. I briefly grimace at the grotesque sight, then recognize a familiar face within the pile. Hansen Kelders. We met on the first day, wandering the passages. Before we even knew what was happening, before we met the clown. Back then, he offered to join us, but I refused. I couldn't trust him. Careful guys survive longer. I hope we meet again someday. He left smiling, despite the rejection. And now, Bruin, we meet again like this. So he really was on our side. His ghastly appearance would have made Lee Hansu retch just by looking at it. Swinging my mace at him, I ponder. What if I had trusted him back then? If we had decided to move together, would he be fighting on our side now, instead of being an enemy? Crack dash. Well, maybe. One thing is certain. I was wrong back then. It wasn't the best choice, not even a good one. I didn't try hard enough just because he was a stranger. If I had tried a bit harder, maybe I could have found evidence to trust him. I'm sorry. I dash forward, stepping over the pile of corpses. And for a brief moment, I wonder, what kind of person was he? What could he have achieved if he had lived? Now, I'll never know. He might have had immense potential, and could have been a great help to me. Dwaki, for example, didn't make a great first impression. At first, I thought he was just a weirdo. But what was he really like? He turned out to be the kindest among us and the most remarkable mage I've ever known. Jandel, are you there yet? Kyle's voice pulls me out of my thoughts. Not much farther. It truly wasn't far now. Just a bit more, and I'd reach the clown. Though he is an agile necromancer, close combat won't be easy, but a necromancer's weakness is obvious. Even if he has summoned such a large army, his MP consumption must be immense. As long as Kyle keeps the ruined scholar in check, and Melterpend holds off that wolfman, there shouldn't be any unexpected. Hurry up a bit. Huh? I have a bad feeling. A bad feeling? Is this some kind of mage's intuition? Thinking this, I swing my mace once more. Grr! Through the foul-smelling corpses, a new group of explorers appears. 1 team, 2 teams, 3 teams. Their numbers are so large that counting them individually becomes meaningless. I wondered what the commotion was, and it's this. We'll help now. It's the remnants of Rafdonia. Kill them. Wah! They were explorers from Nork who had been hunting on the 2nd floor. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 40+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 227. He swung his sword. Using every ounce of strength left in his body, he moved his arm to kill the enemy. And yet he constantly asked himself, why? His most precious wife had died. So, why did he need to live? To that question, The barbarian had answered. There needs to be someone to deliver the news. Yes, that's right. To Selin, who was in a state of despair, heard his words and stepped onto this perilous journey. To deliver the news? He knew all too well that wasn't he the real reason. The barbarian, who unlike him, had protected everything. I'll say it again. Everyone stop. With a stubbornly honest voice, he stopped the madness of the massacre. Leader of the Nartel clan, Melterpend. I am Lacey Neret of the Handel Church. I am a battle mage of Rafdonia, gaining recognition from renowned explorers. Bethel Rei, leading the perilous journey from the most dangerous forefront to guide them to their destination, the Great Barbarian. This man was a born leader. Just as he had been drawn to him at first, he had the power to move people's hearts. But because of that, he wanted to see this great man in despair, having lost something precious. Then he might feel a little more at ease. Yes, it couldn't be helped. Even a man like him couldn't manage it. It's only natural that he couldn't protect them. Driven by the disgusting motive of seeking comfort through others' misfortune, he followed this journey. Yes, that must have been it. /. He was swinging his sword to save not just himself, but others. Ah, thank you. Your name was Selin, right? A quiet friend, I see. Despite the loss of his longtime comrades, he is fighting with all his might for someone he has only just met. Selin simply couldn't understand it. /. Why am I still fighting? Because I haven't seen that barbarian in despair? No, then why? Who reinforcements in this situation? We're probably going to die, right? This is crazy. How do we even get this far? Enough with the chatter, just fight. Yeah, no way I'm dying without a fight. Even knowing they face death, they are fighting to the end. Wah! Selin, scanning the explorer's eyes, soon realized the reason. Boom! Beyond the constant explosions, where countless enemies were swarming, a man with a massive back was fighting. Bethel Radia, still holding on to hope. The situation is dire. But the grimmer it got, the more I thought of the positive aspects. Their equipment is about 2 to 3 floors worth. They have numbers, but each one's combat ability is significantly lacking. If they were good, they would be moved up to higher floors to hunt. Indeed, Nork's remnants attacked us, mixed in with the corpse army, but it made little difference to us at the moment. At our level, a single corpse summoned by the clown was more threatening. The problem is it takes more time to break through. This is actually the most troublesome part. Time is not on our side. We need to take down the clown as quickly as possible, then gang up on the wolf or the ruined scholar to stand a chance of winning. But now the remnants of Nork have shown up. At this rate, our rear formation will collapse too. We're even more pressed for time now. The more impatience surged, the more tightly I gripped my mace. Crash. This time it was a one-hit kill again. However, even as I take down an enemy, the number of my allies is dwindling. In the face of death, people are more truthful than ever. Some cried out their love for their families. Some cursed the king with all their might. And some revealed their hidden identities to the world for the first time. Your expression, look. Hey, I'm an evil spirit. What? What do you mean by that? Sorry for deceiving you, thanks for everything, ugh. Now finally I can, Mom, I'm so late. Yes, among all these people, there had to be at least one player. Thump dash. It felt unfair. After overcoming so many hardships to get here, was it going to end so meaninglessly? No, it can't be. I steadied my wavering heart. Breaking can wait until after I've fallen. As long as my arms and legs can still move, until my breath stops and blood cools, I must struggle and struggle again. Yes, so. Crash dash. I swung my mace and thought, just like the first day I came here. What must I do to survive? First assess the situation. Kyle, how is it over there? We're barely holding on, but it's not looking good. The rear, where mages and archers are positioned, seems to be taking heavy damage too. Of course, that was expected. The Nork explorers were attacking them too. With most of the warriors here, it must be hard to fend them off. We're surrounded on all sides. But surprisingly, there is an escape route. The portal we came up through. Kyle, probably to boost morale, Henty mentioned it, but some must have fled back to the first floor. Escape is always an attractive option, especially when life is on the line. Jandel, what about going down to regroup? A warrior shouted a suggestion to me. Did Kyle hear this through the message stone? Absolutely not. Eventually, we'll have to come back up to face them, and they want to give us time to regroup then. Kyle spoke firmly to prevent any foolish thoughts. It was pointless. I was considering it anyway. 0 and 1 are different. And if my and Kyle's judgment is correct, 1 is definitely here. We must find a way to win here. Therefore, what about Melterpend? I inquired about another front that could be a variable. But again, there was no positive response. He is holding them off, but it's unlikely to end quickly. Yes, that is what I thought. Bjorn! Startled, I looked to my side and saw a suicide bomber within arm's reach. Tiran. Fortunately, Raven used a gale spell just in time to push the bomber away. Boom! The suicide bomber exploded, splattering its bodily fluids. While the other corpses were mostly unaffected, the Nork explorers who had just arrived as reinforcements were not so lucky. Sizzle dash. Those nearby simply melted away, and even those who were hit by just a single drop turned pale and staggered. I felt a bitter taste in my mouth. Whether it's Rafdonia or Nork, they treat people as expendable all the same. Then what about the ruined scholar? Without a moment's rest, I continued the conversation. Perhaps the most crucial information in the current situation. Can we kill him? Now that the magic circle is complete, I can try. But Kyle trailed off. He seemed uncertain. I'm sorry. I thought I caught up, but the gap has widened since then. I didn't blame him. If he had fled through the dimensional gate, we wouldn't have come this far. Besides, the ruined scholar was a crazy-level mage, even to my eyes. Still, as I said earlier, we can buy some time. I'll manage to strike a blow somehow, even if it costs my life. His words suddenly reminded me of Dwaki. Are you talking about that awakening spell? Something similar. Are you sure about this? If I feared the consequences, I wouldn't have stayed here. This is the moment I've longed for. Besides, I've refined it over time, so it doesn't necessarily mean I'll lose my life. I see. I didn't bother to say that he didn't need to go that far. That would be hypocritical and, who here isn't fighting for their lives? Even I'm doing the same. For example, if I were to fall right now, people would grieve, but they wouldn't be surprised. That is the kind of battle this is. So, what will you do now? Kyle's cautious question made me smile. This guy always asks questions like this. Doesn't he? It might be better to come back here and fight together. Forget it. I cut him off firmly. With the Nork explorers' reinforcements, we were now outnumbered, but nothing has changed. Kyle Febrosk will handle the ruined scholar. Melterpen will take on that wolf. I will deal with the corpse collector. I figured as much. I heard a faint chuckle from the message stone. Why are you laughing? Do you think I can't do it? No, it's not that. I was just reminded of what you said earlier. What I said? You mentioned that warriors laugh when things get tough. Include mages in that too. We warriors tend to laugh more heartily, though. Show me a more manly laugh next time. Next time? Was it inappropriate to joke in this situation? I regretted it slightly, but soon a much lighter voice came through. Well, having the next time isn't so bad. You know, if I get out of this, I'm going to write a book. A book about my life. It's been my dream since I was young. I'll read it if I get the chance. What an honor. If I do write it, can I include what you said as a quote? A quote? The thing about warriors laughing when it's tough. It keeps echoing in my head. That was just something I said offhand. Hearing him take it so seriously makes me feel somewhat embarrassed. But if we can just make it back, I'd allow anything. Do whatever you want. Kyle laughed aloud at my answer. Is that so? Then there's no problem. His laughter was much heartier than before. The current battle situation is quite complex. First, the long-range dealers of the exploration are concentrated around the portal, and the warriors are blocking around them. Originally, we only needed to block the corpse army in front, but Norcus explorers attacking from behind changed that. It must be tough for them too. While reorganizing our lines, Melterpend and his clan members were left in the middle of the battlefield, still fighting that wolf. They must be struggling as much as we are. We were also separated from the main force to hunt down the corpse collector. We could be considered a kind of special detached force. In that sense, it's time for a mid-battle check. Raven, what is our head count? Oh, it looks like about 40. Phew, a lot of us have died. It seemed like we had well over 100 at the start. Whoosh dash. Suddenly, light erupted from the ground. A massive red magic circle covered the entire battlefield in an instant. It's a spatial magic formula. Raven was the first to read the spell, but that's as far as she got. Kyle's calm voice flowed through the message stone. Don't be alarmed. It's just the timing. So, is there no problem with the plan? Yes, I expected the old man to use this magic. Hearing that, I felt relieved. If the ruined scholar uses a spatial magic formula, he planned to counter with another spell using the enemy's own mana. That was roughly the plan, though I didn't know the detailed mechanics as I'm not a mage. This kind of thing wasn't implemented in the game. It must have been a limitation of the 2D game format. But I should get ready too. I have to move, trusting that it will work. If not, there is no other answer. Whoosh dash. Soon, the light from the magic circle reached its peak, and my vision turned completely white. And at that moment, I'll be back. Kyle's voice echoed once more. Flash dash. A blinding light engulfed the battlefield. Kyle Febrosk has cast level 2 temporal magic, Parallel Realm. A ringing sound filled my ears. When I opened my eyes, the battlefield looked unchanged, though my vision was blurry. I muttered softly, "Did it work?" No response. That must mean the spell succeeded. By now, Ka would be engaging the ruined scholar in a one-on-one battle in a virtual space based on the Goblin Forest. I hope he wins and returns, but I must also prepare for the possibility that he doesn't. Ka believed he could at least buy us some time. We need to accomplish something within that time. What are you doing? Charge! After briefly pausing due to the white flash, we resumed our breakthrough with the detached force. How much time passed? I wasn't sure. This should be it. We reached our target distance. No more life-risking breakthroughs were needed. I entrusted the detached force to Tetarud, who had been breaking through alongside me. Tetarud, take the remaining people and go back. Then I'll leave the rest to you. We had already communicated our intentions while breaking through. All right, you heard him. We stop here and head back. But even that doesn't look easy. Well, Jandel will handle this side. Let us go. Tetarud led the remaining group back toward Melterpend. Even if they couldn't reach the main force, they could at least assist in taking down the wolf. Everyone get on. As soon as I spoke, Misha quickly jumped up to sit on my gigantified shoulder. Are we really going alone? Next was Einar. Oh, now I understand why Aruru always rides you. She was too big for my shoulder, so I held her around the waist with my left arm. Pardon me? Raven, having dismissed her summon, climbed onto Misha's lap. This feels quite strange. Then Mr. Bearman clung to my neck from behind. And then, it really feels like we're a team now. Lastly, Erwin sat on my right shoulder. It truly felt like I had become a mode of transportation. Just as we were about to set off. Wait a moment. Daria grabbed me. I preemptively addressed what I suspected she was going to say. As I said before, I can't let Erwin go. No matter what she said using her authority as her sister, I wouldn't give in. Erwin was crucial to this plan. That S nodded. I'm coming with you. What? So, she does have some decency. What does that look for? It's nothing. Come here. I quickly extended my remaining arm to wrap around Daria's waist. Kill him. Kill that bastard, and it'll be over. The clown's summoned corpses and Nork's second-floor explorers were closing in real time. I bent my knees slightly, assessing the situation ahead. Between the clown and me were over 100 Nork explorers, and even more of the corpse army. About 60 meters. After one more distance check, I bent my knees further, ready to spring like a coiled spring. And then, hold on tight. This time I jumped with all my might. The character has cast leap. My body soared, giving me a bird's eye view of the battlefield. I'm flying. I could see Melterpend engaged in a raid on the wolf, Tetarud rushing towards them, the main force in the center, and the clown cackling in the distance, thinking he was safe. Oh! As I reached the peak of my jump, someone yanked on my hair with all their strength. Maybe I should add a handle to my armor next time? Our bodies arced through the air and began to fall rapidly. The clown, perched on a corpse monster, saw me and commanded his minions to retreat. No, you really think that will work now? If he wanted to kite, he should have done it more aggressively from the start. Boom! My body slammed into the ground like a cannonball. The character's total weight exceeds 500 kilograms. The special terrain effect recoil is additionally applied to the damage area. Due to the recoil effect, the Nork remnants and the corpse army around the clown were thrown into the air. The corpse monster the clown was riding was an exception. It must have weighed over 500 kilograms, as it didn't budge. Of course, that was a minor issue. I didn't expect you to consume manticore essence. The clown looked at me with still casual eyes. He seemed amused. As much as I'd love to exchange a few words, I hurriedly canceled gigantification. My body quickly shrank back to normal size. Eek! My companions who were hanging on also fell off, and the clown, seeing me, spoke in an exaggerated tone. Oh dear! Did you use up all your MP? You came all this way, what a pity. Using up MP? What a joke. Well, once he gets a taste of it directly, he'll drop that idiotic tone eventually. Erwin. Yes. As soon as I called her name, Erwin used her ability. Erwin Fornaxi has cast Spirit Form. Spirit Form, it's the ability of a level 5 monster, Evan, and a very unique concept in Dungeon and Stone. The effect is simple. The caster becomes a spirit, gaining immunity to physical damage. And Erwin Fornaxi proposes a contract to the character. It allows her to share various powers temporarily with one person. Mr. Hold My Hand, a voice that sounded otherworldly. I grasped Erwin's outstretched hand as if entranced. At that moment, whoosh, a fierce flame erupted, engulfing and protecting my entire body. This was the elemental barbarian mode fire. Erwin, put out the fire. What? Oh right, did she finally remember what I had said earlier? Erwin quickly changed the element. Crackle. My already thick skin cracked like dry earth, becoming even tougher. The The spirit of the earth resides in the character S body. Fire attribute damage received is halved. Water attribute damage received is doubled. Immunity to poison granted. Enhanced resistance to destruction when using blunt weapons. Physical resistance significantly increased. Yes, a man should be like a rock. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 40+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 228. There are several race-specific essences in Dungeon and Stone. The elementalization that Erwin just used is a prime example. If a human who cannot handle spirits uses it, it results in a non-elemental spirit state. Moreover, a skill buff is attached to resources used for handling elementals, such as elemental power or natural force. It's practically an essence meant exclusively for fairies. Crackle, crackle. Every time I move my arm, dirt crumbles off. It feels as if I become a rock giant. It is weird to call it a giant. Phew, I could really use gigantfication. It's a shame that I can't show off that grand form, but it's an unavoidable issue. Tat tat. Erasing my regrets, I dash forward. Queaky. At that moment, the corpse monster the clown was riding spewed poison from its mouth. I didn't even bother raising my shield, taking it head on. Barbarian Earth mode is immune to poison. Oh, it had that effect? As expected, the bastard seemed to understand my state only after seeing it for himself, possibly because he cleared the cheat version too. Yet, he still remained relaxed. Well, you've used your head a bit. Puffed. The clown laughed even though his main attack, poison, had been blocked. Of course it would be so. He isn't just any poison necromancer, but an agile poison necromancer. Tat tat. He dismounted the corpse monster and retreated. Although I was running at full speed, the distance between us continued to grow. It's because of the penalty attached to the Barbarian Earth mode. Agility greatly decreased. My body moved at half the usual speed. In this situation, this is the biggest penalty, more so than the double water damage or the drastic reduction in HP. Why? Didn't you expect this? As soon as his poison was blocked, he gave up on close combat and started adjusting the distance. If he were a prideful guy, he would never do that. But why do you think I turn off gigantification? A top-tier explorer, known as the corpse collector running away from a 5th-rank barbarian? I expected this bastard. Leap. I stomped the ground, muttering the name of the skill to myself. Kayak. Erwin, who can't be more than 5 meters away from me in her spirit state, gets dragged along as if grabbed by her hair. I felt a bit sorry for her, but the maximum distance is about 30 meters. I calmly assessed the current situation. Considering I could jump 70 meters during my gigantification, the distance has drastically decreased. It made me realize how heavy this body was. If I had been in gigantification mode, it would have been less than half. Still, the speed itself was similar. Bethel Ra. As a movement skill, the distance closed instantly. Quang dash. The ground rippled from the impact point. The effect was the same as before, but there was a clear difference. The massive corpse monster that didn't T-budge before. Gore. Couldn't T-withstand it and floated upward. Character S total weight exceeds 1,000 kg. Yeah, now I'm heavier than you. The frail-looking clown wasn't even worth mentioning. The body, which had been stepping back, rises into the air. Before it could land, I dashed and closed the distance, taking a stance as if swinging a baseball bat. At that moment, I made eye contact with the clown in midair. No matter how I looked at it, he didn't seem to be laughing. Man, that hurts my feelings. Split. There was no response. Fine, if you don't like it, I have no choice. I'll just have to split you myself. Whoosh. Timing it right, I swung the mace to smash the clown's head. At that moment, thick bones sprouted from his skin. I bet Necrophyto has cast Bone Armor. Bone Armor. The same skill that blocked Mr. Bear's ultimate attack without much damage when we first met. But I wasn't too worried. The Outlaw of the Wasteland is still active. Barbarian Earth mode's blunt weapon destruction buff. And the swing, imbued with the spirit of an ogre. No matter how well the synergy is, there's no way a level 4 skill can block this. Crack crack dash. The moment the mace made contact, the bone armor shattered like cracking a walnut with a hammer, and the tender flesh beneath was exposed. Erwin, floating in spirit form, shot a fire arrow. As always, the target was the forehead. Boom! The fire arrow exploded on the clown's mask. But was that mask also equipment? The first effective hit was blocked by the mask, failing to cause significant damage. Duck. The clown, flying from the physical force, regained balance and landed. At that moment, crack. The mask, spreading spiderweb-like cracks, shattered into pieces. I smiled as I looked at him. So that is what you look like. Damn, you're ugly. If Pen, the little dragon, saw this, she would be horrified. But was this the clown's reverse scale? You NPC bastards who don't know anything. He burst out with praise. The clown no longer played his clown games. He dropped the exaggerated acting tones and spoke like a common explorer. Don't think it'll end with just death. That's the same line that dragon-slaying bastard used. He said something about death, not being able to save me. I'll give you unimaginable pain. Is this kind of line popular in Orcules? I wasn't too sure, but the continuous praise from the opponent made the battle seem smooth. Of course, that's to be expected. I bet Necrophyto has cast Puppet. The true strength of a necromancer lies in their army. But most of his corpse army is fighting the main force, and many of them have died. This bastard is probably running low on MP by now. Moreover, I have a much more advantageous attribute. I bet Necrophyto has cast Curse of Stone. A curse to halt my charge? As long as the skill's attribute is Earth, it's meaningless. Yes, I'm the elemental barbarian now. Even with a drastic reduction in magic resistance due to the penalty, my Earth resistance grants me easy immunity. I bet Necrophyto has cast Bone Armor. Bone Armor is countered by Swing. Crack Dash. Every time I peel off a layer, Irwin, in her spirit form, shoots an arrow. Thud Dash. Damage steadily accumulates as the battle continues. Groar. The clown starts pulling out elite corpses from his subspace to attack Irwin. It was a smart decision. If Irwin takes a certain amount of damage, the elemental barbarian mode will also be deactivated. Then, poison damage would start affecting me. But, okay, so he has no mages? His summons were thoroughly focused on poison plus physical damage. Therefore, they couldn't harm Irwin, who gains immunity to physical damage. Well, there were occasionally elite corpses with elemental weapons. Crack Dash. I destroyed them before they got close. Of course, it was difficult to handle them all by myself. But I didn't come here alone. Dirtu Tiran. Raven used wind magic to push enemies away, or when that didn't work, she deployed a mana shield to protect Irwin. Utility is definitely the realm of mages. Meanwhile, the rest of my team followed at a distance, focusing solely on protecting Raven. Ideal teamwork where everyone guards each other. How long do you think you can hold out? The clown spat blood and continued his flood of praises. But there was so much bitterness in his praise that it was hard to laugh it off. You slippery bastard. The battle seemed to be going in our favor, but we were the ones in a hurry. Even if we minimized the damage Irwin took, eventually the elemental barbarian mode would end. And who knows how long Kyle can hold out. Phew, I need to end this before the ruined scholar arrives. The urgency grew as time passed. While my physical resistance significantly increased by becoming an earth attribute barbarian, my magic resistance decreased accordingly. One proper magic attack, and neither Irwin nor my main body would withstand it. Not to mention water attribute damage, which is doubled. If it weren't for the presence of the ruined scholar, we wouldn't have needed to form a detached force of over 100 people and could have come here with just our team. The corpses are retreating. To make matters worse, the clown began storing the surrounding corpses back into his subspace. This was a significant problem. Sure, it reduced the burden on my trailing comrades. Crack! The bone armor that used to break in one hit now withstood two. It's due to the reduced damage increase from the outlaw of the wasteland. Yeah, it was because of that, huh? Ha! These player bastards. They notice even what's hidden from sight. The clown's eyes curved into a long arc. Don't laugh. You're too ugly. Once this is over, I'll rip out that tongue first. Go ahead and try. Behel Ra'ea. I shouted and pressed the attack even more fiercely. The resistance was intense. Recognizing me as a formidable opponent, he began using essences not commonly known. I bet Necrophyto has cast Momentary Immortality, a skill of a level 3 monster, Death Lord. Whoosh! The black flames engulfed his clothes and skin, leaving only bones. Like a lich, I suspected but didn't expect him to have this skill. The effect of Momentary Immortality is simple. For 1 minute, no matter what happens, he cannot die, and mental and supernatural stats are converted to physical stats. A top-tier explorer with maxed-out physical stats. I swallowed nervously, but spoke nonchalantly. You look much better now. He didn't reply. He just clicked his bony jaw in annoyance and charged. Bang dash. A simple shove. That was all. Yet it pushed me back, even making the corpse monsters float with the recoil. Who? How much has his strength increased? Thankfully, physical resistance meant I took no damage. Damn it, but my comrades are different. Even a simple attack from that monstrous body could knock them down easily. So, everyone fall back. The situation reversed in an instant. Instead of stopping the clown from running, I now had to stop him. Tat-tat. The clown shoved me aside and began a mindless charge. In a split second, the distance increases. He wasn't just any max-level skeleton. Tat-tat. I quickly followed with leap. Bang dash. Though I made him airborne with the recoil upon landing, it barely bought any time. Even as I grabbed him tightly in midair, he easily broke free within a second and continued his charge. Disaster struck in a heartbeat. Einar blocked the clown's punch, but was sent flying, crashing into Mr. Bear with her adamantium greatsword. And then, bang dash! Misha, hit in the abdomen, collapsed to the ground. Raven desperately raised a stone wall with magic, but it was shattered with a single punch. The clown's goal was obvious. He aimed to take out the most troublesome mage first within the remaining time. Protect Raven! I shouted as I followed with another leap, but the clown ignored the unconscious Misha and dashed again. Thud! With one punch, the tank-summoned Iron Guardian was unsummoned. Kaya, Raven, who had been riding iron, was thrown into the air. Before she could hit the ground, another punch swung toward her. Mr. Bear grabbed Raven by the scruff and pulled her back just in time. At that moment, boom dash! As I landed, the clown was launched into the air again. In the meantime, I used gignification and crouched over my fallen comrades. Understanding what I was trying to do, Mr. Bear and Daria quickly moved inside. Bang! Bang! The clown landed and began pounding on my back as if to crush me completely. Are they going to be okay? Gore! No, it doesn't seem okay. I thought this might work, but Plan B. Before 5 seconds had passed, I changed my mind and quickly got up, punching the clown in the head. Caught off guard, he was knocked back despite his great physical strength. Yes, the best defense is a good offense. I dove onto him as if to tackle. And then, Behel Re'ea, I pinned him down with overwhelming weight. Even the clown found the weight of the giant elemental barbarian burdensome, taking several seconds to shake me off. But how much time is left? Damn barbarian. So, it's over now. I really thought I was going to die. As flesh forms over his bones, revealing his naked form, I smirk. You're small. It would be a lie to say I didn't feel a bit of pity, but that doesn't change anything. Tat-tat. I immediately dashed forward and swung my mace at him. As expected, bone armor erupted. Crack dash. Being in gignification state, it shattered in a single hit, and Erwin didn't miss the opening, shooting an arrow. He rolled to dodge it, agile as ever, but the arrow hit his leg. Nice! With a hole in his leg, even that cockroach-like agility should slow down. I dashed again swiftly. At that moment, character soul power is insufficient. Gigantification is deactivating. As my MP ran out, my body shrank. Well, it was about time. I used leap and swing extensively. Of course, it's not a problem. It looks like this bastard is almost out of mana too. Mister, all the corpses near the portal have been taken down. The puppet corpses that kept fighting us were deactivated. He stopped maintaining them? That means he's really cornered. A few more times should do it. I charged at the rat-like clown. Even without leap, the battle was similar to before. When caught, he used bone armor. I repeatedly broke it with my mace, and Erwin shot arrows. How long had this gone on? How big is his MP pool? I wondered, breaking bone armor again when a message came. Jandel, can you hear me? Good news and bad news arrived simultaneously. We've taken down Blue Mane. We'll come help soon. Melter Pend and his clan succeeded in their raid on the wolf. The disappearance of the puppet corpses probably played a big role. It was very welcome news. But, and one more thing, it seems Kyle has been defeated. Kyle lost. Be careful. The ruined scholar might come for you. Melter Pend's warning was meaningless, because he was already here. Necrophyto, you look terrible. Damn it. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 40+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 229. Crack. Once again, the bone armor was shattered, revealing the clown's face. It was filled with nothing but panic. From experience, this expression was a sure sign that this long battle was nearing its end. However, just as I was about to strike down with my mace, whoosh, a chilling breeze brushed by from the side. Erwin Fornaci di Tertia has received damage exceeding the permissible limit. Spirit form is being deactivated. Suddenly, my body felt lighter. The skin that was like rock returned to normal. Like an animal sensing danger, my ears sharpened with alertness. Thud. Something fell behind me. Erwin! Soon, Daria's urgent cry followed. Just from that, I could infer the situation. Erwin had been taken down by someone. That's why the elemental barbarian mode ended. But why? Even before I turned my head to the direction of the first breeze, the answer became clear. Necrophyto, you look terrible. Lush white hair and a snow-white beard. A kind-looking face. An elderly mage with a typical mage-esque appearance. The ruined scholar. He had arrived here. How already? What happened to Kyle? As soon as I faced that reality, countless questions arose. But, swoosh. I forced the questions aside and moved my arm. It was an instinctive decision made in a split second. If not now, there wouldn't be another chance. Elemental barbarian mode was over. I could no longer block the poison attacks, so if I missed this chance, I'd have to face both the clown and the old man. So, this is urgent. Damn it. My left arm lost strength, and the mace I was holding fell to the ground. Thud! A red light had pierced through my wrist. I was about to lose it. Damn, what kind of attack? There was no casting time. It meant that the spell he had just used was as basic as mana arrow to the ruined scholar. But to have my body pierced by a basic attack? Elemental barbarian mode had ended, so my anti-magic resistance should have returned. No, think about it later. I pushed away the questions once more. There were more urgent matters to deal with right now. Drop the mace? Then I'd just crush him with my shield. If I don't have teeth, I'll chew with my gums. This is the K-barbarian spirit. Thwack! As soon as I lost my mace, I slammed the clown's face with my shield. One strike wouldn't kill him, so I continued. Thwack! 2 strikes weren't enough, so I aimed for a third. Whoosh! Just as I was about to strike the third time. What an interesting fellow. My body stopped. It felt like an immense, invisible pressure was pinning me down. I told you it's urgent. I rolled my eyes sideways. The ruined scholar was staring at me. He was expressionless, yet he somehow looked amused, as if he had found something intriguing. What is your name? So, he was curious about me. To have reduced Necrophyto to that state, you can't be an unnamed explorer. His voice carried no malice. Could it be that he is already there? At that moment, Melter Pend's voice came from the message stone, and the ruined scholar frowned in displeasure at the interruption. Yes, it was just that. Hold on a bit. I'm coming. The message stone at my waist exploded. Boom. What kind of mage is he? He hadn't swung a staff or wand, nor had he performed any distinctive magical gestures. Just what rank is this old man? I had heard he was a 3rd-rank mage before his expulsion. Want you answer? I'm Bjorn, son of Jandel. I decided to answer quickly. Melter Pin would arrive with the main force soon, so I had to stall for time by talking. Your alias? The Little Balkan. An unfamiliar name. What rank are you? I was promoted to 5th rank a few months ago. 5th rank, interesting. The ruined scholar's eyes gleamed with interest as he moved his hand like he was manipulating mana. Whoosh! Colors rose from the ground in vibrant hues. Ah, I knew this spell. Level 5 unique spell, Memory of the Earth. A spell that replays events that occurred in a specific area. He uses unique spells from completely different schools of magic, so easily. Memory of the Earth is a unique spell of the Earthrin school. According to my research, the ruined scholar belonged to a completely different school before he was expelled. Heh! Watching the replay, the ruined scholar let out a small laugh. Now I see. You're an even more amusing friend. To have said such things to Necrophyto. Such things. I'm not sure if he's talking about my appearance or the fact that I called him small. But does it matter which? What happened to Kyle? Since he seemed open to conversation, I asked something I was curious about. Unexpectedly, he answered readily. That friend is alive. It would be a shame for him to die here. You mean you didn't kill him on purpose? That friend has achieved much through the emotion of revenge. If he can abandon even the emotions of a human, he would reach even greater heights. He spoke fluently and precisely like a true mage, but I couldn't make sense of it. How does that explain not killing him? If the enemy has great potential, shouldn't you be more inclined to kill him? I didn't say the words out loud, but perhaps my eyes conveyed my confusion. Whether individual or group, whether enemy or ally, what does it matter? The ruined scholar said. As someone who seeks the ultimate in magic, I'm just curious. What kind of magic will that friend leave behind when he reaches the pinnacle? Even if that could kill you? Don't worry. Reaching the pinnacle means discarding everything unnecessary. By then, that friend won't have any human emotions left. I decided to give up on understanding him. They say he is a mad old man who's lost his humanity to magic, and it seems they're right. His thinking is entirely different, but precisely because of that. Now, let us end the conversation here. A faint hope flickered in me. Perhaps this way of thinking might save my life today. I've overexerted myself today. Only then did I notice the bloodstains on the ruined scholar's beard. He had tried to wipe them off, but traces remained. So, he is not in perfect condition either. Regardless of the outcome, this was a positive sign. While I was thinking that to myself, it's been a while since I enjoyed myself. The ruined scholar said, as if bidding farewell. Necrophyto is still needed, so I'll take him now. The clown, half unconscious from being hit by my shield, floated into the air. I could do nothing but watch, unable to move. Mixed feelings welled up. If I had just a little more time. Was it anything like this? No, if he's letting us go, it might actually be a good deal. Now you die. Yeah, of course, it wouldn't be that easy. Slide. The ruined scholar extended his hand toward me. An ominous, blood-red mana gathered in it. I emptied myself of regrets. Nothing new at this point. It's always been like this. Bethel Ray, I had to fight. To survive. The character has cast gigantification. Squeezing out the last of my strength, my body grew once more. Crack, crackle, snap. As I put strength into my legs, I heard the sound of the invisible mana covering my body shattering. I roughly anticipated this. He's a mage who symbolizes efficiency. He is not in good condition, so he probably used just enough mana. Tap! Finally, my body was free. I dashed forward, away from my allies. Jandel. I see Jandel. Not towards the distant allies who were running towards me. Thud. But towards the enemy. The ruined scholar looked at me with curiosity. He must be wondering why I wasn't fleeing after breaking free from the CC. But that's only from his perspective. How long could I last with the MP I recovered in less than 10 minutes? At best, 20 seconds. By then, gigantification would also end. Therefore, this is the best I can do now. Thud. I closed the distance, sticking close to the clown-esque body as it was being pulled along. It was for a simple reason. The old man, who seemed uninterested in anything but magic, had said, I'll be taking Necrophyto now, because I still need him. He still needed the clown. In other words, if I stuck close, he couldn't use magic on me. He had pulled the clown close first for that very reason. Wise choice. The red mana in the ruined scholar's hand still glowed, but he didn't aim it at me. However, it's a waste to simply discard the mana. He directed his palm elsewhere. Not at me, but towards my comrades. Flash. With a burst of light, a red sphere shot from his palm. At that moment, Vartun wire. A dozen stone walls rose in its path. Raven's magic. She had been quietly preparing a spell, but it was largely ineffective. Bang, 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 bang. The red sphere smashed through the stone walls with ease, rapidly closing the distance. Get down. Just like I had done earlier, Mr. Bear covered the others with his body, summoning Iron Guardian on top for additional protection. In that split second, boom, the sphere exploded midair, spewing flames in thousands of directions. Right in the middle of where my comrades were. Or more precisely, no, where Irwin lay after her spirit form was cancelled. As if she had been the target all along. Boom, boom. Explosions erupted like CG fireworks, flames bursting repeatedly. Whoosh! A hot wind seared my skin. Despite the chaos, the ruined scholar remained calm, muttering in a serene voice. That young lady has quite the fate, almost as much as you. I couldn't understand what he meant. But one thing was clear. He had truly targeted Irwin. Grit. My jaw clenched. It felt like someone had struck the back of my head with a massive club. Was Irwin really dead? Thump. Blood surged to my heart, dulling my senses. But in moments like this, I focused on one thing. What I must do to protect those still standing. I must kill this bastard. I reached for the clown's head, trusting that my comrades, arriving soon, would handle the scholar. At least this one. Thwack! The shield struck the clown's face once more. But did he still have consciousness left? Tui. The clown spat blood onto my face. Sizzle. I heard it burning. I felt no pain, but I could tell something was melting on my face. Even with blurred vision, I forced my eyes open. Venom Hydra. His passive skill. Similar to acidic fluid, but far more potent. He had likely modified the suicide bombers with his own blood. It didn't matter. With vision darkening, I reached out. Grab. By luck, I caught his hair. Okay, I wouldn't lose him now. Crack. Using my teeth like an animal, I bit into him since my pierced left arm had no strength. AR. Cartilage crunched in my mouth. Was it an ear? Tui. Spitting it out, I lowered my jaw. My target was the neck. If I severed the blood vessels to the brain, even this bastard. You're truly like a beast. A voice filled with displeasure. Slice. Something sharp slashed through my right arm. It had been a long time since I felt such pain. Oddly, it made me smile. I understand why barbarians are called savages. You're all thoroughly broken in some way. The ruined scholar asked, Are you not afraid of death? He knew nothing of barbarians. They are not beings who know no fear. They simply learn to overcome it. Because there was no choice. With a grin, I chose the only option. People called them savages, but they called themselves warriors. Your character lacks soul power. Gigantification has ended. At that moment, gigantification ended. Ugh! My body, now without support, was pushed back. Rolling on the ground. Having been in countless brawls, standing up even without vision was no issue. The problem was losing my sense of direction. Impressive. Yes, there was... Tap, tap. I dashed towards the source of the voice. Thud. Something pierced my abdomen. But at that moment, whoosh. A warm energy enveloped me. Holy power. Jandel. Save Jandel. The voice of the dwarf Tetarud, whom I had sent to aid Melter Pinned, came through. He was quite close. Belbev Ruinzines. Kyle's voice, amplified by magic, also reached my ears. Filled with rage, he shouted the true name of the ruined mage. Boom! Something exploded in front of me. Did the ruined scholar retreat to avoid the attack? In the end, even that friend came. If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted time talking. The ruined scholar's voice grew fainter. Did you know? I wasn't being complacent. It's just that my calculations were off for the first time in a while. I thought time would be sufficient. His tone remained calm. After all, from the very beginning, I believed no one could make it up here. His voice grew fainter. Congratulations. You were the sole victor. After that, his voice disappeared completely. My hazy vision turned black. No light reached my retinas, like being alone in the universe. Thud. At that moment, I sensed someone approaching me, and I instinctively swung my severed arm to attack. Clink. It was blocked mid-swing. But the feared counterattack did not come. It's me, Dwarf Tetarud's voice. It's over all of it, my friend. Ah. So rest now. Ah. What happened to Erwin? I had something to ask, but no voice came out. Thud. That was the last memory I had of that long day. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 40+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 230. Are you awake? Feeling the lingering aftertaste of the potion on her tongue, Misha Karlstein opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Admin. What happened? Did we win? As soon as she woke up, Misha asked, trying to recall her memories. Her memories were not complete. They were fragmented. Protect Raven! The corpse collector, who transformed into a skeleton, charged at them. Unable to withstand even a single hit, they were knocked out. And then, boom, boom. The sound of thunder woke her up, and she saw Bjorn lying on the ground, struggling to protect them. That was her last memory. I don't know if we won, but at least we're safe for now. The enemies have retreated. But seeing Misha's eyes, he quickly added, Oh, don't think strange thoughts. All our team members survived. The ones who died were on the fairy's side. Fairy. Her heart skipped a beat at those words. Don't tell me it's Erwin? Erwin Fornaci di Tertia. Even if they weren't the best of friends, a deep sadness welled up from within her chest. No, it was her sister who died. She protected her sister by hugging her body in the explosion. Then Erwin. She would have died too if they had been a little late. I don't know if it's fortunate, but she's unconscious now. The worry is whether she'll be sane when she wakes up. I see. Misha heard about the rest of her comrades. Raven also lost consciousness, and Einar, who woke up a bit earlier, went to Bjorn. Don't go. I wanted to stay by his side too, but the priestess drove me away for being in the way, but you won't listen anyway. He's over there. After asking Admin for directions, Misha moved. The goblin forest, after the battle, was brightly lit by flames rising from various places. Step, step. Misha walked through the explorers. She saw explorers resting on the ground, and others crying. Some were happily drinking with blood-covered hands, while others were busy moving the motionless corpses to throw them into the flames. Oh, it's the cat lady from Jandel's team. As she walked quietly, explorers started talking to her. Are you going to see Jandel? You should be over there. HM, it might be best not to go. Yes, you must be worried about your comrade. They all spoke in a meaningful way. However, some spoke lightly as well. Oh, don't worry. There's no way that guy would die. Jandel's son Bjorn is invincible. I heard he almost killed the corpse collector too. They say if it wasn't for the ruined scholar, he would have won. He's going to be incredibly famous when we get out. Acknowledging Bjorn's greatness, the explorers made Misha walk faster. Soon, a tent appeared. There were several explorers gathered in front. Ah, Miss Karlstein is here too. The first thing she saw was Einar arguing with Kyle Febrosk. Please excuse me for sitting. Honestly, I'm straining myself just by staying awake. Why can't we go in? I told you. The priestess is risking her life to save him. So please lower your voice if you truly want to help. But, Einar, stop. Misha quickly approached and stopped Einar. Whatever it was clear this wasn't helping. Misha, you're awake. Einar greeted her warmly, but she asked Kyle about Bjorn's condition. It was horrifying just to hear about it. Poison spread over his entire face, melting his eyes and everything else. The poison has melted his bones and has slightly reached his brain. She felt breathless. Dizziness overwhelmed her, making the world spin like she was drunk. At that moment, you can go in now. The priestess, looking pale, came out of the tent. Misha entered without even thanking her. Bjorn. He was sleeping on a makeshift bed made of several sleeping bags piled together. Outwardly, he seemed fine. There were burn-like scars on his face, but nothing appeared seriously wrong. The scars will gradually heal over time. I couldn't do more with my power. Thank you so much. No, compared to what he did, I didn't do much. Anyway, I need to rest now. After the priestess left, Misha knelt beside Bjorn. She gently caressed his face. Memories of being chased by the Tier Lord on the 3rd floor came to her mind. But this was different. Back then, he seemed to be sleeping peacefully, as if he had completed his task. Seeing that, she thought he looked like a hero. He continued to accomplish many feats, gaining recognition from new people each time. She had felt proud and pleased. But now, why like this? His face now looked so sad and tormented. It seemed as if he was blaming himself. Misha couldn't finish her sentence and clenched her fist. She thought she knew the reason for his expression. No, she couldn't not know. She had watched over him for a long time. Erwin. He probably thought it was his fault. Misha slid her hand away from Bjorn's body. Even unconscious, his body flinched as if convulsing when her skin touched his. How hard must it have been? How much pain did he endure for this steel-like man to be like this? Now, Misha closed her eyes and prayed earnestly. The gods had never answered her prayers before, but she still clasped her hands and prayed and prayed. She prayed that this man would not be recognized for his deeds. When I opened my eyes, the whole team was gathered. After a brief exchange of greetings, the priestess came in to check my condition. I could see well. My sense of smell was normal, but my body wouldn't move well. Although I could feel sensations, my arms and legs wouldn't gain strength, and when I forced them, they trembled violently. It's common for this to happen when the brain is injured. If you rest for about a month, you should be fine. I see. Thank you. You're welcome. Now that you're awake, I'll go get Mr. Febrosk. While the priestess went to fetch Kyle, my comrades told me what happened after I collapsed. Apparently, less than an hour remained until the end of the 7th day. Were there any more attacks? No. During my unconsciousness, neither the ruined scholar nor the clown who survived came back. Of course, it would take time for them to recover, and we burned all the corpses left by the clown, so they lacked the numbers. Also, it would be difficult for them to call for reinforcements. It would take a day just to get to the 3rd floor from here. Even going up and coming back would take 2 days. Given the ruined scholar's personality, he wouldn't come even if the clown insisted. He is not driven by revenge. Wait a minute. As I talked with my comrades, I remembered something I had forgotten. Why didn't I remember this until now? What happened to Erwin, Owen? When I asked urgently, a moment of silence fell. My comrades stared at me with grim faces. So, she's dead. No, it was her sister who died. Her sister? I heard the details from Mr. Bear. A short story about how she used a short-distance teleportation skill to sacrifice herself for her sister just before the explosion. The weight of death hit me anew. The world felt truly light and fragile. It happened in a split second. No one could stop it, and Daria couldn't even leave a final word. It was good that I heard it in advance. Where is Erwin now? She's in the same place. The same place? Yes, the same place. I thought I had to go see her. So, I tried to get up, but my body wavered. Give me your arm. With Mr. Bear's help, I barely managed to leave the tent. Kyle was there just in time. You're awake. Talking with Kyle, we slowly moved to the battlefield. There are a lot of people. What happened? People came up after the battle ended. They formed for groups, totaling about 1,000 people. 1,000? We left markers on our way here. As soon as they gathered the numbers, they followed us east, following those markers. I see. If only they had come a bit earlier. If only. What are you thinking? I brushed off my regrets and continued walking. There was no point in blaming the past. Oh, it's Jandel's son Bjorn. As I walked with Kyle, explorers who recognized me came over and spoke. Some said we should drink together later. One introduced himself as the leader of a clan, promising to repay his debt. Others thanked me, saying they would come running if I ever needed help. But none offered words of consolation. Don't he take it too hard? There's a saying that heroes aren't consoled, right? I didn't know if such a saying existed in this world. But I didn't take it badly. They too suffered many losses. They were just trying to talk about things with a smile because it was hard for them. Mister. When we reached our destination, I saw Erwin. She was sitting there, hugging her sister's charred, hardened body. There were streaks of something that had run down her face, mixing with the blood and grime. Come here. Erwin shook her head. It's almost time to go down. Are you going to stay here alone? I'm not alone. I let go of Mr. Bear's arm and staggered over to Erwin. Then I patted her back. Listen to me. From now on, I'm your guardian. What? I told her about the will Daria had left with me. It wasn't a long story. She had asked me to take care of her sister if anything happened to her. It was something she had told me before we escaped through the dimensional gate, almost as if she had sensed that this might happen. My sister, She doesn't move anymore. She can't speak. She's cold and hard. I haven't done anything for her yet. Erwin clung to me, crying. What do I tell my little sister? That our mother and now our older sister are dead? Because of me? I stood there, listening to her outpouring of words. I didn't offer comforting words like saying it wasn't her fault or that it was her sister's choice. I just waited. I don't know how much time passed. Jandel, it's time to go. It was time to descend to the first floor. With Erwin, I took care of her sister's body. It was better than with Dwaki. At least now, we had a mage capable of using distortion magic. We could hold a proper funeral in the city. Let's go home. I led Erwin back to where the team was gathered. Even Misha and Einar, who weren't on good terms with Erwin, remained silent. In fact, they seemed to want to comfort her, but refrained, afraid it might hurt her more. It's the first time I've seen Einar act like this. We soon stood before the portal in the heart of the Goblin Forest. 2350. The clock marked the end of what had felt like an interminable journey. All right, let's go home. Woo-ha. Starting with the teams at the center, everyone began descending to the first floor. Berserk was scary, but it wouldn't show up in the next 10 minutes. Jandel, see you in the city. Remember my name? I'll definitely come visit you again. The explorers ahead of me entered the portal, and then it was our turn. Entering the crystal cave on the first floor. The cave felt even more eerie than before. As we moved forward to make room for others to come down, I kept checking the time. 23:59. Only 1 minute left until the labyrinth closed. It didn't feel real. Was it really the end? Thump dash. Yes, it must be the end. With just a minute left, what could Berserk do even if it appeared? Damn royal bastards. When I get back, I won't even piss in their direction. The explorers, confident in their survival, vented their anger at the royal family. Geez, as much as they had a point, they should be careful with their words. Don't say anything weird when we get back. I warned my teammates not to curse the royal family in front of others. Just then, the labyrinth has closed. Characters are being transferred to Raphonia. A white light began to seep through my eyelids. The light of the outside world I had longed for. Thump dash. Finally, the light faded, revealing a clear sky. I looked around blankly. Everyone's really dead. The usually bustling dimensional plaza was eerily quiet. How many had died? Woo-ha! Amid the cheers erupting from various places, my gaze naturally turned to one spot. The dimensional gate. Damn bastards. In the center of the plaza where the dimensional gate was opening, hundreds of gates were appearing, and those who had abandoned us began to emerge one by one. They all looked the same as they had then. Well, the exit timing from the dimensional gate was synchronized. They have no idea what we went through. Seeing them in such pristine condition, I couldn't help but feel a surge of bitterness. At that moment, whoosh dash, a massive magic circle formed at the center of the plaza where the gates opened. Well, what? Time seemed to slow down, yet it happened in an instant. Thump dash. The startled knights and elite members of the clans. Explorers quickly sensing something off and moving away. And then, boom dash. An explosion. Whoosh dash. Flames carried by the wind pushed me back. I fell to the ground and quickly looked up, seeing a pillar of fire reaching the sky. It looked like the end of the world. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations. You are the sole survivor. It was the last message the ruined scholar left for me. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 40+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 231. Levision 3. After his demise, the Reformation king, who succeeded him, implemented numerous policies to remove the deep-rooted remnants of the former king. One of the most notable changes was the calendar reform. 1 year, 13 months, 365 days. To make it easier to calculate the cycle of the labyrinth opening, he fixed each month to 30 days and created a 13th month with only 5 days to match the remaining days. Additionally, he adjusted the portal to change the last labyrinth cycle to 35 days. Of course, there was controversy among scholars. They argued that wasting 5 days each year was impractical. However, the Reformation king steadfastly held grand festivals every 13th month to win the people's hearts. And as the years passed, the controversy subsided as people adapted to the new calendar. Oh, and he also changed the name of the era twice. Initially, it was named after the Reformation king, but because it was long and difficult to pronounce, the people began using the king's nickname, and eventually, the royal family adopted this name too. Time passed. May 2nd, 154th year of the Reformation. 7 pillars of fire erupted from each dimensional plaza, covering the sky above Rafdonia. It was a disaster that would be recorded in history books for a long time by the hands of the scribes. I struggled to get up, clutching my side. Then, using the crutch set by the bedside, I left the room. Ugh, damn stairs. Bjorn, If you're awake, call me. Why struggle alone? Misha, who was cooking on the first floor, noticed me and came over to support me. It really makes me feel like a patient. Oh, right? I'm a patient. They said I would need a month to recover, but I still don't have any strength in my limbs. Here, sit down. This is your first proper meal since you got out, right? I'll put some effort into it. While Misha went to fetch Einar, I paused, holding the spoon. 3 days have passed. It's been 3 days since that day. I hardly feel it, though. On the first day back, all the survivors were dragged to the royal family to testify about what happened in the labyrinth. And after returning home, I just kept sleeping. Crazy bastards. Thinking about the moment the pillars of fire burst out still sends chills down my spine. Who would have thought they'd target an empty house? Setting traps in the center of the dimensional plaza where the dimensional gate opens. All 7 plazas, no less. What happens next? Our group suffered minimal damage thanks to the labyrinth closing normally, but the Third Royal Knights and many large clans were literally wiped out. Of course, not all of them died. Some who were at the edge of the dimensional gates managed to retreat as soon as the magic circles lit up and luckily survived. About 100 people, they said? Oh, that number includes survivors from all the 7 dimensional plazas. It's a bit ironic. A great commander is not one who makes perfect choices, but one who makes the necessary choices. Those who made necessary choices died. Those who were abandoned survived after days of sleepless fighting. The situation reversed overnight. What if I had accepted that guy's proposal and abandoned my comrades to escape back then? I would have died. As I muttered these words unknowingly, Misha's voice came from behind. Huh? What did you say? Nothing. But where is Einar? She didn't even stir when I slapped her on the back. She must be very tired. Yes. I'll prepare another meal for her when she wakes up. She must be tired too. Misha woke up intermittently to cook for us while we were just sleeping. She even managed to give me crutches from somewhere. She's someone I can really rely on. Why aren't you eating? Misha asked me. Snapping out of my daze, I picked up the spoon and put it in my mouth. The taste told me that the hard day was over. What about Erwin? As the meal was almost finished, Misha asked. After the investigation on the first day, Erwin took her sister's body to the sanctuary of the fairies. Well, she said she'd come find us after the funeral, so I'll talk to her in detail then. Really? Showing a lukewarm reaction, Misha suddenly said, how about bringing her to live here? What? Is she testing me? Or is she just drawing a line in advance? Several thoughts crossed my mind, but her tone didn't suggest that. What do you mean? You said she lived with her sister, right? Staying there would be tough, and it's worrisome to have her live alone. So? We can't enter the labyrinth with 6 people, but I think we should take care of her until she gets back on her feet. Oh, right. That's the kind of woman she is. Feeling somewhat proud, I teased her jokingly. I thought you didn't like fairies? What do you take me for? After all the trouble, I want to cook for you. Spit it all out. Spit it out. Misha grumbled, glaring at me. It felt strangely comforting. Just moments ago, I felt suffocated by all sorts of thoughts. Why are you laughing? It's annoying. I was just thankful. Oh, suddenly. Misha averted her gaze and gulped down water as if she was annoyed. I quietly watched her. Honestly, without the ears and tail on her head, she would look just like an ordinary human. Her short red hair had grown a bit longer since I first saw her. Her sharp nose and slightly upturned eyes. Although a few words were enough to reveal her goofy nature, at first I thought she would be very distant and proud, just looking at her face. I realized the surroundings had become quiet. An awkward silence filled the kitchen. Just as Misha was about to say something, there was a knock at the front door. Knock, knock, knock. Let me get it. Okay, I'll clean up the table. Leaning on my crutch, I walked to the front door and opened it to see a familiar face. Kyle Febrosk. Hi, nice to see you. Have you been resting well? I've been sleeping since I got here, and just got up. Then you have some time to talk? Of course. Come in. As I stepped aside, Kyle entered the house and greeted Misha, who was tidying up the table. Oh, Sir Kyle? Sorry, Miss Karlstein. It seems I've interrupted your cozy time together. Oh, don't tease. We're not like that. Is that so? My apologies then. Kyle genuinely seemed to apologize, as if he didn't know. Misha shot me a glance, then quickly turned her head and continued with the housework. Kyle and I then moved to the living room sofa. I would have come sooner, but as you know, I've been quite busy. I understand, considering what happened. Yes, indeed. An uncomfortable silence followed as we mentioned the incident. Misha placed some cookies on the sofa table and left us to talk in peace. Oh, these are from Lanermoss Bakery? Really? Is it a famous place? The atmosphere lightened up, and I felt more at ease. If you have time, I'd like to hear everything from the beginning. I have plenty of time before my next appointment, but from the beginning, the ruined scholar. What happened to that old man? It was a story I was curious about, but hadn't had the chance to hear. It was a story I was curious about, but hadn't had the chance to hear. When I woke up, it was just before the end of the 7th day, and I had to take care of Erwin. And after returning to the city, there simply wasn't any time to talk. That. Kyle began to talk, nibbling on a cookie. The battle with the ruined scholar was filled with details that were difficult for me to understand, but the gist was simple. He lost in a one-on-one fight. The awakening he had prepared for years was overwhelmed by a series of overwhelming spells before he could even use it properly. Activating his incomplete magic caused some damage, but I thought I had finally caught up to him through hard work, but it was all an illusion. In fact, it seems the gap has only widened since then. Kyle seemed to face an insurmountable wall, a wall he could never overcome. The most humiliating part was that he survived. He said my talent was a waste. Isn't that funny? I wasn't even his opponent. If he hadn't intended to keep me alive, I wouldn't have been able to inflict any damage at all. When Kyle finished his story, his face was filled with shadows. Thank you for sharing, even though it must have been a topic you didn't want to discuss. I thought you should know. After all, you might become their target because of this incident. So the old man thinks so too. Because of this incident, the royal family has upgraded the ruined scholar's threat level by a notch. He is just below the commander now. Honestly, from my experience, he's on par with the commander, but no matter how many times I say it, they don't believe he's that dangerous. They won't understand until they face him directly. A mage who could pierce through my meticulously crafted anti-magic resistance with regular attacks. How many such monsters exist in this world? If we ever encounter each other in the labyrinth under normal circumstances, we'd be annihilated within minutes. Anyway, I wanted to warn you to be careful. Considering the ruined scholar's personality, he probably wouldn't bother coming for revenge. The corpse collector, on the other hand. What about the corpse collector? No news yet. I heard you inflicted a fatal wound before leaving, but he's probably alive. I see. The clown is at least better. He lost thousands of his corpse army this time. It will take him a long time to recover, giving me time to grow. So, how many survivors are there? You mean those who escaped through the dimension gates? Of course. I heard about 100 survived. Kyle sighed at my words. Exactly 103. But I'm not sure if you can call them survivors. What do you mean? Kyle explained using terms specific to mages, making it a bit hard to follow. But the gist was. So, it was a peculiar magic with black magic mixed in, making it impossible to heal with holy power? Yes. They're all unconscious now. We don't know when they'll wake up, or if they ever will. That's really nasty. After discussing the survivors, we talked about that incident. What exactly happened? Being part of the upper echelons of the royal family, Kyle shared everything he knew. We were confused at first too. How could they prepare such complex magic in just one day, when it would normally take months to prepare? That day, every explorer, including myself, had the same question. The answer was simple. Turns out they drew the magic circles in the sewers to avoid detection. Like the creatures they are, they worked from underground. Upon investigation, there was no issue with Nork's barrier. This means they either had a way to come outside or had pre-placed personnel. I awkwardly smiled at his speculation. It was likely pre-placed personnel. For example, Amelia, a spy from Nork who had infiltrated the city. So far, I hadn't considered her a definite enemy. Their hatred was directed at the royal family, not me. But now, it's right to see her as an enemy. That woman would continue working under Nork, and if I'm unlucky, I might lose my life because of it. Unless I join Nork. Let us get to the main point. The main point? The city's situation isn't good. We've lost many key people essential to maintaining the city. If this continues, the economy will collapse. I had expected this. Explorers are like miners extracting resources from the labyrinth. Even though knights are strong, they can't compare to explorers in this aspect. But the top explorers are all dead. While a few large clans and some high-ranking explorers who were cautious enough to hold back due to the introduction of identification tags survived. The real problem lies elsewhere. They probably won't enter the labyrinth until they're assured it's safe. An unsafe labyrinth. A funny expression, but understandable. Less than 2,000 people survive this cycle's exploration into the labyrinth. Who would want to enter and mine mana stones under such circumstances? There's no choice. Until now, the ID tags and the presence of the Third Royal Knight Order reassured explorers, but now that illusion is shattered. The knights who promised to protect us from Nork in the labyrinth conspired with large clans to open the dimensional portals and fled, abandoning tens of thousands of explorers. Embarrassingly, someone at the meeting even suggested that it would have been better if there had been no survivors. I laughed bitterly at Kyle's words. The more I experience this world, the crueler it seems. But what is the point of whining? So now I have to watch out for the ruined scholar, the corpse collector, and the royal family? Haha, that won't be necessary. Kyle waved his hand at my mix of joke and genuine concern. You've been at home, So you might not know, but you are now a very important person to the royal family. Explain. Right now, stories about you are spreading among the survivors. In a few days, everyone in this city will know of you. The saint who single-handedly took down the corpse collector. Single-handedly? Please don't spread such nonsense. You are really modest. It's not modesty. It's a burden for me. I just did my best out in front. That's manageable. But the reputation they're building is more than I can handle. If anyone fought alone, it was the clown. He was pushing back hundreds of mid-level explorers with his army of corpses while fighting our team. Thinking about it, he is a real monster too. I sorted out my thoughts and returned to the main topic. What does this have to do with the royal family? There must be plenty of explorers like me, but not many symbolic explorers like you. What do you mean? Mistrust towards the royal family is rising, and this incident is sure to fuel it. The royal family judge that if you become a focal point, it could become a big problem. Shit. Huh? Why do you have that look on your face? I answered honestly. It sounds like they're planning to get rid of me. I was 100% sincere. Kyle, whether he understood my concern or not, laughed heartily. Don't worry. They've already decided on their course of action through a meeting. A decision? So that's why he said not to worry about the royal family. Stop stalling and tell me. I have a feeling your visit today has to do with this. Am I urging? Kyle continued, looking pleased. Congratulations. You'll soon receive a very, very, very big reward. The royal family decided to offer me a carrot. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 40+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you, and see you on Monday. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 232. A very, very, very big reward from the royal family. I haven't heard the details yet, but my mouth is already watering. However, in my experience, times like these are the most dangerous. Isn't it an unspoken rule of the world that if you receive a gift, you ought to return it someday? I need to check if I can swallow it. What exactly is the reward? And what do I have to do? Kyle kindly answered my questions one by one. The reward hasn't been specifically decided yet. Moreover, it's not just me who will receive the reward, but all the survivors from that day. They'll soon summon us to the royal palace for a commendation ceremony. One thing I can say for sure is that there will be rewards given, and your achievements will be the most highly praised. I see. Do you have any guesses? Well, there are a few. Kyle trailed off and, stressing that these were his personal opinions, listed his predictions for the reward. First, a title. A noble title. Of course, the possibility of receiving a title is very slim. Even if it is granted, it won't be a hereditary title. There won't be any land either. I'm not expecting much. That's how nobility works in this world. You can't just become one with a couple of achievements. If I had to guess, maybe the best I can get is access to the capital. Second, an elixir. Since the royal family is hosting a grand feast, you can expect something decent. It means the treasure vault where up to level 3 elixirs are stored. And the third, equipment. The most typical reward. The third expected reward was equipment made from high-tier materials or numbered items. The fourth was simply money. Excluding the title, the rest will likely be distributed according to merit. I think I get the gist. Those with lesser contributions will get some money. Those with considerable achievements will get equipment or around level 5 elixirs. Depending on the merit, up to level 3 elixirs. This is making my mouth water even more. Level 3 elixirs are high tier, only properly farmable on the 7th or 8th floors. And to be able to choose what I want, it's clear that my growth, which had stalled for a while, will speed up significantly. But still. So, what does the royal family want from me? You haven't mentioned that yet. I haven't heard the most important information. What do I need to give in return for this gift? The royal family will soon aim to regain public trust by defeating Nork. If they want me to join the army and participate in the battle, no matter how attractive the reward, it's right to refuse. There's nothing major. Just show that you are friendly to the royal family during the commendation ceremony. The rest will be handled by the royal family. A simple yet difficult request. Kyle gave a bitter smile at my response. It seems the royal family doesn't look so good in your eyes. I answered with silence. Understandably, how could they look good? They didn't even try to find another solution and just took the easy way out, leading to everyone's death in the end. Still, please understand that not everything that happened that day was the royal family's will. Even among the royal knights, the values they pursued differ. If a different commander had been there, the outcome might have been different. Although Kyle spoke in defense, the uncomfortable feeling didn't go away. It might be a sense of responsibility. It felt like I was betraying those who fought alongside me after being abandoned by the royal family. Like switching sides to the colonists during the colonial era. I cautiously asked one thing. What do you think of the royal family? A question that could be considered treasonous. Kyle stiffened for a moment, then smiled and answered. To be honest, I don't see them in a very positive light. It didn't seem like he was just saying that to match my sentiments. It's not like this old man has that kind of personality anyway. Still, I didn't expect a rank 2 battle mage to say such things, even in private. But the royal family is necessary for this world to maintain order. Although, as someone who left the mage tower and joined the military for personal gain, I'm not in a position to say this. Personal gain? You've probably already noticed. The relationship between the ruined scholar and me. Well, that is true. Can I ask for more details? He is the enemy of my mentor. One day, while they were researching together, he betrayed him and finally completed that forbidden magic. So you joined the military for revenge? Yes. When I heard he had taken refuge in Orcules, I was devastated. I couldn't do anything alone. Young Kyle judged that he needed the military and the royal family's help for revenge. So he went under the royal family. The enemy of my enemy is my ally, he figured. So don't think too hard about it. If you don't like them, so what? If there is something you can use, it's rational to use it. Kyle's advice was spot on. Realistically, what would I gain from making an enemy of the royal family? The same goes for the other survivors who harbor resentment toward the royal family. After all that suffering, we should gain something. Your expression has improved a bit. Thanks to you. It's about time for my next appointment. I'll take my leave. Thanks for coming. Since I'm like this, go ahead on your own. Huh. Were you planning to see me off? No need, rest well. You'll be busy from now on. Busy? Kyle turned back to me as he headed to the door. And then, you'll find out soon. He left with a meaningful smile. Character S reputation has increased by +10. Character S reputation has increased by +10. Character S reputation has increased by +10. Character S reputation has increased. The day after Kyle left, I had visitors. It was Raven and Mr. Bear. If everyone's rested, let's settle the loot now. Shouldn't you ask if I'm okay first? You look fine to me, and it's your own fault for pushing yourself so hard, and we're supposed to worry about you. Is that so? I felt a bit hurt as a tank, but her next words cleared that feeling away. So, please stop getting hurt. But then, perhaps feeling embarrassed, she continued. What did Miss Karlstein ever do wrong? It seems like she's always the one cleaning up after you. Hummy? I'm fine, I mean, I'd prefer if he didn't get hurt, but still. Miss Karlstein, you're too kind. That's the problem. If you leave him as he is, he won't live a full life. Enough, let us get to the point. What about the loot calculation? Did you sell all the equipment? Yes. I was dead tired, but I forced myself to sell everything, so be grateful. Apparently, Raven had returned to the city just a day ago. So, right after the investigation ended, she didn't rest but immediately sold the loot. The reason she urgently sold everything, despite being exhausted, was simple. The sooner we sell, the higher the price we'll get. With the massive loss of explorers, demand had plummeted, causing equipment prices to fall. Moreover, 99% of the loot that survivors brought back was equipment, leading to an oversupply. Thank you. I hadn't thought of that. If you could think of that in that situation, Mr. Jandel, you'd be superhuman, not a barbarian. Come on. Just a simple "you're welcome" would have sufficed. Aruru, what are you talking about? Bjorn is indeed a super barbarian. What's with her now? Maybe it's because this exploration was so depressing, but the usual commotion now felt unfamiliar. Well, everyone, have a seat. I organized things before the introduction dragged on too long and had everyone sit on the sofa. Then we started the loot calculation. Thanks to Raven's thorough organization, it didn't take long. It was just about listening to the accounting and receiving the payment. The calculation was over in an instant, and we were chatting casually when Mr. Bear brought up a new topic. Oh, by the way, you might not have heard this since you've been holed up at home. Jandel, you've got a new title. Oh, really? Einar, Misha, and even Raven looked curious. Since even Raven didn't know, it seemed it wasn't widely known yet. As expected from the tavern owner, he was quick with such information. A new title, huh? So, am I finally shedding the little Balkan title? What is it? Tell me quickly. What do you think it is? Mr. Bear was savoring the attention and delayed his answer. There were various guesses among the group, and eventually Mr. Bear asked for my opinion. How about you, Jandel? Any guesses? Well, as long as it's not Big Vulcan, I'll be happy. Mr. Bear smacked his lips as if disappointed by my reaction, then revealed my new title. Giant. Huh, it's Giant. That's your new title. It's simpler than I thought. So now I'm Giant Bjorn, son of Jandel? I chuckled at the thought, and Misha commented on it. It's a fitting nickname. It also reflects one of Bjorn's essences, giantification. Yes, that is what I thought when I heard it. But why wasn't he called that before? Didn't he have that essence then? Mr. Bear, who had been smiling, now looked puzzled. It was Raven who answered. No, I heard he had it even back then. He could transform much larger than now, right? I nodded. Back then, I had borrowed the unholy one, skill from Misha's brother using the vampire skill, Blood Master, making me about 1.5 times larger than I am now. Yet I was still nicknamed Little Balkan. Larger, huh? Then why were you called Little Balkan then? Mr. Bear tilted his head in confusion. Once again, Raven provided the answer. Somehow I think I know why. Oh, you think you know? Yes. Back then, Mr. Jandel's back probably didn't seem as big to people. Not as much as now. My face flushed at her words. Everyone seemed to agree seriously. His body got smaller, but he appeared bigger. Maybe that's why. Yeah, I get what you mean. Bjorn is a great giant. Someday, he will leave the biggest mark on this world. Ah, I wish you wouldn't say things like that. I hurriedly changed the subject. It was a conversation I had with Kyle. Since it was related to the royal family, everyone except Einar listened intently, forgetting about my new nickname giant. A celebratory banquet, I wonder how many will attend. You're fright. You're naive. It would be much faster to count those who want to attend. What? People might curse the royal family behind their backs. But realistically, who wants to be on bad terms with them? Especially when they're offering rewards for our hardships. But, as explorers, we have our pride. Jandel, say something. I actually agree with Raven. What? Unless we're planning to defect to Nork, it's only right to take what we can. Explorers never let themselves be at a disadvantage. Though not extreme, but explorers are very sensitive to losses. Anyway, after sharing our thoughts, we had a meal together before parting ways. See you next time. Contact us if you need anything. Raven and Mr. Bear left. Einar went to visit the sanctuary, and Misha went shopping. The house grew quiet before I knew it, but it wasn't long before there was a knock on the door. Teterud, I heard you're still struggling, so I came by. Can you drink? Don't tell Misha. Even though it was midday, I welcomed him and his clan members inside for drinks. But as that was wrapping up, oh, you're here too? There was another visitor. Melter penned. Just call me Melter. It's been a while, Bjorn. I wanted to come sooner, but I was busy with the funerals for my fallen comrades. May I come in? Of course. Teterud and his clan members had other plans, so they left shortly after, and I had a one-on-one conversation with Melter. The main topic was the battle with the wolf. And then came a surprising story. You've awakened your aura? Haha, I wouldn't say awakened, but I glimpsed the path and could use it slightly. Once an apprentice knight from the explorer ranks, he had manifested aura during the battle. Though still unstable. An explorer who uses aura in the 3rd rank. I could already envision Melter's name echoing throughout the city. It probably won't take long. Given the massive loss of high-ranking explorers, it's only a matter of time. Bang, bang, bang. Anyway, Melter wasn't my last visitor. Jandel, are you in? I heard you still can't walk properly. Warriors I met during the journey, or explorers who came to express their gratitude, visited my home one after another. And we drank. Soon after returning from shopping, Misha prepared meals. I wish Albertine were here too. At times, we observed moments of silence. The visitors weren't just them. Hey, I hear they call you giant? How is a dwarf supposed to live in such a world? Huh? The dwarf and Rotten Miller, who had heard of my news, came to visit. It seems you won't be able to come to the library for a while. I'll bring some good books next time. Ragna from my friend's group and Shabin from the administration. I heard you accomplished a great feat. I'm proud of you. Even the tribe chief came all the way from the sanctuary to visit me. Oh, and the chief, aware of the celebratory banquet, gave me a warning. There's poison in the king's smile. Don't get too close to the royal family. I'll keep that in mind. Good. Now let's drink. Such visits continued for several days. There were also many return visits. This was because the royal family had recently sent out invitations for the celebratory banquet. Are you going to fight against them? Of course. If we back down now, we'll always be under their foot. Some came to rally support against the royal family, while others offered serious advice. Actually, the latter were far more numerous. Set aside your anger and think rationally. You've suffered the most. Who can blame you for accepting a reward? If the award ceremony itself is cancelled, the deceased explorers will receive nothing. Think of their families too. To be blunt, this is a big opportunity for you. Don't miss it. I'm saying this for your own good. Their words made me reflect on many things. Now, my choices would impact many others as well. With that responsibility, I listened carefully to each opinion, until Misha exploded. Hey, tell them to stop coming already. Or better yet, just go out and meet them. Her frustration was understandable. May 10th, a little over a week since the disaster. We woke up early in the morning to get ready. Today was the day of the celebratory banquet. Tighten it more. You'll suffocate Misha. It's fine, just do it up. As I waited on the sofa, Misha, with Einar's help, came out wearing a dress. She looked somewhat embarrassed. Do I look strange? Not at all. It suits you perfectly. I'm in at 100%. A far cry from her usual tight pants or plain skirts. The dress was elaborate. The dress was white with red accents, and the skirt length was just above the knees, allowing her tail to move freely. Was it tailored specifically for a beast woman? I should thank whoever designed it later. S stopped staring. Oh, sorry. So, is that all? I quickly added. The hairpin looks nice. And the necklace? That too. Is that so? Misha seemed to accept it and didn't say more. Feeling awkward, I changed the subject. What about Einar? Right, Einar, what are you doing? Come out already. But, it's embarrassing. Can't I just wear my armor? I told you, no armor or weapons are allowed at the palace. Come out already. It's not weird at all. In the end, Einar was dragged out by Misha. She wasn't in a dress, though. She wore a perfectly tailored, slim-fit men's suit. Looks like a uniform. White pants and shirt, with a high-quality coat reaching her thighs. The coat and shirt were adorned with various emblems and embroidery, giving her a flamboyant look. Hey, is it weird? This kind of outfit doesn't suit a warrior like me. It looks good, why fret? Ugh, don't tease me. It's been a while since she acted like this. Who's teasing? I'm wearing something similar. I had also been given a similar suit, but in navy blue with brown accents to match my hair color. The patterns, embroidery, and emblems were more masculine than Einar's. But the biggest difference was something else. It's so tight. Adjusting the tight outfit, I glanced in the mirror. This was the tailcoat barbarian mode. In some ways, it looked more intimidating than armor. Did suits always highlight muscles this much? I look like a thug. Bjorn, the carriage is here. All right, let's go. After finishing our preparations, we left the house. The waiting coachman greeted us with utmost respect. Welcome, Lord Bjorn Jandel, Miss Misha Karlstein, and Miss Einar Fenelin. My name is Jack Haynes, and it is an honor to escort you to the palace. If there is anything uncomfortable, please pull the string at any time. It felt like we were really someone important. Wow, this is a private carriage. Oh, free candy. With the wheels rolling on the road, the carriage started moving. Towards the heart of Rafdonia. Towards the place where the king resides. Can't wait to read more chapters, consider joining here. You can binge read 40+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 233. The library, faintly smelling of old books. A nervous young man presenting a report to a bespectacled middle-aged man. The final analysis indicates that Belbev Ruinzines set up the magic circle, and Loran Vivian activated it. So, they're both in the city. Yes, considering that the protective barrier of Nork is functioning normally, it is likely they are inside Rafdonia. They're masters of disguise. The bastards are persistent indeed. Now I'll continue with the casualty statistics compiled this morning. The young man, with a regretful voice, reported the total damage from the incident. However, the middle-aged man listened without much reaction. Yes, many have died. 70% of explorers above the 4th floor were dead. The survivors were mostly the 1,600 or so explorers considered expendable and those rebels who never entered the labyrinth. The damage was akin to a dimensional collapse. This might be for the better. Marquis Tersirian, the Chancellor of Rafdonia, smirked dismissively. Never mind. I have things to consider. You may leave. Rest well, father. Address me by my title within the palace. Yes, Chancellor. As the man waved his hand, the young man bowed respectfully and left the library. It's time to contact the Mage Tower. The man stood and approached the window. Servants, busy preparing for the day's event, were seen moving around. Whoosh! When the window was thrown open, a strong wind blew in. The sunlight was warm, and the sky was clear with no clouds. His Majesty will be pleased. It was a perfect day to start a new era. Imperial capital Karnan, a special area where commoners couldn't enter without permission. Oh, is it the royal palace? Beyond the massive gate bearing the royal family's crest, a road stretched all the way to the palace. The ground was covered with scattered flower petals. Crowds gathered along the main road, as if watching a parade. Of course, there were hardly any nobles. Even in the noble city, 9/10 of the population were servants commuting or residing there. Wow, it's the hero's procession. Throw the petals. I don't know how much they were paid, but countless servants lined the main road, welcoming us enthusiastically. After some time passed, we've arrived. Was your journey comfortable? The carriage finally stopped in front of the palace's outer wall. Not only ours, but hundreds of other carriages as well. Let's get out. Oh, wait a moment. Let me catch my breath. Okay. Is she nervous now? Well, it is her first time in the capital. Tell me when you're ready. I think I'm ready now. As we got off the carriage, familiar faces came into view. Survivors who had crossed the line of death with us during the last disaster. We exchanged nods as our eyes met, given the distance between us. I am Ferd, responsible for guiding the heroes today. Please follow me. I will escort you. After a brief identity verification at the castle gate, we followed the guide into the palace. Its formal name is the Palace of Glory, a palace used to host banquets or royal events. Bjorn. Einar seemed intimidated by the excessively ornate interior, glancing at me for reassurance. Seriously, why does she always act like this in strange places? Straighten your shoulders. We're here as guests. It'd be more awkward if you act like that. Got it? This way, please. We followed the guide to a private reception room about 20 pyong in size. It's an honor to serve the heroes. As soon as we entered, maids approached to fix our hair or adjust any untidy clothing. While this was happening, our dedicated guide explained some simple etiquette and the schedule for today's banquet. How much time had passed? Mr. Jandel. Oh, I almost didn't recognize you, all dressed up like that. Raven and Admin, who had arrived about 10 minutes early, found our reception room. They, too, were dressed differently than usual. Raven was wearing a traditional dress that dragged on the ground, while Mr. Bear was in a neat suit. Does it look a bit awkward? Mr. Bear scratched his cheek awkwardly. He had dressed up with his wife's help, but they insisted he change here. I was surprised they had a fitting size for him. All formal wear for guests is magically enchanted to fit, the guide explained. Apparently, they had thousands of such magical outfits available. Enchanted clothing for formal events. It's both reasonable and absurdly wasteful. How often would guests without formal wear visit the palace? So, Raven, did you change your clothes here too? No, I wore my own. I see. As a mage belonging to the upper class, she seemed to already own at least one set of formal attire for such occasions. Wow, it's beautiful. How much would this cost? Well, I'm not sure. It was a gift from my master a long time ago. Really? Anyway, wearing that dress makes you look like a fairy. Not the elf kind, but the fairies from old storybooks. Are you talking about fairies? Yes, that's it. You're not making fun of my height, are you? No way. I really mean it. You look beautiful. Somehow, Misha and Raven had started a girls' talk. Meanwhile, Mr. Bear, Einar, and I stepped back to have a different conversation. Hey, Jandel, have you heard anything more about the rewards? They're a level 4 essence I've always wanted, and I wonder if it's possible. Well, I haven't heard anything about that yet. Bjorn, I'm hungry. When are they going to serve food? If you can't wait, eat some jerky. Oh, did you bring some? Give me one too. I need something to chew on. As we sat together, chewing jerky, the guide who had briefly left returned. All preparations for the entrance are complete. Please proceed. The hallway outside the reception room was crowded with people. The guides lined them up in an orderly manner. Our position was at the very front center. To my left was Melterpend, and to my right was Kyle. Oh, you're here? You look good in that outfit. Stand here. It was a bit overwhelming. Why am I in the center? Wouldn't it be strange for someone else to be there? Everyone here followed you into the labyrinth. Well, I had no words for that. But this old man tends to overestimate me. I was about to say something when... It looks like it's starting. Look ahead, Kyle said, gazing straight ahead. Heroes enter. With a grand proclamation, the doors swung open. A jubilant bugle call began. Move forward. As Kyle urged, I stepped through the open doors, followed by numerous explorers. Step, step. Beyond the door was a rectangular hall. It was spacious enough to accommodate thousands, with a red carpet leading to an empty throne. I continued walking along the carpet. Walking without a crutch was grueling, but I did my best to maintain my barbarian pride. Step, step. As we walked, knights drew their swords in salute, and priests used holy power to bless us. The nobles applauded from afar. The treatment was overwhelming for an explorer with just over a year of experience. I didn't particularly enjoy it. Probably the others felt the same. This feels like a spectacle. Oh, maybe it is a spectacle? Thud. When I stopped, the explorers following me also stopped in line. It wasn't as orderly as a military formation. When I stopped, the explorers following me also came to a halt. Unlike soldiers, their lines weren't perfect, and their attire was a mishmash, giving an unorganized impression. Was it funny? I heard a noble laugh from afar, and the laughter spread. At the same time, there was a sound of something being crushed. Clench. When I glanced back slightly, I saw a warrior clenching his fist tightly. He was the warrior who had fought alongside me in the cave. Geez, he showed no fear when smashing monster heads. Turns out he's a bit shy. Seeing another side of the warriors I hadn't noticed before, I didn't like it for some reason. Unconsciously, a shout burst from my mouth. Bethleia! My shout echoed through the wide hall. It wasn't intentional, but others followed. Bethleia! It was a cry not only from a few barbarians, but also from warriors addicted to our battle cries. These crazy people even here in the palace. Most explorers either looked bewildered or exhaled in disbelief. The nobles, however, were different. Did they think it was a planned performance? They, who had briefly fallen silent in surprise, began clapping and whistling. These guys are really something. It was amusing, but the mood improved. The grandeur of the palace, the numerous noble gazes, the awkward formal wear, explorers, uncomfortable in this setting, found a bit of ease. Yeah, explorers should be this bold, considering what we survived. As I watched contentedly, Kyle grinned beside me. I told you. Who else but you would stand at the front? Well, maybe he's right. Who else but a barbarian would do this? Silence. Please be silent. His Excellency, Chancellor Agni Rotten-Tersirian of Rafdonia, is here. Amidst the heated atmosphere, the Chancellor made his appearance. A man who seemed to be in his early 50s, graying hair and a kind expression. He reminded me of a school principal as he stood before the empty throne and began his speech. He started with a light joke. My apologies for being late. Please do not be too angry, heroes. It's such a fine day, isn't it? Naturally, his speech flowed into a discussion about the weather, then smoothly transitioned to the next topic. There wasn't anything particularly grand. He praised our efforts one by one, explaining to the nobles why we were called. They accomplished what even the royal knights and renowned clans could not. Without them, we might still be unaware of what transpired there. Returning with information about Nork was our official merit. Of course, they couldn't openly say it was to pacify explorers with a carrot. Therefore, on behalf of the ailing king, I, Agni Rotten-Tersirian, commend their deeds. With the Chancellor's speech over, the rewards were announced according to each explorer's contributions. All survivors received 10 million stones and entry rights to the capital, Karnan, with additional rewards based on their achievements. The order of announcement began with us. Leader of the Nartel clan, Melter Pend, stepped forward. Melter was called first. You made significant contributions by eliminating the criminal Blue Mane from the Blue Wolf tribe during the Goblin Forest battle, which led to our victory. The Chancellor, already well informed, specifically mentioned Melter's accomplishments. You will be granted access to the Silver Treasury. You may choose one essence and one item of your desire. Additionally, you will receive a reward of 25 million stones. Thank you. Melter Pend gained entry to the treasury, which housed level 4 essences and equipment of equivalent value. Does this mean I can look forward to my turn? Among the three of us, Melter's contributions were actually the smallest. The defeat of the wolf was possible because I had knocked down the corpse collector in the first place. Phew. Unfortunately, next was Mr. Kyle. Sir Kyle Fevrosk, the Iron Mage, stepped forward. It's been a while, Chancellor. Forgive me for the delay in acknowledging your contributions due to my official duties. Kyle's contributions were threefold. Using his wisdom to guide the expedition to survival. Using mass teleportation to evade Berserk. And holding off the Ruined Scholar during the Goblin Forest battle, inflicting damage. You have long desired the right to study forbidden magic, have you not? From today, you are the proud royal mage of Rafdonia. You cannot know how delighted I am by your words, Chancellor. Truly thank you. Kyle was promoted to royal mage. This meant he could freely learn and master all kinds of magic. Warrior of the barbarian tribe, Bjorn, son of Jandel, stepped forward. Finally, it was my turn, perhaps because I was an entirely different case compared to the already well-known Melter and Kyle. The Chancellor scrutinized me before listing my contributions one by one. Your contributions are as follows. With noble resolve, you halted internal conflicts, allowing more knights to return to their families. Fighting bravely on the most dangerous front lines, setting an example for others. Becoming bait to buy time from Berserk, enabling the explorers to survive. Pushing the corpse collector, Abet Necrophyto, to the brink, leading to a decisive victory. Hearing it listed like this, it sounded like nothing special. As I was thinking this, the Chancellor continued, such deeds hardly encapsulate your efforts. Yet, on behalf of the royal family, I honor your contributions. You will be granted access to the Golden Treasury. You may choose one essence or item of your desire, and you will be rewarded with 50 million stones. Additionally, the Chancellor added, I bestow upon you the title of Baron. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 40+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the Game as a Barbarian, Episode 234. Baron? The Chancellor's bombshell declaration left the nobles speechless. It was understandable. This is unprecedented. Bestowing a hereditary title to a barbarian. Barons can pass on their titles. Not indefinitely, just to sons and grandsons. In some ways, it's even better than an honorary baron title, which only lasts for one generation. I never aimed for the noble route, yet I ended up getting a title. Honestly, I'm a bit dumbfounded. In the game, One could accumulate achievements by completing quests related to great nobles of marquee rank or higher to become a noble. The benefits were great, but so were the downsides. Despite being a noble, you felt more like a vassal to a great noble, imposing several restrictions on your play. But what happens to those restrictions now? But whether I'm a commoner or a noble, I can't refuse the king's orders, so in practice, there's no difference, right? Well, I guess that's true, but at that moment, the chancellor shouted, "Everyone, be quiet." But it is the king's command. The chaos, which seemed unlikely to subside easily, quieted down at the mention of the king's command. That's the weight the king's name carries in this country. The date for the conferring of titles will be announced later. Anyway, that concluded my recognition and reward. The chancellor didn't even ask if I would accept the title. I suppose he never considered that I might refuse. Well, I had no intention of refusing in the first place. This isn't just a game world. Becoming a noble means enjoying all kinds of conveniences and expanding what I can do in this world. Nartel clans Porty and Myriad stepped forward. After my turn, the process of announcing rewards for others based on their merits continued for a while. During this time, my companions also stepped forward one by one, each receiving decent rewards, though not as significant as mine. In summary, Misha, Einar, and Mr. Bear each received 10 million stone in prize money and the choice between level 5 essences or equivalent equipment. Additionally, Raven requested and received the right to learn royal magic instead of the usual rewards. Erwin received the largest reward among us, with 4th grade essences or equivalent items. She was recognized as the second major contributor in the battle against the corpse collector and received additional compensation for the bereaved due to Daria's death. Although she wasn't present at the ceremony, the rewards were to be distributed later, so there was no issue. Mr. Jandel, is Erwin still in the sanctuary? I heard the funeral was over a while ago, but she is probably still dealing with her complicated feelings. I see. Raven, who asked about Erwin's well-being, trailed off. When I asked if she had something to say to her, she didn't respond. After some time had passed, what a splendid day. Let's all enjoy this moment with the heroes of the new era. With the long awarding ceremony over, the banquet began. Given the large number of attendees, the banquet was split into 2 areas. The enormous indoor hall where the awards were given and an outdoor garden now filled with all sorts of delicacies. Though not mandatory, most explorers enjoyed the banquet outdoors. That was just the atmosphere. Elegant music flowed, and the indoor space had a serene ambience. Since more than half of the nobles chose to enjoy the banquet indoors, the explorers would likely have felt uncomfortable staying inside. What about you, Jandel? Of course, I'm heading outside. We chose the outdoors as well. You could expand your network if you stayed here. Since the Baron title was already secured, if networking was the goal, there was no need to do it today if the goal was networking. Jandel is here. What's this? Aren't you a noble now? Why are you here? Huh, that's not like Jandel at all. The explorers greeted me warmly as I joined them, perhaps feeling a bit distant after hearing about the noble title. Phew, what if I hadn't come? No matter how I think about it, my connections with these guys feel more precious than with the nobles. Everyone is looking at you. How about saying something? We heard enough inside, but your words will be different. Kyle, who came along, suggested from beside me. Sure, a short toast will do. What should I say? I pondered briefly. Let's just keep it barbarian style. The thought didn't linger. No need to overthink it. We've already heard enough flowery praises. So, everyone, great job. Today this will suffice. Let us eat, drink, and enjoy ourselves. A cheer that ended as quickly as it started. The barbarians, who naturally dislike lengthy speeches, responded with a shout. Bethelra? The explorers followed suit. Who would have thought we'd be drinking in a royal palace? With Jandel becoming a baron, what's there to worry about? Let's party. Wah! The explorers shed the discomfort of the palace and enjoyed the banquet to the fullest. This applied to us as well. Wow, Bjorn, try this. I don't know what kind of meat this is, but the bones are crunchy and tasty. That's not meant to be eaten with the bones. Huh, why not? Never mind, as long as it's tasty. Greasy food different from Misha's home-cooked meals. Smooth, clear liquor. Countless comrades to chat with about past hardships. This feels like an after-party. The joyful atmosphere of the banquet continued. Sometimes, the conversation would turn somber when we talked about fallen comrades, but we'd all take a moment of silence before returning to the festive mood. As the enjoyable time continued and the day began to fade. This looks fun. Melter, who had been enjoying the banquet with the nobles indoors, came outside. Was it fun inside? Not at all. Do you know how much I restrained myself from running out? You really had a hard time. I understood Melter's position, having to mingle with nobles indoors. After all, he's leading a clan. He wouldn't want to miss the opportunity to network with nobles. Their help might be needed someday. Here, take a bottle. I offered him a whole bottle of wine. A bottle? Why bother with glasses? If I'd known, I would come out sooner. But where are your companions? Everyone except admin found it boring and left. Really? I thought that barbarian girl might be different. She couldn't handle her liquor. To be precise, it's not that she's weak. She kept chugging from the bottle, caught up in the atmosphere, and soon passed out. Jandel, the bottle is empty. Surely you're not drunk already? Of course not. With Melter joining, I continued to drink heavily with the surrounding warriors. One of the advantages of Bjorn Yondel's body is its incredible alcohol tolerance. Ugh, the smell of alcohol. As I was drinking myself to death for the first time in this body, Misha approached. Oh, Misha, did you have fun? Yes. There was a performance over there. It was quite entertaining. Wish you would have joined. Next time, I guess. But what about Raven? She's drunk and discussing difficult topics with other mages. Drunk and talking about complex topics. Mages really are a peculiar bunch. I'm going for a walk. I excused myself from Melter and paused my drinking to take a stroll through the garden with Misha. Although it wasn't as rowdy as the warriors' drinking party, people were having a lively time everywhere. I spotted some nobles here and there. Oh my, an army of thousands of corpses must have been unimaginable. Indeed, it must have been terrifying. You're amazing. Just like at the previous Count's banquet, nobles approached the explorers first, showing interest. Well, not all nobles are stiff. Young branch nobles are practically middle-class commoners. But why hasn't anyone approached us? It felt strange, but I soon understood why. With dozens of rugged warriors yelling and drinking, who would dare approach? Bjorn, shall we sit down for a bit? Sounds good. I wanted tea extremely drunk, but the effects of the recent battle hadn't tea completely healed, making it difficult to walk for long. Why are you sitting on the ground instead of the bench? It looks like it might break. Misha sat on the bench while I plopped down on the lawn. We spent some quiet time together. Was it excessive drinking? The raucous noise of the banquet felt like background music from afar, and various thoughts flitted through my mind. Jandel, are you Bjorn Jandel, soon-to-be Baron? In that peaceful silence, some nobles recognized me and approached. And they called me Jandel. Are they already treating me like a noble? Not wanting to be disturbed, I politely turned them away. But I couldn't do that to everyone. There you are. A titled noble, not a branch noble. Someone whose relationship could impact future matters. The half-brother of Dwaki. Baron Martoin. I tried to see you earlier, but noticed you were having a good time and didn't approach. Yeah, right. He probably couldn't get through the warriors to reach me. Thank you for being considerate. Not at all. Aren't you the main character of this banquet? After a brief exchange of formalities, I chatted with Baron Martoin for a bit. The conversation turned out to be more beneficial than expected. Usually, when a commoner becomes a noble, there's some hazing, but he said I might be different. Why is that? Because it's a title granted by His Majesty the King. Who would dare mess with you when the king is watching? Everyone will want to befriend you. The king. I always get an uneasy feeling whenever the king is mentioned. Like what the chief said. If this is true. I glanced at the steward standing next to Baron Martoin with a playful look and greeted him. Long time no see, steward. The stewardess face turned pale at my greeting. Of course, he would be scared. The barbarian who crushed his skull and crunched his bones now wields considerable fame and power. I apologize for my rudeness back then. As I grinned and looked at him, the steward stammered an apology. It wasn't particularly satisfying. TSK, it feels like I'm bullying a weakling. Punching a sandbag is only fun when there is some resistance. I stopped teasing the steward and continued my conversation with Baron Martoin. Naturally, Dwaki came up in conversation. By the way, where's my brother? Baron Martoin, perhaps eager to get close to me, referred to Dwaki as my brother when he never used to. Both Misha and I froze. Damn, what is this? Is he joking? What do you mean, where? Barely managing to control my expression, I asked, and the steward's face grew even paler. From this, I gathered two pieces of information. First, the steward knew the situation. Second, Baron, as I mentioned before, lure whir Dwaki. The Baron knew too. He simply forgot after hearing it once. All right, age must be catching up with my memory. The Baron let out an awkward laugh, as if embarrassed. My stomach churned, despite having drunk several bottles of liquor without issue. Perhaps that's why. Clench. Before I knew it, Misha had grabbed my arm with a worried look. I patted her hand to reassure her, and then pulled my arm away. I'm not the same person I was before. I have too many responsibilities now. Therefore, understandable. Don't worry about it. Age can affect memory. Yes, I suppose so. I extended my hand for a handshake with the Baron. I have somewhere to be. It was nice meeting you. Is that so? What a pity. Let's meet again soon. The Baron seemed genuinely disappointed as he shook my hand. As he departed, he asked me one last question. Where are you headed? I dusted off my hand, as if removing dirt, and replied, "Oh, I suddenly felt the urge to wash my hands. Dirty things need to be cleaned." Baron was rather slow on the uptake. "I see. Anyway, I'll call for you later, so don't refuse. You have much to learn as a new noble." The Baron let me go without much fuss. Perhaps the problem lay with me. It's difficult to imagine a barbarian rebuking someone so subtly. One of the few drawbacks of being a barbarian. "Well done." Misha patted my head like she was proud of me. I stood up and headed indoors. I could have asked a passing mage to help me clean my hands, but I also needed to use the toilet. "Do you need me to go with you? Do you think I'm a child?" Parting ways with Misha, I sought the restroom with the guide's help. Afterward, as I was heading back to the banquet hall, someone recognized me. "Oh, there you are." It was Count Fertihilt, the host of the previous banquet I had attended. He had given me the Garfaz necklace number 7777 and said something strange. "I'll call you when you're more prepared." But until today, I hadn't received any such call. "You speak as if you've been looking for me." "Because I have. Since we've met, why don't we go over there for a drink? It won't take long." "Very well." Count Fertihilt wielded far greater power than Baron Martoin, so I followed him inside without hesitation. "Take this." Once seated at the table, the Count poured me a drink, and I downed it in one go. "My companions are waiting, so can we get to the point?" I feigned an urgency. Of course." Fortunately, the Count, understanding my urgency, got straight to the point without any hint of offense. "This is my youngest daughter, Arabella. You've met her before? Haven't you?" I had a bad feeling about this. "What do you think? Isn't she beautiful?" Sure enough, the Count placed his arm around his daughter's shoulder and gently nudged her forward. "Ah, I'm Arabella." The Countess' daughter, who appeared to be in her early teens, trembled as she introduced herself. Damn, I never thought I'd find myself in a situation like this. "What do you think?" I was so stunned by this unprecedented situation that I couldn't respond. Did he mistake my silence for contemplation? If you're seeing someone, don't worry too much. She can always be a concubine. "A concubine? Ah, didn't you know?" The Count chuckled at my murmur and explained. "One of a noble's duties is to have many descendants to support the country. As a noble, you can have up to 3 concubines besides your main wife." Duties, my foot. For some reason, I felt the urge to go to the restroom again. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 40+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the Game as a Barbarian episode 235. New Age 3. Make my daughter your official wife and take your lover as a concubine. The Count, who made such an abrupt proposal, continued speaking. The first to reach the 10th floor, the abyssal explorer Rimonen, the great scout Pikma, who explored and mapped the vast 6th floor, the Iron Hero Juggernaut. There were many other heroes. Do you know what they all had in common? They always had a reliable patron on their journeys. In the end, I couldn't help but ask, "No, I understand what you're trying to say, but what do you gain from sponsoring me? This city is always short on talent. Even if it weren't for this occasion, I was planning to sponsor you." It didn't seem like mere lip service. "What exactly do you mean?" "It's common for nobles to sponsor promising explorers. It helps elevate their family's prestige." This was something I knew. A noble hobby of the upper class? A modern-day equivalent would be collecting supercars. But I didn't know this. Sometimes, it even becomes a measure of a family's power. A noble family without a sponsored explorer is looked down upon. And if the explorer fails to achieve anything significant, it reflects poorly on the family's judgment. Now it made sense that this was more than just a hobby. For nobles, social gatherings are political arenas, and others' evaluations translate into actual power. The financial power of the Count of Fertihilt is second to none. The same goes for our Knight Order. But there is one thing we lack. I didn't know much about the Countess family, but I could guess what it was. Despite our efforts, we haven't had a notable explorer for a long time. So, when you said you'd call me when ready, that's what you meant. What's there to hide? Back then, I wasn't sure about you, so I said that. If a sponsored explorer dies shortly after being chosen, it tarnishes our family's reputation. Even so, he didn't want to lose me, so he warned me not to accept invitations from other nobles. A sort of staking his claim. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have hesitated to sponsor you back then. His voice was dripping with regret, making me chuckle despite myself. If he had chosen me, the Count's reputation would have soared along with my rising status. And he wouldn't have to offer his daughter now. I no longer have any doubts. You will become a great figure. Many explorers have died, but this isn't the end. In time, those vacancies will be filled, and you will surely lead the new era. That's quite an overestimation. Well, we shall see. Anyway, I believe I've explained my benefits sufficiently. So, what is your answer? I was silent for a moment, pretending to contemplate. I had to reject him in a way that wouldn't offend him. I'm sorry, but such a relationship is not feasible for me. A refusal with a little room for negotiation. Think it over. Many will want a good relationship with you, but who will go as far as to form a blood tie? I can do more for you than you imagine. That was the end of my conversation with the Count. After a brief farewell to his daughter, I returned outside. As soon as I stepped out, Misha found me and approached. Bjorn, where did you go? I looked for you everywhere because you were gone for so long. Oh, a noble held me up for a moment. There was no need to mention what had just happened. After a vague explanation, I returned to where we were and resumed drinking. The more I laughed and talked, the more the Count's words echoed in my mind. You will surely be a key figure leading the new era. Thus, the banquet ended. The music stopped, and the noisy chatter ceased. The tiresome banquet was finally over. Those bastards. At first, he didn't know what kind of banquet this was. That's because, since his only source of information was cut off, he was practically blind. Contacting the outside was impossible. But it's been a long time since we met face to face. Through the conversation with the Chancellor who had just left, he learned what had happened this time. The Nork bastards pulled a stunt this time. There were many casualties. Many casualties. How many? The man asked, trying to suppress his rising anxiety, and the Chancellor answered. More than you can imagine. 70% of explorers above the 4th floor had died. Of course, what mattered to him was another part. Explorers above the 7th floor. Large clans that could live comfortably without continuing their ascent, but chose to steel themselves to go deeper. Most of them died as well. How long will it take to recover from this damage? It's really infuriating. I should have smashed their heads back then. The man ground his teeth. When he heard the news, the first thought that came to his mind was we were screwed. Was this what you wanted? He barely suppressed his killing intent as he asked, and the Chancellor answered with a smile. We didn't know about this either. If you want, you can use your ability to verify the truth. It was true that the Chancellor didn't know, but being fooled by that crafty phrasing again and again. Bullshit. Even if it wasn't T for this incident, it was obvious it would have ended up like this. Well, what do you think? Don't give me that crap. If I had been allowed to kill them all during the last subjugation, this would never have happened. Finally, he felt like the mystery was being solved. During the subjugation, Rafdonia had a much better chance. The damage was significant, but if they had pushed a little harder, they could have ended it definitively. But the royal family didn't do that. They gave them time, and in the end, the Nork side activated an ancient barrier and locked the gates. Why don't you just admit it? You never intended to keep your promise with me from the start. How insolent. His Majesty the King made that promise himself, staking the honor of the royal family. It will be kept, so do not doubt. Doubt my ass. The man finally realized. No, it was more like he finally admitted it. These bastards had no intention of letting him go. They must be acting cocky because they think I have no way to escape. The Chancellor left after that conversation. The reason he didn't crush his head was simple. It had to be night. Now where should I dig? He thought there would be clues in the royal family, but he found none. No, he learned there were no answers here. It's fair to say this decision cost him at least 10 years. But the man didn't give up. If there's nowhere else to go, I can head to Nork. Although their power was weaker compared to the royal family, they had the will to clear it. Whatever. I'll think about it once I'm out. The man closed his eyes and extended his hand into the air. He then slowly began to visualize. Star extinction. The skill of the Lord of Darkness, dead red. It was the essence he had obtained during his last entry into the labyrinth. Something even the royal family was unaware he possessed. Crackle. A dark orb rotated above his hand, absorbing all the magic in the vicinity, including the sealing magic circle engraved in the room he was in. Crackle. The magic circle shattered. And then, boom! The dark orb exploded, obliterating everything within a 100-meter radius. Clang, clang, clang. As the explosion echoed and bells rang, he sensed the approaching presence of the surrounding knights. Their reaction sure is quick. He's escaping. Stop him. The man smirked. Hey, if you come now, you're dead. The knights flinched at his menacing aura. Even though they shouted about the king and loyalty like fanatics every day, they still valued their own lives. Seeing that made him feel a bit better. Idiots. The man sneered and leaped high. Using spatial interference, he easily stepped on the air and escaped the palace, savoring his freedom. In less than a minute, he reached several hundred meters above the ground. This damn city was the same as always. Wherever he looked, towering walls surrounded him like prison bars. Oh wait, but I can't enter Nork right away because of the barrier. While traveling for a while, the man realized something and stopped in mid-air to ponder. Should I go to Bifron? It's perfect for hiding. That seemed the best option. But let's stop by the Mage Tower first. Before hiding, there was a place he needed to go. He needed to restore his information supply network to stay informed about the world even while in hiding. I wonder what happened to my Hyung. He should be alive, right? Yes, he hoped so. Thinking about someone else for the first time in a long while, the man, life.Ho, flew across the night sky. 5 days had passed since the banquet ended. I hadn't done much during this time. I stayed home, recovering my body, and yesterday, when I felt a bit better, I went out alone to find a family. After all, I had made a promise. Let my son know. I think you'll be famous when you get out. He'll be happy to hear from you. A household with a 10-year-old boy and a young wife. Contrary to his words, the boy didn't smile when he saw me. Of course, how could he? I've heard a lot about you. Thank you for coming. I traveled over 4 hours by carriage, but ended up having only a short conversation with his wife. They were planning to use the compensation money to open a store. It was a long-standing dream of theirs. If you ever have any trouble raising the child or with anything else, don't hesitate to come to me. Why are you so nice to him? I heard that you and he met for the first time that day. If we had met elsewhere, we would have become friends. Is that so? The tenacious woman, who had pulled herself together for her child's sake in just over 10 days, quietly shed tears. He was a bit childlike since he was young. He always admired heroic figures. Really? Thank you. My husband would be happy. Someone like you remembering him. Someone like me. The words almost reached my throat, but I held them back. Regardless of the truth, I had to be. If that's what they wanted, that was also something I had to do. Bjorn. As I quietly reflected, Misha burst into the room. Erwin's here. So, she's finally ready. When I went downstairs, Erwin was standing in the living room, looking lost. Our first meeting since that day. I thought about what to say and eventually spoke. Welcome. Had I lived a better life, I might have been able to offer more comforting words. Yes. Seeing Erwin's shadowed expression, Misha nervously approached her. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? I'm fine. Thank you, Mississippi Karlstein. Don't call me Miss. Just call me Sister Ah. Oh. Misha stepped on a landmine. No, it's okay. Just call me Misha. Misha quickly corrected herself. Erwin squeezed her eyes shut, then slowly opened them and managed a strained smile. You don't need to be so considerate. Really, I appreciate the thought. Sister. All right? Come over here. I cleared a room for you, just in case you came. A room? For me? You don't have anywhere else to go, right? You can stay here as long as you need until you're feeling better. Being alone can make it harder. Erwin's eyes widened at Misha's words. It was as if she had heard an unexpected offer. Is that really okay? Erwin looked at me as if to ask for my approval, and I shrugged. I told you, your sister asked me to look after you. Now I'm your guardian. Erwin clenched her small fist. Then, with great effort, she spoke as if forcing the words out. Thank you for the kindness. Really, I have nothing left now. That's not true. Misha, go ahead and show her to the room. You know the layout better since you set it up. Oh, got it. Misha then led Erwin around, showing her the house and such. It seemed like Erwin hadn't had proper sleep for a while. She lay down on the bed to rest for a moment and fell asleep instantly. Phew, I think fighting monsters would be easier. I agree. Afterward, Misha and I had dinner together. Einar was spending the night at the sanctuary today. After finishing our dinner, Misha and I chatted about various things, and when midnight approached, I went to my room and lay on the bed. 23:59. My heart was pounding. How many people would join? No. Your character's soul resonates and is drawn to a specific world. Had that clown bastard shown up? I hoped he had. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 40+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 236. White light seeping through wood tone blinds. A single $200 mattress and a desk with a laptop on it. A single chair against the wall next to a one-person tea table. A woman stood in that cramped room with an extremely confused face. This place wasn't too unfamiliar. It was the rental apartment she first contracted when she moved to New York for her job, and the place she had been summoned to at midnight on the 15th of every month for several years. Why am I here? The woman felt a headache as she tried to recall her memories. Gradually, things started coming back to her. Dark mages. Stall for time. I will handle it soon. Day 1 in the labyrinth, where the war began. Reaching the safe zone after multiple teleportation spells. A ruthless decision that had to be made after a long meeting with the higher-ups. The royal bastards are trying to escape and abandon us. Stop them. She and her clan members running through the dimensional gate while the knights confronted the explorers. And then, Schwadash. The magic circle emitting a brilliant light from the ground. Boom dash. The gigantic pillar of fire engulfing the sky. No way. She finally understood why she, who had just returned to the city through the dimensional gate, was here. Has it been 15 days? The woman hurriedly turned on her laptop, and she started looking through the bulletin board to find out exactly what had happened. For someone who frequently did this sort of thing, it didn't take her long to find the information she wanted. Among the explorers who came out of the dimensional gate, only 103 survived. All were in a coma, and even the high priest of the Tobara church, known as the Agent, had given up on healing them. No, it can't be. Roller Clan's deputy leader, Versalgallant. Her face turned pale as she realized the reality. As soon as the computer was turned on, I checked the chat room first. Long live Korean independence, 0 members online. As expected, this time too, Lee Baek-ho did not return. Well, since the Ghost Master himself kicked him out, there wasn't much he could do. So it was definitely better when he was around. Ultimately, I have no choice but to get premium information from the Watchers of the Round Table. I move the mouse, trying to shake off the regret. The Round Table opens 3 hours after the community starts. Until then, I plan to browse around and get a feel for the place. As expected, a lot of players died. When the community opens, players who have been waiting flood the exchange and free boards with posts. But this time, about 1/3. The same goes for the chat room. Even the large chat rooms that always had more than 50 people now barely had a little over 10 people. Sigh. Facing such changes makes me sigh. It feels like a great flood has swept over the world. Everywhere is devastated, and there are no normal places left. Will new players fill this place as time passes? Well, they will. Even in Korea, nothing was left after the war, but eventually we got to where we are now. When that time comes, I want to be a newbie anymore, but a top-tier player. Ah, am I already in the top tier? Yeah, no matter how I think about it, there can't be many who have gained a noble title. Click, click. Thinking about this and that, I surfed various boards. Every board was filled with stories about this incident, and I saw my name mentioned quite frequently, no, quite a lot. Bjorn Jandel, what the hell is this guy? I thought a rank 5 explorer would be around 30, but it's only been a year since he completed his coming-of-age ceremony. What have I been doing for the past 5 years? I was mentioned a few times during the Layer Lord battle on the 3rd floor, but it was nothing like this. The number of posts about me was enormous, with dozens of comments on each one. These 99, I think he's not rank 5 to begin with. If it weren't for the guild points, he would have easily reached rank 4 already. What up, P? Wow, really? It's only been a year? That makes me feel even worse. Inexleviel, you're exaggerating. Oda P has nothing to be ashamed of. It's common to reach rank 5 within a year if you get good essence. Inexleviel, also, it doesn't seem like he has much essence. From what I saw, he is barely at rank 5. These 99, reaching rank 5 within a year is common? Do you play the game alone? How can you say he is barely at rank 5? He already proved himself by crushing the corpse collector. Inexleviel, are you American? It's obvious you're trying to make a hero out of him. And even if he won, do you think he did it alone? It's all teamwork. Neck, this guy's right. The corpse collector fought hundreds of enemies. How can you say he got crushed? Are you an idiot? Just like people argue about celebrities online, players had various opinions about me. Some comments made my heart sink. Flickalo, I think he is a player. Oda P. Ah, that could be it. Why didn't I think of that? Questions that inevitably arise when you gain fame quickly. But my journey helped. Aral 5205. What player? If you saw him in person even once, you wouldn't say that LOL. Stephen Castle. Those who say this are all the ones who were lucky enough not to enter the labyrinth. If you saw him biting the corpse collector's ear off while blind, you wouldn't say he's a player. Cherylvander. He is a real man. Iqbal. When he screamed after stepping on a goblin trap, it even fired me up. No modern person could evoke that feeling. Everyone who was there would agree. Cool 75. Beta. RA. Reading both defamatory and praise posts about me gave me a strange feeling. I have grown enough to become a hot topic. While intense interest is burdensome, but I think it's a path I must cross to go higher. Because I'm going to keep rising. You can't help but gain fame as you go higher. It's about time. After browsing the boards for a while, 3 hours had passed since I entered the community. 301. In the past, I would enter as late as possible to attract attention, but this time, I entered as soon as the time came. I was curious about the pre-meeting chatter. Hopefully, not everyone died except the clown. With a bit of anxiety, I quickly double-clicked the mouse. Flash. For a moment, a light flickered in front of my eyes, and when I came to, I was in the familiar fitting room. I quickly put on the suit I wore every day and the lioness mask, then made my way to the main room where the round table was. Creak. 3 people were already there. Goblin, Fox, Deerhorn. Seems like the clown isn't here yet. As I entered, the 3 who were already there glanced at me and let out strange exclamations. Ah, fortunately, you came again today. They always react like this whenever I arrive. I took my seat, pretending not to care much, and rested my chin on my hand. If I do this, they'll entertain themselves. I just need to close my eyes and listen. There are already 4 survivors. Goblin, as if uncomfortable with the static atmosphere, muttered to himself. It's surprising. I thought you, of all people, would be in danger. How did you survive? It was something I was curious about, too. Most religious figures, except a few priests, had left through dimensional gates, meaning most of them are dead. So, how did Goblin make it? Well, it's related to my personal circumstances. Let's just say I was lucky. Tisich, what's so great about that? Goblin evaded the question skillfully, and Deer Antlers clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. They then engaged in small talk. Strangely, Fox didn't join the conversation. Did the other two notice that? Fox, you seem off today. Yes, you've been out of it since earlier. Deerhorn and Goblin expressed their curiosity about Fox, who flinched and tilted her head. What? What did you just say? See, I told you something's off. If something's bothering you, please tell us. I'd be more than willing to help you out. Goblin, seizing the opportunity, attempted to cozy up to Fox. Fox exhaled deeply and shook her head. I appreciate your concern, but it's nothing. So, please mind your own business. Ah yes, if you say so. Goblin, seemingly embarrassed by Fox's unusually curt response, changed the subject. By the way, the others aren't here yet? There were only 5 minutes left until the entrance closed. 2 members still hadn't shown up. The clown, whom I was eagerly waiting for, and the crescent moon, who desperately wanted the stone of resurrection. They both didn't die, did they? Even if crescent moon is gone, I doubt clown is dead. Right? Probably not. The goblin replied in a slightly regretful tone. Creak. The door to the hallway customization room opened, and I heard footsteps. Is it the clown? I turned my head to check, pretending to be indifferent. And then, I froze, just like Goblin and Deerhorn. It wasn't the mask I had expected. A queen. A mask adorned with elegant jewels. The decorations around the eyes were like makeup made of gold, and the forehead was shaped like a crown. And a gorgeous red dress. A returning member? I wondered briefly, but then realized otherwise as she gracefully introduced herself. Oh, hello. I'm new here, so I might not know much, but please take care of me. She was a new member. She was the first new member since I had joined. Naturally, all the attention was on her. The fox, in particular, was the most enthusiastic. New? How did you get in here? Did you also meet Master? Unlike her earlier days, the fox couldn't hide her excitement and bombarded the queen with questions. Well, yes, I guess so. When the queen mask half affirmed, the excitement in the fox's voice grew even more. Him? Where is he? Or can you at least meet him? I have a very urgent request. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can fulfill that request. The queen drew a firm line. Then she led the conversation with surprising ease for a new member. Anyway, shall we introduce ourselves? The queen spoke as if it was her own place. Deerhorn responded, clearly displeased. We don't use names here. I see. So, this is Goblin, that's Fox, and this is Lion. HM, then what should I call you? Deerhorn. Not just Deer. Didn't your mask have a name on it too? All right, then I'll be the queen. Hoo-hoo. While the others chatted and interacted with the queen, I continued to observe her closely. A mask doesn't hide everything. The goblin had a bronze skin tone, making me think he was either Southeast Asian or South American. So what about this woman? She's definitely Western. Blue eyes and flowing blonde hair. Her skin was very pale, like that of a Caucasian. Of course, this information alone isn't enough to deduce anything about her in this world. But still, I couldn't take my eyes off her. I feel like I've seen her somewhere. A strange sense of deja vu. Why do I feel this way? Anyway, Fox, it's so nice to meet you. As you know, there aren't many female users, right? Oh, and Goblin, you have a great voice. Deerhorn, you seem very kind too. The queen's energy was almost draining. When she turned her gaze to me, Fox quickly intervened and warned her. Lion is... Excuse me. Yes, I understand what kind of person you are, but it might be best not to get too friendly with him. Huh? Why? The queen tilted her head, and the fox, glancing at me, looked awkward. Did she think I'd try to assert dominance like with the goblin? Well, maybe I would have done that under normal circumstances. If one glance could free me from this demonic tension, it would be worth it. But, Lion is very quiet. Let us talk more once we get to know each other. I simply ignored her words without doing anything. It's for a simple reason. I needed to conserve my energy. Looks like he's here. With about a minute left before the entrance closed. Creak, another door in the hallway opened. Oh, another member is here? The attention shifted from the queen to the source of the sound. Wow, so many survivors. From a distance, the clown spoke in his usual annoying tone. To be honest, Goblin, I thought you'd be huh? The clown stopped and tilted his head when he saw the queen. Hello, should I call you Clown from now on? You seem like a very interesting person, so I'm really excited. Who is this overly cheerful woman? She's a new member. It seems she was recommended by the master. Is that so? Clown, who had been observing the queen, sat down. Then, losing interest in her, he spoke to me. Sit, lion. Have you been well? It was the usual routine. This bastard always acted chummy with me, as if I were the only one on equal footing with him here. Look forward to it. I brought some very interesting stories this time. What is he saying, idiot? I slowly gathered my killing intent. Normally, I'd have to control my mind and harbor a murderous intention, but this time, it wasn't necessary. If it weren't for this bastard, Daria would still be alive. Many other explorers could have returned to their families. But what is this bastard doing now? Hee, seeing that Crescent Moon isn't here, I guess she's dead? Laughing brightly as always. So yeah, but why haven't you spoken a word since earlier, lion? Filling my mind with a single thought, I opened my eyes. Pure intent to kill. The moment our eyes met, the clown grabbed his throat with both hands. He writhed in agony, as if he had entered a vacuum, then collapsed to the floor, twitching. The members, not knowing what was happening, were flustered. I slowly stood up and walked over to the clown. Then I looked down at him from above. You stop. It was a bit funny. Always treating people like idiots with that idiotic tone. You're like a bug. No more pretending to be friendly, bastard. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 40+ chapters at once +1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 237. The determination to kill someone. Usually, it just ends with a chill, but here in this mind world, its effect is amplified dozens of times over. Since it's not transmitted through the body, in severe cases, it can cause extreme shock to the soul, resulting in permanent aftereffects in reality. Mental contamination. Players named this phenomenon as such. In this state, the affected person may develop permanent speech disorders, such as stuttering, and in severe cases, the mind can collapse and fragment. Therefore, you're like an insect. I focus my intent even more on the clown. The clown, drooling, asked, "Why?" The reason is simple. The clown is a necromancer. It would take a long time to recover the summons lost in this battle, and until the barrier of Nork is lifted, he can't come to the city to harm me. Orcules, the group to which the dragon slayer who killed Dwaki belongs. Eventually, this guy will also be an enemy I have to eliminate. If I can take him down now, it would be wise to do so. The prolonged release of killing intent caused a sharp pain in the back of my head. This technique consumes mental energy, so there's nothing I can do about it. I might end up sleeping all day tomorrow. Maybe even sleep for 2 days straight. But the more I push, the stronger the pressure becomes. This guy must be considering Bjorn Jandel as an enemy and planning revenge by now. It's best to take him down here. This guy is more dangerous than the Dragon Slayer. Unlike the former who lost his memory, he holds clear hostility towards Bjorn Jandel. If I don't take him down this time, he will surely harm me and my comrades someday. Not just the clown, but everyone present can feel the thickening killing intent. Damn it. As the time filled with killing intent continued, a sudden throbbing sensation spread through my brain. I've experienced this before. My mental power has been completely drained from using the killing intent. Please stop. I felt like I was just a little bit short. I squeezed out the last of my killing intent, feeling disappointed. How many more seconds did I last? Up. The clown, as if emerging from water, took a deep breath. Then he coughed and vomited stomach acid. Hack Keka. Though the clown was in a miserable state, I wasn't in good shape either. I felt like I could pass out just by closing my eyes. Why? The clown, seemingly regaining his senses, struggled to get up and looked at me. His breathing was a bit rough, but there didn't seem to be any issues with his speech functions. Yeah, he didn't get close to mental contamination. Sigh, as expected. It was an anticipated result. Even in the past, when I unleashed killing intent on the fox, my mental power was depleted before reaching that point. For someone who had killed countless people, the clown probably had a stronger mental barrier than the fox. It seems my killing intent is much stronger than before, but it's still not enough. Feeling bitter, I closely observed the clown's eyes. In his trembling pupils, there was more confusion than resentment, fear stemming from not knowing the reason behind my actions. I continued to stare at the trembling clown. Now, what should I do next? Was I supposed to have a convincing reason since the preemptive strike failed? There was no such dilemma. It's a pointless worry. Because I'm not Bjorn Jandel, I'm Lion. Is this all you've got? It's not that my killing intent ended due to mental exhaustion. I stopped out of pity. I convinced myself and turn away indifferently as if I no longer care. And then, TCH. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. I expected you to be somewhat useful from the rumors. As if I was merely testing him. The plan to defeat the clown with killing intent failed. But I didn't have much regret. Even in this case, there were advantages. Isn't there an old saying to keep your enemies close? Now that it's come to this, I'll have to milk him for all he's worth. The clown is an executive of Orcules. Since Nork is their base, I could continually obtain valuable information if I use him well. Are you okay? The queen, who had been observing silently, cautiously approached the clown and offered her hand. But did it hurt his pride? Thud. The clown slapped her hand away in frustration, grabbed the chair, and stood up on his own. He looked at me. Despite the disgrace he showed in front of the other members, he didn't seem to care. His gaze was fixed only on me, and then he uttered something incomprehensible. Lion, are you perhaps him? Huh? Who is him? It's not like it's a character whose name must not be mentioned. I stayed silent because I had no idea what he was talking about. As always, I figured that staying quiet would get me halfway there. Indeed, after a moment, the clown murmured as if organizing his thoughts. No, that can't be. You are not him. Even the deer horn spoke up as if he knew something. Yes, he cannot attend gatherings due to restrictions. The queen, who had been watching with interest, also opened her mouth as if there was no need to hold back. This place is more advanced than I thought. Yes, he definitely can't be here. This chat room only opens at 3 o'clock. Because it's 3 o'clock? Wait, this sounds like someone I know. Could it be that they're talking about life.Well? That hypothesis suddenly came to mind, but there was no way to confirm it. One of the few drawbacks of being the lion. Even if I'm curious, I can't ask first. Especially if it's basic information everyone else knows. Gotta maintain the lioness dignity. Anyway, I'll look into this later. It was time to step in. Since they already knew it wasn't true, there was no need to remain silent. I smirked and threw out a remark. Yeah, I'm not that guy. As if to reward them for their cute effort in trying to figure it out. Not him, but that guy. I didn't know who he was, but I chose words that subtly put him and me on the same level. But was this strategy effective? Who exactly are you? Despite getting beaten up, the clown looked at me with eyes full of astonishment. There was no trace of resentment. He probably didn't even think about being hostile. Are you curious about who I am? At my question, the clown swallowed and nodded. Then he flinched, as if he didn't want to. But he didn't correct his answer. He seemed genuinely curious about who I was after getting beaten up once. I shrugged slightly. It was a gesture that everyone except the new member, the queen, would understand. What does that mean? The queen asked, and the clown answered like a subordinate. It means he'll tell us if we bring interesting information. All right. The concept of the secret chat room was like that, wasn't it? Yes, that is correct. Speaking of which, who exactly is he that everyone was talking about? The goblin asked casually, but the queen ignored it as if she hadn't heard. At that moment, are you serious about revealing your identity? The clown asked blankly, and I didn't bother to answer. I just stared at the clown, as if to say, even if it was something related to my identity, if they could entertain me, I might reveal it. As if the situation itself would be amusing to me. I've been observing for months, but I still can't understand. The deer horn spoke, looking at me with a tired expression. I don't know how long you've been in this world, but you're broken, seriously broken. At this rate, you won't be able to live a proper life when you return. He was surprisingly sweet, worrying about someone else's life. But that, and this is this. I ignored him without even glancing in his direction, which made him shut his lips in frustration. The queen then stepped in. By the way, this is quite interesting. Can I also hear your identity if I bring information? I'm curious too. As long as you can entertain me. The queen smiled at my response. Look forward to it. I know quite a few interesting stories, you know. That makes me somewhat expectant. This woman is just as enigmatic as I am. Since she joined during these circumstances, it seems she came through the Master's recommendation, unlike me. At first, I didn't pay much attention due to disciplining the clown, but I'll have to watch her closely from now on. Then, should we get started? As no one spoke, the silence naturally took over. Eventually, the goblin spoke first, roughly organizing the chaotic situation. Indeed, the door has been closed for some time. We can't stay like this forever, and Crescent Moon hasn't arrived. Not attending during this time means he probably didn't escape his fate. Everyone seemed to think Crescent Moon didn't survive this incident. He was the most proactive among us. So, who will go first this time? Normally, the fox would have taken the role of moderator, but due to her strange condition, the goblin took the lead. I'll do it later. It's my first time, and I need some time to adjust. Queen declined to go first. Very well. Who will go then? If no one steps up, I'll go first. The first speaker of the meeting was the deer horn. Since the subject of him came up earlier, let us talk about him. He was released into the world 5 days ago. What? Are you talking about him? The clown, who didn't seem to know, was shocked. To be fair, shouldn't you first tell us who he is? The goblin seemed perplexed, and the deer horn showed no change in his expression. In fact, had he even been paying attention? In any case, The green light from the round table's gem indicated that the information was true and that more than half of those present were unaware of it. How can you give away such valuable information like that? Asked the clown, perplexed. The deer horn replied nonchalantly. Most people who need to know will find out within a week anyway. Might as well use it now. Then, can I go next? The queen raised her hand slightly. Normally, the rule was to go in a clockwise direction from the start, but everyone permitted her to go ahead, eager to see what she would say. It's my first time in a place like this, so I'm a bit nervous, she said, though she didn't sound nervous at all. He is currently at the Mage Tower. His current location. Sigh, this again? Since I wasn't even sure who he was, it didn't elicit much of a reaction from me. But it seemed different for the other two. The moment the queen shared the information, both the clown and the deer horn looked towards the center of the round table, where the gemstone that could verify the truth lay. It's true. To think the first place he went upon coming out into the world was the Mage Tower. Isn't that interesting? I definitely needed to find out who he was later. If these guys reacted this way, he must be someone significant. If it really is life.Back, then what the heck is he? While lost in such thoughts, I felt someone's gaze. It was the queen's. I don't know when it started, but she was staring at me intently. Lion, you don't seem surprised by this information. Almost as if you already knew. Huh, is that so? I didn't know who he was, so it didn't matter to me where he was. Do you have someone at the Mage Tower? She prodded. Well, maybe I do. I replied vaguely, treating her probing as a cute little game. Next is me. The fox took the next turn. The fox, who had remained silent since the meeting began, had failed 3 times in a row. The first 2 pieces of information were current but known to everyone, and the third was deemed useless. The fact that the master of the Elkapad clan is a player is quite interesting. But isn't this information useless? I remember that guy dying right after crossing the dimensional gate. Value is relative. For example, neither the goblin nor I know who he is, which makes your information useless to us, the fox countered. The fox had a point, but this round table operated on majority rule. Still, we now know that such a person exists in the world, don't we? Sit. Does everyone share the same opinion? Everyone's silence served as a better answer than words. In the end, the fox had to try for a 4th time. The master of the Tebern clan has number 9. Information about a single numbered item. The master of Tebern clan. That's like putting a pearl necklace on a pig. Heh. The gemstone at the round table glowed green, and no one disagreed this time. A single numbered item held that much value. Honestly, it felt like she finally used some valuable information she had been holding back. I'll go next. Next was the goblin. True to his paladin origins, he shared information related to religion. All religious orders have decided to withdraw their support for the royal family. Within a few days, they'll be back to their previous strained relations. This was information that only a key religious figure would know, so it was immediately approved. Sit, now it's my turn. The clown made a shocking announcement as soon as it was his turn. I live in Nork. What the heck? Did he go mad from getting hit with killing intent? Revealing his personal information. This incomprehensible behavior caused everyone, including me, to freeze. Well, everyone except the queen. Norka, you're quite an interesting person too, clown. The queen spoke to the clown in an innocent voice. But the clown's gaze remained fixed on me. For some reason, it reminded me of the ghost hunter. That guy also threw bait and watched my expression just like this. Is he testing my information-gathering ability? The thought crossed my mind, so I carefully observed the clown's eyes. I could sense a hint of relief. Judging by your surprise, you didn't know who I was, did you? Sit. What the hell is he on about? The crescent moon said Lion seems to know all our identities. But apparently, that's not the case. It was a kind of test. They knew Lion was formidable. But to what extent? Was it just personal combat ability? Or did I possess immense power and information as well? So, was that entertaining enough for you? Trying to stack up entertainment value as well, it was a pretty efficient move. But, indeed, I responded with a smirk. That was an entertaining stunt. At that moment, the gemstone that had been glowing green dimmed, signaling the end of his turn. Now, it was finally my turn. I had already decided what information to share. The clown is the corpse collector. Who does he think he's messing with? Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 40+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 238. Clown took a deep breath, revealing a flustered expression that his mask could never hide. That reaction alone was enough to confirm its validity. However, was the content too shocking? The corpse collector? With eyes full of disbelief, the members hastily fixed their gaze on a single spot, where the round table S gem was. Soon, the gem glowed and emitted a color. It was a brilliant green glow. It was true. Now their gaze shifted again, not to the spot where the gem was, but in the direction of the clown, who seemed paralyzed. The The clown said nothing in response to the wary, perhaps even hostile, stares. Not that he was uncomfortable with their stares, of course. If he was that type, he wouldn't have revealed that he was from Nork in the first place. He must be surprised that I know his identity. I originally had no intention of revealing this. I mean, it should be nearly impossible to identify me as Bjorn Jandel from this, but I decided it would do more harm than good. But he set the stage himself. If I had revealed his identity first, the clown might have thought I recently obtained that information. But what now? Mississippi Crescent Moon said Lion knows all our identities. But it seems that's not the case. The clown himself created a natural setup. No, it wasn't just that. This guy even revealed he was from Nork himself. In other words, he's not someone who would leave the gathering just because his identity was exposed. Well, he's a known player to the world, so his personal info wasn't as important as others. Thanks to this, there was nothing holding me back. So I could screw him over by revealing his identity, but still have a plan B of keeping him around and getting as much information as possible. There were several additional benefits as well. Since he revealed that he is from Nork, the members would openly expect information about that place. It also reinforced my lion character in front of the members and even left some room for misunderstanding for the newcomer, the queen. This was also very important to me. The more I appeared as the experienced lion mask, the harder it would be to connect me with Bjorn Jandel. In reality, I gained a lot. A secret chat room with the corpse collector. I'm glad I joined. The queen murmured, ending the brief silence. So you got one up on me? Finally coming to his senses, the clown forced a smile, pretending not to lose his composure. The goblin couldn't make eye contact with the clown after hearing corpse collector, and the fox and deerhorn looked at me more warily than at the clown. You really knew everything. Who on earth are you? Ah yes. This was it. I struggled to keep the corners of my mouth from rising and chewed my words as nonchalantly as I could. As I did so, my attention was drawn back to the clown. So, why don't you tell us how it feels to be unmasked, Mr. Corpse Collector? Deerhorn spoke aggressively, as if he had a story. But the clown wasn't backing down at all. Pissit thoughts? Just that the lion is more dangerous than I thought. You keep pretending to be relaxed. TSK, typical behavior. Do you think I care about you people? Unlike you, I haven't been hiding. Clown's words weren't entirely wrong. But did the nuance suggest something? Are you planning to stay in the gathering even after this? Of course. But don't think I'm staying because of you. I'm staying because of Mr. Lion. Honestly, this reaction was a bit surprising. Even after being exposed and threatened, he still acted friendly towards me. Was he a punching bag or something? While I was impressed, the tension between Deerhorns and the clown continued. By the way, Deerhorn, you'd better watch your mouth. What if I come to find you? I don't think that's a concern. I'm not stupid enough to expose my identity like you. Sit, are you sure? I can guess at least 4 people from here. If I kill them all, 1T 1B, right? Come if you want. Do you think I'm afraid? You were beaten by a barbarian not long ago, and your arrogance remains? Do you really want to die? The clown's outburst meant the Deerhorn had won. The clown exuded killing intent, but the Deerhorn didn't budge. At that moment, now let us stop. Members should get along, right? The queen intervened to mediate their fight. It was a bit amusing. Is she really a new member? Instead of that, let us move on to the next round. I didn't realize it before, but it's really fun. Her ridiculously sociable nature seemed impressive, and the tension between the two stopped. Just as we were about to move to the next round. I'll stop here. The fox declared to give up. She had tried several times before, but there seemed to be no useful information. Well, it wasn't surprising, as that happened occasionally. But I'll wait outside until it's over. Instead of leaving the chat room, the fox chose to exit and wait outside. It was the first time since I became a member. Make sure to spare some time after it ends. I have something to tell you, Lion. Something to tell me. Is it related to her day's state earlier? Maybe you already know. Leaving a meaningful remark, the fox departed, and the second round started immediately. The queen took the first turn. She seemed to like the system of this gathering and cheerfully shared information. Everyone knows the GM, right? But do you know this? Oh, there's a common misconception. The GM didn't create this community. Though she spoke with a voice not doubting her free pass, the jewel emitted a red light. Seeing the surprised queen, the Deerhorn recited. This was something Lion mentioned before. It was information I had already revealed once at a gathering. Lion knew about this? The queen stared intently at me. It seemed her curiosity about me had grown even more. Well, the feeling was mutual. Who was she really? It was high-level information no one knew about during the meeting, yet she knew it. Maybe she's someone from the community administration. Just then a thought crossed my mind. Wait a minute. Although it was just a fleeting encounter, a face imprinted in my subconscious flashed in my mind. A woman who had guided me and told me various things when I first joined this community. Come to think of it, her nickname was Soul Queen. Coincidentally, the mask she chose was also the queen mask. The clown had mentioned that people usually choose masks that resemble themselves. Could this really be a coincidence? Especially since she has the same blonde hair and is also white? Now that I hear it, her voice sounds similar too. Why didn't I realize this sooner? Although it occurred to me belatedly, it was understandable. Even a missing nose can drastically change a person's appearance. Without the queen hint, I wouldn't have unconsciously thought of Soul Queen. It is not certain yet, but it's best to assume she is. While organizing my thoughts on this possibility, the queen revealed new information and was once again rejected. Then it's best to go with the latest information. Within the next few years, the 6-man binding magic will be distributed. It will completely change the exploration structure. How about that? Isn't it amazing? How many people have mentioned this already? The queen looked flustered as the gem lit up red. Is there something wrong with the gem? That can't be. This information has already been mentioned. It's been about half a year, so there should be about a year and a half left until the binding magic is released. Wow, even the time frame? This place is really high level. As the queen expressed her genuine admiration, the clown laughed arrogantly. Sit, maybe it's just that your standard is low? He probably didn't mean it seriously. The queen had shown a presence that didn't fall short to anyone from the start to the end. He's just trying to get her to reveal more valuable information. By the way, the goblin kept silent when the word level came up. He sure knows how to read the room. This is a bit troublesome. The queen spoke, not sounding troubled at all, and made a third try. The king being ill is a lie. What? The queen's statement made the gem light up green. Hence, the confusion that enveloped the round table grew even bigger. The reason was simple. A piece of information completely opposite to this had previously been mentioned by the clown. The king of Raftonia's condition has worsened. It might be one of the weak points of the round table. If someone is 100% sure, the jewel lights up green. It judges the truthfulness, not the actual fact. Otherwise, this system could have been exploited to access all kinds of information. This is troublesome. What do you mean by troublesome? The deer horn sighed and explained the situation to the queen. It means no one lied, but one of you has incorrect information. Exactly. Then isn't it natural to lean towards my side? Everyone knows the king is sick, but I'm the only one who confidently claims it's a lie. The queen spoke. Sit, where did you hear such nonsense? Is this the level of the corpse collector? What did you just say? The clown snapped at the queen's provocation. However, the queen just slyly retorted. Then where did you get your information from, clown? I met the king directly. Are you more certain than me? Anyone can say that. I didn't expect you to be such a petty person. Shall I put my hand on the jewel and say it again? Will that do? The queen then said she met the king, and the jewel emitted a green light. The clown was left speechless. How did he end up with such a character? He's been getting beaten up from all sides today. Another monster has joined after Lion. A player who can contact the king. It's nothing like that. It was just a one-time opportunity. The queen, fitting her mask, left a strong impression on the members at her first meeting. Why do people like this keep increasing? The goblin shriveled up at the new member's performance. Since this issue is settled, let's move on to the next. Goblin, it's your turn. Emmy? Yes. The queen naturally exuded an aura and took the lead. The goblin couldn't refuse and took his turn. Yesterday, I discovered a way to break through Nork's barrier in the Mage Tower. It seems it could be done immediately. But it requires 30 high priests gathering and praying. So, there is finally a way. There might be a second exploration organized soon. That's right, corpse collector. Why are you bragging? I heard the temple is withdrawing its support for the royal family. Do you really believe the religious faction can rebel against the royal family? The royal family doesn't have him anymore, do they? Damn it, if I had known you were from that side, I wouldn't have mentioned it. Deerhorn and the clown started bickering, seizing the moment. Aren't you going to stop them? The goblin looked at the queen, but she watched with interest. Why? This seems like another fun point. All right. Even the queen watched their bickering, and the conversation seemed endless. But surprisingly, the winner was decided quickly. All right. Congratulations. I heard you got a new nickname. What are you talking about? The clown seemed unaware. Oh, you don't know? The new nickname, Toy Collector? Oh my, how vulgar. The queen covered her mouth as if she knew something, while the deer horns continued with a smirk. Toy Collector. They say you're like a baby. Like a baby? The clown looked puzzled. The deer horn exaggeratedly tilted his head as if it was expected. Why? Isn't it? It's famous that Bjorn Jandel talks about it at every drinking party. Tape's that guy? The clown's voice started trembling, as if he was realizing something. Maybe it was the perfect time to deliver the final blow? They say you're small. The deer horn, like an experienced veteran, didn't miss the chance, and stabbed him in the heart. Crack! There was a sound of something breaking from the clown's mouth. I took a moment of silent apology inside. Sorry. I asked him to keep it a secret, but puffed. It turned out like this, huh? Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 40+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 239. Puffed. When the goblin laughed, the clown's icy gaze turned towards him. Ahem. Pretending his laugh was a cough, the goblin cleared his throat and avoided eye contact. The deer horn stepped in and patted him on the back. Why bother the poor goblin? It's not his fault you ended up in that small body. The clown didn't respond to the sarcastic remark. He just stared at them, trembling with humiliation. Is he going to stop coming because of this? Suddenly, I was worried, but luckily, the clown was top-notch. Sit. Even in a situation where it would be understandable to cry, the clown forced a smile. How childish. I had a sense of what he was trying to do. The only way to reverse the situation where he was being one-sidedly insulted. Do you think words like that would affect me when it's not even my own body? This guy is really something. Though the clown's words were bold, his voice was filled with seething resentment. On the other hand, the deer horns was purely enjoying himself. The winner was already decided. But the deer horns was a ruthless guy with no mercy. So you admit you're small? Was this man a devil? The clown, having suffered a final blow to his pride, chose silence. He realized that any further conversation would only hurt him. Man, really? The queen smirked when it was over. I felt embarrassed for them. Watching grown men fight over something like this must look pathetic. Anyway, the brief disturbance ended, and the meeting resumed. We got sidetracked somehow. Let me continue. The deer horns resumed the meeting, sharing his information. 3 days ago, the royal family captured a spy from Nork. They managed to smuggle a few out before the barrier was activated. A captured spy? Could it be Amelia? But she didn't seem like someone who'd be caught easily. We planned to kill the spy after extracting all the information. Of course, we'll torture him first. The deer horns taunted the clown from Nork. Well, now I'm pretty sure deer horns belongs to the royal family. Another outcome from the clash with the clown. Sit naive. Do you think I care if a few worthless worms die? His voice was filled with disdain. He was likely more upset by the deer horns' arrogance than the fate of the spy. My turn, then. As soon as the deer horns finished, the clown swiftly countered. An assassin is coming for Bjorn Jandel soon. What? Suddenly? They're praising him as a hero, right? It'll be amusing if he dies right after receiving a noble title. The royal family's prestige will be in the gutter. So this is what it means for a shrimp to get caught in the middle of a whale fight. I was momentarily stunned by the sudden mention of my name. Then irritation set in. An assassin, when I'm not even fully recovered. But at least I got to know about it in advance. And maybe deer horns felt the same? Foolish. He clicked his tongue in response. Unable to control your emotions, you kindly warn your enemy. Truly, you're no better than a child. TSK. And where does your confidence come from? Thinking you can stop it even if you know? Another round of their confrontation seemed about to start. It was amusing at first, but now it was getting tiresome, so I intervened to end it. Now it's my turn. As I spoke for the first time in a while, the room fell silent. I glanced around at the members and then fixed my gaze on the queen. The Ghostbusters were created by an evil spirit from another world. Damn, I was saving that. It was a sort of preemption. I had intended to use it as a reward for someone who shared interesting information, but this community wasn't created by the GM. The queen, who knew this information, should be aware that the community's creator was an evil spirit from another world. Better to use it before it becomes useless. I was running out of cards to assert my authority as the lion. An evil spirit, you say? Huh? Yes, that makes sense. When the queen's jewel emitted a green light, she nodded as if something had finally been resolved. What? Did she not know? I thought the community operator would definitely know. So, was she not Soul Queen? That thought crossed my mind, but nothing was certain yet. Perhaps the master hadn't told her everything. Just as I was lost in thought. Wait a minute. An evil spirit from another world? Does that mean there are players from other worlds besides Earth? After a brief silence, the goblin asked me, astonished. But I could only offer one response. That is for you to interpret. If you wanted to open my mouth, bring something interesting. Though I'll probably just deem it boring anyway. I've heard of such beings existing. But until now, I thought it was just a rumor. The deer horns, who seemed deep in thought, also expressed amazement at the revelation. This just goes to show how amazing life.Ho is. Just like this information, most of the crucial details that made me the lion came from life.Ho. Staying was worth it after all. Even the clown, who had been beaten down throughout the meeting, nodded in satisfaction, finding my information interesting. Apparently, he was glad he put up with everything. This is becoming more intriguing. The queen suggested continuing the meeting with eyes full of enthusiasm, but unfortunately, this was the end of today's gathering. Even the goblin had already surrendered. I have nothing more to say, so I'll stop here. Then I shall stop as well. It seems difficult to find information unknown to all four of us. With the deer horns also withdrawing, the meeting naturally concluded. I'll be leaving first then. Unlike usual, the clown left immediately after the meeting. I guess it would be uncomfortable to stay and chat after everything was revealed. So next time I'll bring something truly interesting. The clown still pretending to be friendly after all that. It was a bit absurd, but his approach to handling power dynamics was worth emulating. There is a reason he has survived for so long, I suppose. Then I'll take my leave as well. As I stood and opened the door, I saw the fox waiting for me, leaning blankly against the empty hallway wall. Ah, is it over? When I nodded, the fox led me to a room. Not the main room with the round table, but a small reception room nearby. Oh, I didn't know there was a room like this here. As we sat facing each other on the sofas, an awkward silence filled the air. But speaking first would be a rookie mistake. I waited patiently, and the fox spoke first. Thank you for making time for me. Just get to the point. When I cut her off shortly, the fox flinched and hesitated before cautiously asking, Do you know why I called you here today? Of course not. But admitting that here would also be a rookie move. Trying to test me? I spoke coldly. No, that is not it. Then it seems you're not desperate enough yet. I pretended to stand up from my seat. Because the urgent one is her. Although I don't know the exact reason, that is for sure. Otherwise, there would be no reason to arrange a separate meeting like this. She must need my investigative skills or information, I thought, having considered the fox's situation during the round table. This might be my chance to uncover her true identity. So, what would the actual situation be? Please, if you know my situation, help me, the fox pleaded, though it was clear she didn't fully trust me. She must be seeking my help because she saw me expose the clowness identity. She is testing whether I've already figured out her secret. If I have, she gains my assistance without losing anything. If not, she buys more time. Cunning indeed. You dare mock me to the end. I rose as if I had nothing more to see. There wasn't much I could do for her right now, anyway. The clown was the only identity I had uncovered. I didn't know anything about the fox's situation. Thus, you're not desperate enough. I spoke. That's not how you ask the lion for help. Come find me again when you're more desperate. As I completely stood up and headed for the door, the fox cried out urgently. Can't you just tell me whether you know my situation or not? There was a hint of injustice in her voice. The unexpected purity of it made me laugh involuntarily. Why should I? Because, I interrupted the fox. Because it's more fun this way. Indeed, this is how the lion should be. In a spacious room reminiscent of a hotel suite. I wonder what those two are talking about now. A man lying on the bed mumbled to himself as he got up. Well, what is the point of being curious? They never tell me anyway. It was a familiar situation for him. He often felt left out among his friends since his school days. Still, he was lucky. The cryptocurrency he bought out of boredom turned out to be a hit, allowing him to live in a place like this. Not that it meant much now. Ugh. Less than 5 hours left. Checking the time, the man sat at the living room table and started typing on his laptop. It was his only pleasure once a month. Chatting in the virtual space made him feel like he was back in his original world. Bjorn Jandel. The forum he was looking at was filled with stories about one man. So, this is today's hot topic? Did you hear Bjorn Jandel is becoming a noble? So jealous. There's talk that he's a player. But who cares? At that level, I do want to live here too, player or not. The man spent his leisure time commenting on various posts. Bling0_0 agreed. If I were a noble, I'd have multiple wives too. Just heard his companions are really pretty. Aral5205, the main wife is Misha. Saw her from a distance. She's super cute. Iqbal. I'm into Erwin, that elf. Cheryl Vander. For a real man, it's got to be that barbarian woman, right? The comments flowed as people replied to his provocations. The man frowned as he read through them. Neck idiot. Admiring a lowly barbarian shows your level. Okay, today as target. The man grinned. Because he knew. The man grinned, knowing that attacking these rude commenters was always satisfying. Now that I think about it, those insults worked well before. Recalling a recent incident, the man chuckled and replied. Blingzers. Yeah, 3 centimeters compared to Bjorn's 10 times that. Trembling with envy, huh? Ding. Soon enough, a notification popped up. Neck. Who the hell are you? A somewhat unexpected response. Blingzers. What? Seriously 3 centimeters? Neck. What is wrong with you? Just go away. Blingzers. Nope. The one who leave is your future wife. No good woman would stay with 3 centimeters. Even if you're a noble, you can't keep a concubine. Neck. Hey, where do you live? More derogatory comments followed. Bling 0_0. Hey, anyone else seeing this? Iqbal, give it up. MIT here says it's a 3 centimeters S total defeat. One spring. Sounds like he really is 3 centimeters. Cheryl Vander. Kept getting notifications. What's going on between these two? Iqbal, stop it. As an MIT grad, I see this as a 3 centimeters S complete defeat. One spring. From the looks of it, he really is 3 centimeters. As more users joined the mockery, the commenter deleted all their posts and fled. Pathetic. Feeling triumphant, the man stretched contentedly. How much time had passed? Eventually, it was time for the community to close. Pair of. When he opened his eyes, a priest beside him was gently shaking his shoulder. How can you sleep here? Sorry. He quickly apologized and pretended to listen to the bishop's sermon. Or rather, pretended to. This wasn't the virtual world where he could be himself. Here, he had to play the role of a devout paladin. If I'd known it would be this tough, I'd have picked a different character. An hour later, the night prayer ended. But before heading back to his room, the man spent some time chatting with his colleagues. But maybe because he'd been to the community? Too tired to talk, he just listened, and a colleague asked worriedly, Parav, are you okay? You don't look well. Is it because of that incident? Don't let it bother you. It's not your fault you couldn't enter the labyrinth due to an upset stomach that day. At least you're alive. God must have helped you. His colleagues were under a misconception, but he didn't correct them. He just nodded bitterly. Yes, I need to move on. He hadn't actually had an upset stomach. He just used it as an excuse because he had a bad feeling and decided to take a break. When the pillar of fire rose in the dimensional plaza the next day, he was glad he did. Maybe you should rest first? No, I'll stay here. It seems better. If you insist. His colleagues continued their chatter. Even here, the barbarian was a hot topic. That guy S becoming a noble? It's a good thing. The priest who was with him said he S truly noble. Being religious men who valued humility, his colleagues praised the new hero without jealousy or doubt. This is so boring. The freedom of the community was hard to find here. Feeling suffocated, he muttered involuntarily. Isn't he a bit suspicious? Suspicious? Achieving such fame in just a year isn't normal. That's true, but could he be an evil spirit? Though said jokingly, it was half serious. Even if the community leaned towards not, he thought it made no sense unless he was a player. What would his colleagues think? A silence followed his words. But it didn't last long. Huh? His colleagues burst into laughter. An evil spirit? Impossible. Commander Kravitz likes him. Such suspicions aren't good. Where's an evil spirit willing to sacrifice his life for his comrades? You're joking too much today. He felt his face heat up. It wasn't a new feeling. He'd been ridiculed and ostracized since childhood. Right, I must have been wrong again. With a deep sigh, he returned to his room. Just another day in his life. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 40+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 240. How was it there? It was a very interesting place. The blonde-haired woman, Soul Queen, thought for a moment before answering the man's question. It was a fitting description. A place where even the corpse collector is merely a member, and even such a person couldn't keep up? She didn't expect such a chat room to exist within the community. But you're not really curious about my personal impressions, are you? Soul Queen teased, and the man did not deny it. After all, there was a reason why he had infiltrated her as a member of the Watchers of the Round Table. Perhaps the Watchers of the Round Table is a group formed to avoid our scrutiny. A spy sent by the royal family, or a player from another dimension. To confirm these possibilities, the man sent her there. So, what were the results? The Soul Queen added with a smile. In what way? The Watchers of the Round Table definitely seems to be a place created by players from another dimension. I need to hear more details. Soul Queen then slowly explained what happened there. Lion, who exuded an overwhelming presence. Clown, whose identity as the corpse collector was exposed. Deer horns, suspected to be from the royal family, and Goblin, who seemed too ordinary to fit in. I'm not sure about the fox. She didn't seem to be the quiet type, but I didn't get a chance to talk with her. Still, the fox was a woman to watch out for. After all, she had approached the lion for a chat at the end. What if it was some kind of contact? You suspect Lion? Yes, if there's a player from another dimension among them, it can only be that man. The man then asked for the basis, and the Soul Queen answered without hesitation. He almost drove the corpse collector to the brink of mental collapse with just his killing intent. It seemed like he had plenty of room to spare, even after withdrawing it at the last moment. This alone was clear evidence. No ordinary human mental strength could achieve such a feat. Unless he is a player from another dimension who fell into this world over 100 years ago and survived. Moreover, this wasn't the only evidence. During the second round, the lion had said, Ghostbusters was created by an evil spirit from another world. He casually mentioned information that only a handful would know, almost as if it were a joke, while denying that the GM created the community. As if he knew her true identity. At that moment, she was convinced. Yes, it was just as I thought. This dangerous man was clearly not just an ordinary player. Come to think of it, he said he knew about the Corpse Collector-S information from the start, didn't he? Yes. And the members also anticipated that the Lion might know their identities. That's suspicious. The community-S security is absolute. Even the one who took over the Administrator-S rights and created the current Ghostbusters couldn't uncover their identities. What do you think? How did he know their identities? Well, if he truly knew, there are two possibilities. In response to Soul Queen's question, the man presented two scenarios. 1. The Lion has an ally who is comparable to, or even greater than the otherworldly archmage who created this subspace. And the second is that the Lion is in league with the one who created the Watchers of the Round Table, right? The man interjected, finishing her thought instead. Yes, that's right. Currently, all the members were gathered by that master. So if he tipped him off, it's natural for him to know. But then it doesn't make sense for him to know my identity. It's not certain yet, is it? Next time, try throwing out a bait. See if he really knows Soul Queen's identity or not. I will. Anyway, now the information about the master becomes important. Have you found anything? I haven't met the master yet, but I heard from Goblin after the meeting that there was a strange login record on the day he visited. So, the one who sneaked into the community that day is likely the one with the nickname 0720, right? That seems to be the case. I wanted to investigate further, but the Goblin seemed to be wary of me. They continued their conversation for another hour. They didn't just talk about the Watchers of the Round Table. They discussed recent incidents, the players who had died so many deaths, how to efficiently recruit new members. And what about Lee Beckho? He's been turning the Mage Tower upside down looking for you. Right now, you are just one of many suspects, but it will be difficult to keep your identity hidden forever. Even the most troublesome recent incident. Beckho is still contemplating. Given the circumstances, it seems he has become hostile to the royal family, but we need to be cautious. It could be a trap. Yes, I'll leave that part to Mr. Love. They were engaged in various discussions. How's the investigation on Elf Nuna going? It's taking a while to restore the deleted posts, but he has quite a lot of GP. Did Beckho give it to him? No, he earned most of it on the first day by selling some high-level information. Soul Queen further added that the information was something one could know after playing the game for long enough, and that it would take time to restore the posts and comments he left. I see. The man tapped the armrest with his index finger, as if organizing his thoughts. There was one reason he dug into Elf Nuna. He suspected the possibility that Bjorn Jandel and Elf Nuna were the same person. Bjorn Jandel, a barbarian who showed unprecedented growth speed. He uniquely chose a shield during his coming-of-age ceremony. Elf Nuna, in the community, he easily obtained GP by selling in-game information. Also, he is a Korean whom Beckho looks up to as a brother. This point was extremely important to the man. If the two were the same person, then he might be the one he had been waiting for so long. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and the man spoke up. Soul Queen. Yes, please speak. Did you mention that the lion mask was Asian? Yes. Even with a mask, one can't hide his skin color. The proportion of Asian players is very low in this Western-based game. Take Lee Beckho, for example. He opened a chat room waiting for a fellow countryman, but it took him years to meet one. And that person was Elf Nuna, the very one suspected to be the same person as Bjorn Jandel. The only identity the lion explicitly revealed was that of the clown, correct? The man adjusted his posture and asked. It's hard to say definitively since it was his first visit, but that seemed to be the atmosphere. I see. The man trailed off, lost in thought. After all, Bjorn Jandel had recently fought with the Corpse Collector. Was this really just a coincidence? Of course, it was still a wild leap since they hadn't confirmed if Elf Nuna and Bjorn Jandel were the same person. But, because of that, when is Bjorn Jandel's conferment ceremony? I believe it's in 3 days. In 3 days? The man made a decision. It seems it's been a while since I went out. Rather than endlessly worrying, he decided to meet him in person. Hey, wake up, wake up, wake up. The morning after returning from the community, I woke up to Misha's smack on my back. I felt like I was going to die from exhaustion after using my killing intent after a long time. But what did you do yesterday that you're so weak this morning? After visiting the community, it's best to get up on time, even if it's hard. If anyone knows about this place, my unusual late sleep could look suspicious. Now, there are more eyes on me. There would be a fucking assassin too. Yesterday, I just collapsed from exhaustion, but I doubt I'll get proper sleep from now on. Ugh, it's really annoying. Why is everyone so eager to get me? In my current state, I can't fight as usual. Sighing, I quickly washed my face and went downstairs to eat with everyone. It was a slightly unfamiliar scene. After all, there was a new face at the breakfast table. You're awake? Of course I'm awake. Don't just stand there awkwardly. Sit down quickly. The food will get cold. Yes, yes. Erwin sat at the table, eating nervously. An awkward silence hung over the table, unlike usual. Fortunately, Misha sensed it and spoke cheerfully first. So, how is it? My food? It's delicious, thank you. If you have anything you want to eat, let me know. I'll make it for dinner. And let me know if there are any ingredients you can't eat. As always, Misha took care of the details. Carrots? I can't eat carrots. Einar took this opportunity to chime in and got smacked on the back. As if. I've tried at least 10 times and all failed. She insists we need to eat these because we eat meat all the time. I appreciate the sentiment though. Sigh, barbarians have their own way of life. I'll do the dishes. After the meal, Einar went out to the sanctuary as usual, leaving the three of us to spend time together. The atmosphere wasn't too bad. It felt like the hierarchy was perfectly sorted. Erwin, come here and sit. We need to talk. Misha called Erwin for a chat. Yes, yes. This might be a bit early to ask, but what are your plans? Our team is already full. That's... Erwin trailed off, glancing at me. She's probably wondering if it's okay to talk about clan-related stuff. Well, there's no reason why she couldn't, but... Feeling too exhausted to have a long conversation, I just gave a vague response. It's too early, Misha. We don't even know if we can enter the labyrinth next month. That is true. Honestly, it's wise to put labyrinth exploration on hold unless this situation is resolved. We don't have any immediate financial problems. Although, it's annoying that the city isn't safe either. The Dragon Slayer, the Corpse Collector, the Nork S Assassin, even the unpredictable royal family S moves. There are too many reasons to get stronger quickly. But, still, it's better to watch and wait until things settle down somewhat. I try to push aside my impatience. There's a saying that haste makes waste. I'll discuss this properly with Raven later. Anyway, we continued to chat over tea. At first, Erwin seemed uncomfortable and shy, but Misha's kindness quickly put her at ease. She seems to have sorted out her feelings about her sister before she came here. Thanks to that, I felt much lighter. While Erwin would inevitably carry a heavy burden in the future, she had stood up on her own. So, she would surely go further. Really? You have a younger brother? Yes, he's still young and stays in the sanctuary. When he comes of age, I'll have to take care of him like my sister did for me. Don't worry too much. There's plenty of time left. By then, you'll have more resources. Do you think so? Erwin and Misha were having a surprisingly warm conversation. Then Erwin suddenly bowed deeply. I didn't properly apologize for that time. I'm sorry, I must have lost my mind back then. No need to apologize. It's fine. In fact, it turned out well. I tilted my head. That time? Did they have an incident worth apologizing for? And are you okay now? What is there to be not okay about? My perspective has changed a lot since then. I didn't have the right to judge in the first place. Misha glanced at me as she said this. For some reason, I felt a chill. Then, there was a knock at the door. I'll get it. I quickly got up and approached the door. Normally, I would have just opened it right away, but after hearing about a potential assassin yesterday, I asked for the visitor's identity first. I'm Raymond Keplo of the 2nd Royal Knights. The knight announced his identity politely, likely because of my impending baron title. Peeking through the peephole, I saw that he was fully armored, with several other knights standing behind him. Doesn't seem like a lie? With some suspicions in mind, I opened the door. I faced them and confirmed their purpose for visiting. It was good news for the first time in a while. We've received orders from above. Orders? To protect Sir Jandel from any potential threats. So, Deerhorns has moved the royal family.